Welcome, everybody. My name is Jiggy, and welcome to the GDQ channel. Let's go on a journey to the cursed lands of Lordran, the forgotten kingdom of Draglaic, the dark city of Lothric, the blood-soaked streaks of Yarnim, the brutal peaks of Ashina, the shadowed halls of Baltrea, the eerie city of Crate, and the treacherous lands between. To all you tarnished, ashened ones, hunters and cursed, welcome to Oops, You Died weekend here on the GDQ Hotfix. We have an incredible weekend coming at you of amazing Soulsbourne games and incredible Soulsbourne creators. Today is Saturday. That is the name of the day, and we have some awesome runs for you. We're starting off the day here with Dark Souls 2 with Nick Styles. We also have Dark Souls 3, all bosses with Sound Tricky. We have Bloodborne coming at you, which is an all bosses hitless run with Goes on Ghost. And we're ending off today with Lobos Jr. and a Dark Souls 1 randomizer. I am super excited to be with you here all day. We have incredible runs, and I hope that you will stick with us all weekend. And I'm very, very excited to be here. So I want to get right into it. Nick, how are you?
Hey, Jiggy. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. I hope you're doing well as well. Today, we are here with Luth.
Yeah, Luth's here as well.
How's it going?
Hi, Luth. How are you?
Yeah. All's going well. My cat is eating a paper bag in the background, so if you hear anything, that's what that is.
Yeah. So I would like to introduce a little bit of what we will be doing today here in this Dark Souls 2 run. So if any of you remember, I think it was 2022 or 23, like in my last showcase in GDQ event, I did an Old Souls run. And Old Souls was basically like only base game, no DLCs, and I made a promise with you all. If I had a chance, I would love to show some more of this game for you all. And today, I prepared a run with another runner called Lich Bung. It's a run that will be like a time machine. I will start this run in the first version of the game, Old Patch, and in the middle of the run, I will change to the Scholar of the First Sin version, which is basically the current patch. And so this will be an amazing run. I will be able to show you most of the glitches, tricks, and the most hyped fights in this game. And I hope you all enjoy it. So
Nick, we are super excited to have Dark Souls 2 on here, and you're kicking off an incredible weekend of some really, really cool stuff. So I'm definitely excited, and whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll be starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go, guys. So, as I said, this is Old Patch. In Old Patch, the game is a little bit broken. You'll be able to see it in
It's a lot broken. You can just say it. It's okay.
Yeah, it's
The
a lot
developers
broken.
can't hear you, man. It's a lot broken.
But funny, and will be nice to show you all.
Yeah. So Dark Souls 2 is the only game in the series to have character creation after the timer starts. So we try to create our character as fast as possible. Nick's starting as a sorcerer and bonfire ascetic. Bonfire ascetics let you set any bonfire you want to New Game Plus without actually beating the game and going into a New Game Plus cycle. So that comes in handy for stuff like if you need to farm souls or if there's items that are only available in New Game Plus and other things like that.
I'll be using it later to grab another item that will be super important for our run. And well, this is Majula.
Yeah, so Majula, we're going to grab one of the items that really makes the run go. and that's strangely is a set of binoculars. This lets Nick do kind of one of the most well-known Dark Souls 2 glitches, which is bino boosting. If you like roll and scope in on the binoculars and attack all within a few frames of each other, when you let go of the binoculars, you get a 2 to 3 second speed boost where you go really fast and it doesn't use stamina.
Yeah,
So
it's a really dope.
It's a really big time save. It looks cool. It's you get to spam it, but it isn't too hard. It's a really good glitch. And then we get the other big glitch of the game, which is called parry walking, where when you parry an enemy, if you go to riposte them and roll, and I think you only have a couple of frames where you have to cancel the riposte with a roll, you'll roll through the enemy, and they will stay laying down, and you get to run through the air. And you're kind of locked on height unless you can find something to stand underneath to gain height, which is what Nick's doing underneath these stairs here. So he's jumping 7 times to gain enough height to clear out of this room and to get past this area. This is a skip called branch skip because it skips getting a fragrant branch of yore. And the only way really to cancel the parry walk easily is to walk up a slope, which is why he jumps 7 times. So he's at the perfect height here to walk onto this slope and break the parry walk.
Yeah. Thank God that the old patch version of this glitch it's great. Nobody wants to see a current patch
really
branch skip, right?
No, that's a really hard skip on current patch. Like a run killer with like 15% success.
Yeah.
So now he's just grabbing this item pickup is just for a shield to make parrying a little bit easier, because parrying with the dagger is pretty hard.
Yeah.
So the next thing we're doing is Shrine of Winter skip, which is heading us to Aldia's Keep. Or actually, this is Aldia's Keep skip, not Shrine of Winter. But basically, we're skipping the entire... So the branch skip skipped the first like quarter of the game. This is skipping the middle third of the game. This is basically taking us straight to the end game. Oh, that's going to be not enough.
Yeah, gotta redo the jumps.
That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. You're okay.
Yeah.
So this is Aldi's Keep skip. I believe he needs to jump 11 times in here, if I'm right.
Yeah.
And then that's going to give him enough height to get past the gate into Aldia's Keep. I see Kitty Cat in chat asking for the category/concept. This is basically a glitch showcase route. So what we're doing is we're starting the game in old patch. We're doing some stuff in old patch. And then he's going to load a file in current patch. At the point where he is leaving off in old patch, we're going to finish the game in current patch.
Yeah, basically, a short briefing of this is like, I'm gonna show everything that I couldn't show on my last showcase, which means that I'll be doing DLC bosses and old patch stuff to show you like more of the game.
Yeah, but basically not doing any of the old Souls bosses except maybe the ones needed to get into the DLC.
Yeah, maybe because of the skips, right?
I think Rotten might be the only one you need to do.
I don't know, because of I'll try to skip it. If I land it, dope. If I miss it, then I'll be fighting it.
Yeah. Yeah, you get one try. If it works, it works.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I personally believe. But yes, for everybody that's just joining us here, this is Oops, You Died weekend here on GDQ Hotfix. We have incredible Souls runs coming at you all weekend. We're starting here with Dark Souls 2.
The next thing we're doing here is we are skipping Guardian Dragon, which is just another boss. Like, Nick has no weapons, he has no levels, and this is a boss that you are basically in the final 20% of the game when you're at this boss. So he doesn't have any weapons or stats to be fighting any bosses right now. So
Yeah.
Thankfully, the boss is in an enclosed arena, and you can just walk around the outside of it because we can walk in the air.
Yeah. In short, guys, just to give you some like context, what I'm doing in Old Patch is I'm opening the game for me. I'm getting bonfires, I'm getting some items that will increase the speed of what I'll be doing later. So yeah, this is a good way to show you everything that I want, basically.
Yeah. Basically, everything we're doing in Old Patch is doable in Current Patch. It's just harder to do and slower.
Yeah.
With very few exceptions, we've figured out ways to do everything in Current Patch that we for a long time we thought was impossible. But we don't have Bino Boost in Current Patch. That's not been figured out, and parry walking is much more limited in Current Patch. The next thing we're going to do is a quick run through Dragon Area. Are you picking up the tooth?
I'm picking the Boatstone. I'll be skipping the tooth.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you're not fighting any bosses in Old Patch.
Oh.
So we're just running through here, picking up a couple good items, and then we're going to move on to the next area. There's a little skip here.
Got a
Little lineup.
Oh. The camera thing. Forgot to turn it off.
Yeah, love the auto turning camera when you hit a wall. It's great.
Yeah.
It's killed a few of my runs on the hype jump.
This movement is actually incredible, though. It's crazy.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. It's unfortunately we're only going to get this movement for the first, half or quarter of how long this is going to take.
Yeah.
Once we move on to Current Patch, we don't get Bino boosting anymore, which is unfortunate.
But maybe we get a boss fight.
You'll get lots of boss fights. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Are you doing like any of the crazy skips for the crowns, Nick? Or are you gonna fight bosses?
Nah, I'll be fighting all the crowns.
Well, it's like I was thinking like Ilana. Like, are you doing the Ilana skip? Or
Yes, yeah. No. I'll be fighting Ilana.
Okay. The Ilana skip is sick, but
Yeah. No, but I'll be fighting Ilana.
Yeah. So here we're picking up Ashen Mistheart from the dragon up here. When we get to him, Ashen Mistheart is a required item to beat the game. It's one of the very few items that we haven't figured out a way to skip, but you need it to fight Giant Lord, and you need to fight Giant Lord to spawn the final boss. So it is a required item.
Yeah, unfortunately we don't have an Ashen Mistheart skip.
No Ashen Mistheart skip and no Giant's Kinship skip, and those are like the only two items we actually need to beat the game.
Let me burn the...
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna burn the aesthetic first to ease my inventory.
Well, so what we're doing now is it looks like we're heading to Forest of Fallen Giants, which is where Giant Lord is. So we need to go there to unlock the bonfire so we can go back and fight Giant Lord later when we have, some gear. And then after that, we're going to be getting the key item that will let Scholar, the current patch, work, which it looks like after getting the Giant Lord bonfire, it'll be time to get the skirt.
Yeah, here I'm performing Soul Dupe. So in this patch, you can use an item, a consumable, and drop mid-animation. So you can get it again. And this way you have like basically infinite consumables.
Yeah, it's not a super tight window, but it's not super forgiving either, because soul pops tend to be pretty quick. So we're doing another parry walk here, so we're gonna parry walk this guy, and then we're just gonna run right up this wall.
Dude, I got every parry walk first try, man. Imagine, right?
That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine.
Power
Like,
of,
this-
Oops, you died
this-
weekend.
yeah.
This area is actually surprisingly hard to parry walk through, though, because there is a bunch of kill planes out there that if you have to take some pretty specific pathing, otherwise you'll just die in midair.
Yeah. Oh,
So
Okay.
you said we're already about like 30% through this, like where you're supposed to be in the file, but we're only 11 minutes in.
So Dark Souls 2 old patch is the world record is under 14 minutes.
Insanity.
So
Yeah.
you can beat this game on old patch in, I think it's like 1356 is the world record right now, something like that. It's really, really fast. So basically everything we've done so far is the world record route, except he picks up a weapon in the dragon area and uses that weapon to kill the bosses. Like that's basically the only difference.
oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, you.
So this, what we're doing here really is just like some housekeeping.
Yeah.
Go away, kitten.
Yes, the estimate is 2 hours, but I think Nick can kind of explain to you what the plan is for this. It's like a full showcase of Dark Souls 2.
Yeah. So basically,
if
what
she's gonna be bugging me,
I've
probably.
been looking for here is I'm opening the parts that take more time. So, like,
Yeah.
I know we open like the good chunk of the map, but the main parts are still not opened at all. Not at
Yeah,
all.
there's a lot of homework left to do. This is like so this is kind of like housekeeping. So we're doing a bunch of stuff here. We're opening bonfires. We're not really killing any bosses. We're just opening pathways and bonfires. And then basically we're going to have to go to each of those bonfires and do stuff at each of them. And that's going to be fighting bosses and unlocking quest lines and things like that.
Yeah.
So the like what we're doing here, like the old patch segment is going to be really fast, but that's because the old patch segment is mostly this. This is going to be probably the only boss that dies in old patch actually.
Yeah. I mean,
And calling it a fight is generous, because if he waits for 6.5 steps and then sprints past, the boss just throws himself off the ledge.
That's my favorite kind of Dark Souls boss.
So it's, yeah, just all little housekeeping stuff, unlocking some stuff that he's going to need.
I can send her back. Yeah.
Without it.
There unfortunately isn't tons of new glitches. I'm assuming you're not doing Rotunda skip.
No. I
That would
actually
be, yep.
I thought about it, but I was like, dude, I'm rusty with it. I would not risk it.
it's a hard skip.
Yeah. So here I'm just getting a little bit of souls, just to buy the equipments and other stuff that I'll be using later. For example, here I will be buying 15,000 souls worth of shields to unlock the second level of this NPC shop. To get one of the most broken items in this game, the butterfly pants.
Yeah. So the way some NPC shops work in this game, and this one is the most common for it, is they get extra inventory at a few points. This guy, it's based on souls spent and new game cycle. So we had to get him to level 2 of his shop by spending 15,000 souls, but we also had to put the town into New Game Plus by burning the bonfire ascetic earlier. So that lets his shop be level 2 and New Game Plus, which gives him this butterfly skirt item, which is going to let us basically have this butterfly skirt, which isn't that useful in old patch, but it's incredibly useful in current patch. So this is again like more of the housekeeping. So when Nick loads his current patch file, he'll already have the butterfly skirt because he's done that work here in old patch.
Yeah.
We are in fact doing Bloodborne. Yes, correct. Bloodborne is here. Every FromSoft game is represented in this weekend, and Lies of P.
So here I'll be doing a parkour part that is one of my
It's one of my favorite
favorites.
bits of movement in the game. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
some of my favorite movement in the game is getting down the pit.
I'll be coming back here later once I have a key.
Oh, you're not going to do the really fun Harry Walk DLC key
No.
grab?
No.
That's
I'll
hard.
be showing height jump in.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, because of Pseudo Stripey, the one who found it.
So the purpose of coming down here is one of the DLCs is down here at the bottom of this pit. So we need to get down here to unlock that bonfire so we can come back later to go into the DLC. Because old patch doesn't actually have any DLCs available. It's before the DLCs launch.
So wait, what's down here now?
There's a boss fight down here. It's a required boss if you don't have glitches. And then the DLC is behind that boss room.
But at this, oh no, a baby jump!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! We got to experience a baby
Let's
jump,
go.
which lets us say that Dark Souls 2 is a good game that doesn't have any problems technically.
Working as intended.
Yeah, this game has like the jumps are variable, which is different from basically every other FromSoft game where the jumps are fixed distance. And the jump distance is governed by a few things like how fast you're running and stuff like that. But sometimes based on stuff that we don't always understand, like CPU loading and, you know, sometimes like texture popping can cause it and stuff, you'll just sometimes get a jump that's like 25% as big as it should be. And so we just call them baby jumps.
Yep.
Nick, I just want to say congratulations on that death, because this is actually the other bit of the weekend for me, which is counting how many times we actually see the "you died." That's part of the thing. So congrats on being the first one.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. It's a pleasure being the first one, right?
Yeah, let's get some claps in the chat. We got officially one "you died."
Starting the counter. Wait until you see.
We'll see how long until it gets old.
Yeah, let's see how the counter will increase when I reach Burnt Ivory King.
Oh, it's going to be that's going to be the worst fight.
Yeah, that will be.
That's a very hard boss when you have like everything in, like all bosses fully built, all the stats, and that's still like an impossibly hard boss.
Hey, I look at this weekend as golf rules, you know. I say if we make it, well, I don't know. I think somebody in chat can tell us what do you think like a realistic number is. But I think like if we're sub 100, you died. I think that's a pretty dang good weekend, don't you think?
Sub 100, yeah, definitely.
I mean that's a pretty high number
For all
I think,
games,
for like
you think?
for speedrunners, I do think.
I guess you're right. Maybe what should we do? 25? No, not 25.
like
maybe 50?
a good run has no deaths in it.
100 is very high. Okay. I mean, it's true. Our Bloodborne run later is hitless, so there won't be many.
Yeah.
Sub 20?
Yeah. I mean, that's how many runs is there? Like 10 or 12 overall?
There's 9 runs this weekend.
Yeah, I mean that's 2 a run. Like for some of these runners, that's very realistic. I think if any game was going to push it up, it might be like Sekiro, just because it's such an insanely hard game.
My guess, guys. I mean, I'll be fighting Burnt Ivory King, so I feel like I'll have at least 5.
This run might push it up too, just because this isn't a normal run. This isn't a route. This is just we made something up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, again, this is all like just for fun, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's like
So-
I saw a lot of the other runs are stuff like all bosses. So like they're going to follow the all bosses route, and it's a very well known. You know, there's a lot of stuff they can do for safety.
Today we have
this
all
is-
bosses.
yeah.
We have all bosses hit list. I don't know. Lobos is doing rando, so we will.
Yeah,
Ooh.
rando you never know. Yeah, rando you never know. That's true.
Yeah.
You either get like you could get the god seed or you could get the worst seed of all time.
It's gonna be instead of it's gonna be Gwen instead of Capra Demon. I can feel it.
Is it enemy rando as well?
I think it's everything. I don't know what.
Oh,
he's doing.
that's amazing. I love enemy rando. It's so insane.
Yeah. So at this point, I got my weapons. I got some rings. I got some levels. I got some souls. And I would like to say that this will be.
You need to
Old
open
patch.
Falcon. You need to open Falcon still.
Oh yeah,
I
true.
guess you could just
Actually.
you don't because you don't have that bonfire yet.
Yeah, no, I sent the. I'll open it in old patch. I say I have the. I have sent Alicia, so yeah.
Yeah, you did send Lycia, but yeah, I guess it would just save time to do it now.
Yeah.
Save time in current patch.
That is a great question from the chat. Why do we have 10 shields?
We needed to buy 15,000 souls worth of items from Moglin to upgrade his shop. And the easiest way is to buy 10 souls that cost 1,500 each, or 10 shields that cost 1,500 each. It's just the fastest way to do it.
Yeah. So. Okay. Yeah. I have a lot of items
I guess
currently. I'll probably.
The last little
Not
glitch
yet.
we kind of just did there was we did like a animation skip where when we talked to Lycia to get her to move the path, normally when you hit yes, you kind of just like kneel down in front of her while she channels and the room rotates. But if you jump while pressing confirm on the yes box, it cancels the animation of you kneeling down, but it still does the room rotation, so you can use items and other stuff while she moves the room. It's useful in a few spots to skip animations.
Okay. So now.
We just bought Dark Weapon, and also bought Dark Orb, which we're just going to use for a glitch called Attunement Glitch that lets us swap the number of casts between two different spells, so you can get large numbers of casts of really strong spells.
And that would be it for old patch. So now we are entering in the time machine and going back to the present time of Scholar of the First Sin.
So what for a Dark Souls 2 noob like me, somebody who's never played it and barely seen much of it, tell me the difference between the original launch and Scholar of the First Sin.
There's a lot. So the biggest and most obvious thing is that Scholar of the First Sin is like the definitive edition. So Dark Souls 2 released on PS3. It received some DLCs and all that stuff. And then when they jumped it to PS4, they re-released it as Scholar of the First Sin, where they added all the DLCs, they bundled it, so you buy Scholar, it comes with everything. And they also changed a whole bunch of enemy and item placements. So it's not like a different game, but it's kind of like, you know, like the Kaizo version of it, right? Like it's generally considered much harder because the areas are full of much stronger enemies and there's more of them. And they also fixed a bunch of glitches, and they changed like some routing of through areas. They added much more statues that you need branches to pass through, stuff like that.
Yeah. Some technical information is, of course, the glitch patches and like, oh no, don't heal, no. Spells, for example, are omega broken in old patch, and they are useful in current patch, but not as strong as in old patch.
For glitches and balancing purposes, Dark Souls 2 current patch, like the vanilla game current patch that you have to buy all the DLCs separate, and Scholar are almost the same with regards to like balance and spells and how things like that work. It's just that the difference between those two things, those two versions, is the enemy and item placements primarily. But yeah, the old patch version of the game, spells are way stronger.
Yeah. So here I'll be performing a trick, not a glitch, called Bombo.
Yeah, this is a bit of a joke within our community, is whether or not what Nick just did is a glitch. The way it works is you throw a firebomb at the wall. There's some explosive barrels on the far side of that wall, and if you aim your camera straight down, the explosion from the firebomb that he threw reaches through the wall and explodes the barrels from the other side.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's meant to be you go around the outside of the area and then open the shortcut from the other side.
Yeah, but with some intended physics, you can blow the barrels from the inside.
Clever use of game geometry.
Yes. Perfect. So...
yes, Gorons, my favorite Zelda characters.
Ooh.
Yeah, so these are giants. We're not going to fight any of them. We're presumably, Nick, we're just here to pick up Soul of the Giant.
Yeah, so I'll be doing a quest, a game quest that is basically kill a dude, and this dude I need to grab Soul of the Giants to decrease his defense, and that's what I'm doing in this memory. This is actually
in the game.
Yeah, this is actually a time travel.
Yeah. In universe, it actually is. Yes, you're entering the memories of these dead giants to go back and like view their memories of when they were alive.
Yeah.
So was there no boss fight at the end of that memory, or did you just skip it?
No, there's 3 memories, and only one of them has a boss fight at the end.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And we will see that boss.
But now we are gonna fight a boss. It's not only a boss,
baby,
but it's the one of the cleverest boss designs ever. It's one of the community favorite, basically. It's an amazing boss that makes all molding when doing bad RNG.
Here we go. First boss of Oops All. Oops You Died, not Oops All. Oops You Died. First boss.
So this is the first boss, the intended first boss of the game. So obviously he's really easy.
Yeah.
So he's got kind of scripted, like semi-scripted, where if you stand in certain spots, you can bait him into doing certain attacks. He doesn't have a lot of HP, and Nick has one of the most overpowered weapons in the game, which you just buy from a vendor, which is amazing.
Yeah. But now, chat will be a good moment for you guys to grab a notepad and a pen, because I'm gonna teach you how to cheese a boss.
Yes.
Last time I taught you how to cheese Dragon Rider, the one from the arena that fell in the ocean. And now I'll be teaching you how to cheese Pursuer, one of the... for everybody who's new to the game, usually I have a hard time with this boss, but I will show you.
Yeah.
First, wait a little bit, calm down. Skip the cutscene.
Challenging boss.
Run forward, pass through him, go to the ballista, and mash A. He will be dead. And that's...
It is, as long as you do the movement through that arena the same every time, that is 100% consistent.
Wow.
Yeah. That's how
They
you...
put that there. They knew. They put that there.
Well, they knew the ballista was I don't think they intended this, but they definitely, he's also the easiest boss in the game to parry. So it's really easy to like bait him in front of the ballista and parry him and then do that. Like there's a million ways to do it. If you do co-op, the person that's getting aggro can take him in front of the ballista, and the other guy can hit him with the ballista.
Oops.
So now we're in the second giant memory. So we're going through here for the same thing we went into the first one. We're just picking up Soul of the Giant and leaving.
Yeah, that's a dope theory about the giants. Less giant and
Yeah.
then learn.
I don't know if it's 100% confirmed, but I believe it.
I do believe it, dude. Like
That the Giant Lord, the second to last boss in the game, Giant Lord, is the same enemy as the last Giant, just that the last Giant is the current version and Giant Lord is the one you fight in the past.
yeah.
This game is a little time travel shenanigans.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about the lore a little bit. Like, why are we going into giant memories?
Yeah, so
The lore is a little weird, but basically the king of the kingdom fought a war against the giants, and so there's a bunch of dead giants all around the kingdom, and that's the memories that you go into are reliving that war that the king fought.
ooh. Please? No.
Nice. The barrel, that shouldn't have worked.
It's a miracle.
Ain't no way that should have worked.
Yeah.
So this is one of 2 blacksmiths in the game. We unlocked the first one earlier to buy our weapon. We're coming to this one because he sells good shards. He sells medium shards to upgrade your weapon. So the small shards upgrade to +3, the medium shards upgrade to +6. So we're just going to buy medium shards from him and upgrade our weapon to +6. And then we're going to infuse the weapon with... Oh, you forgot to get the Darkstone, didn't you?
I forgot to grab the Old Stone in the save file, but that's okay. I will sort this later.
What's next?
Landlord.
Yeah.
We're doing some giant lords. Grab some levels.
Yeah, we're gonna go fight a boss. So this isn't intended to be an endgame boss. So I actually don't know how your damage is going to do against this with +6. I guess it'll be okay.
Yeah, it will be enough to grab some levels. After the first one, I will be going to DLC 1, I believe. So
DLC 1, yeah, get Flynn. Okay.
yeah, DLC 1 and Lynn's, right?
Yeah, you'll get Flynn there. So this is intended to be like, this is, if you're in a speedrun, this is 5 minutes before the end. You fight this boss and then you go to the final boss.
My damage will not be as good as I wanted, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. It's fine. This isn't a very hard boss, thankfully.
Oof, the damage is not good at all.
It's not very good. It is. It is not good, my friend. You also don't have Dark Weapon attuned, so it's rough.
Yeah. I don't have levels to use it.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
So we
we
can
can
just hack at his ankles, step out of the way of his stomps and the swipes, and hack at his ankles for a while.
Yeah, we're gonna see this. We're gonna see this dude some more times because I need to grab more souls, and he's basically one of the best soul farming methods in the game.
Yeah, and in terms of like time to souls, I think it's the most efficient farm. So one of the other things we did when we first got into current patches, we killed the guy that sold us that butterfly skirt, and the reason is he drops armor that gives you about 20% bonus souls. And we also have a ring from one of the vendors that gives us another 25% bonus souls. So we can, it multiplies together, doesn't add together, so it's about a 50% soul bonus to have both. And then after killing Giant Lord here, Nick picked up the third soul of a giant that reduces the defense of one of the other bosses later.
Yeah, so here...
Speaking of bonus souls, how about some bonus bits? We actually have a hype train going on right now, and I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that's a part of that. All of your bits and subs and gifts and primes go to supporting GDQ Hotfix. So if you like shows like this, and you like shows that we do every week on the channel, definitely consider subscribing. And yeah, get those bonus bits. Twitch is giving out an additional 10% bonus bits on top of any bits over 300. Okay, I'm done chilling. Continue.
Yeah.
I just had to take advantage of that, that transition you gave me.
Oh, yeah. No worries.
So,
So
my
next
save-
stop, I guess I thought your save file had this done.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I guess not. That's okay.
That's okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so we're just going to buy a weapon buff. Basically, it's a spell that puts extra damage on your weapon, and then we're going to unlock a bonfire, and then I think next stop is DLC, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab the stuff here and warp to Gulch and and attempt the first major skip. So now, oh wait, I need to
Giants first.
Yeah, no, I need to grab the. Yeah, go Giants first. To grab the key to open the DLC key, and
Yeah.
that's it. Here. Earlier in the run, I grabbed poison arrows and poop.
Dung pies, yeah.
Yeah. To kill. Oh. A statue is blocking me. I have to go around.
Just scholar things.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm poisoned. Yeah. Okay.
This area does not look fun.
There's a bunch of statues that poison you, but you can break them. It is very possible to pass through without taking any hits from the poison as well.
Oh my god.
Do you have dung pies? No.
Oh. Man.
I don't think you set up your scholar file properly.
Yeah, I forgot those 2 items, dude. Okay, I would do the we'll fix it really quick. I will do a death warp. One more for the counter.
Yeah, perfect.
Hey, number 2. For anybody
gotta
that's just joining us here,
run
this
through the
is-
gutter really quick and pick
Yeah.
up items.
For anyone that is just joining us here, this is Oops, You Died Weekend here on GDQ Hotfix. We have some awesome Soulsbourne games coming at you. Do people say Soulsbourne or like Souls-like games? What do you guys call it? What do you say?
When it's all Souls games, they do say Soulsborne. Souls-likes are things like Lies of P.
Okay, so we have all Soulsborne games and then Lies of P. So
Perfect.
it's the only non-FromSoft game in this event.
And I don't know if Sekiro is considered a Soulsborne game. It's really unclear to me.
When you die, it does the thing, so I counted it.
Yeah, hey, that's
That was
fair.
the criteria. Is does it say something like you died when you die?
Okay.
We're just coming here to grab some dung pies and poison arrows. Dung pies are a thrown item, and they put toxic on the enemies, and they also put some poison on you when you throw them, so it's a little bit of risk and reward. But they're very strong against the enemies that we're about to go fight, because you only need 2 or 3 to give them toxic, and I think you would need to throw like 6 to poison yourself. So
Yeah. Okay. So now it's everything.
and then we also have poison arrows, and poison and toxic are separate stats or statuses, and you can put both on the enemies at the same time, and it shreds their health.
Yeah. Now everything should be all right. At least enough for the for the giants.
Yep.
Yeah, thank God I went really fast in the old patch. Because of redoing this it's a bummer. My bad, actually. He set
It
my
happens.
inventory.
We're getting to the fun stuff soon here, so
Yeah. Oops. He died.
I guess thankfully that death warp you can get those souls back. I don't know if you need those.
Yeah.
I guess you'll have to Alt F4 as well.
Yes. So, let's go. Those giants.
Now we're gonna
What they hold,
Yeah.
Loof.
yeah, so the 2 giants here, if you kill both of them, you get a forgotten key and a soul of the giant. The Forgotten Key opens a few doors throughout the game, and the Soul of the Giant is another one of those items that we need to lower the defense of Vendrick later on. And you actually don't have to kill both of them, though. If you kill just one and then quit out, when you load back in, it just gives you the items.
Yeah.
So Nick here has poisoned and toxicked one of them with the intent of killing just him. And then as soon as he dies, we're going to quit out of the game. Now, because he's invaded right now, he actually can't quit out normally. He has to Alt F4 out of the game because you can't quit out while you're invaded.
I was actually scared of
game. Load back in.
I was scared of missing the jump and losing my souls. That's why I
That's why you took the long way.
Yeah.
I was wondering. I was like, that is not the fast way.
Yeah. I was a little bit scared, like because of the poison arrow stuff. I was like, nah, man, I'm not risking it.
But no, it's okay. So yeah, he loaded back in. He got his Forgotten Key, and he got a Soul of the Giant. So now we have 4 Souls of the Giant, which is actually more than you get in all bosses. So Vendrick's going to be nice and comfy. And now we're warping to Grave of Saints, and we're going to do a skip that we call Hype Jump. And the purpose of it is just to get to the DLC key, because the DLC keys are just spread throughout the world. You have to go find them. In one of the big differences actually between vanilla Dark Souls 2 and Scholar is vanilla Dark Souls 2, if you own the DLCs, it just pushes the keys to you at character creation.
Yeah.
So in Scholar, they hid them in the world, and this one, for the first DLC, is behind this forgotten door. So the Dragon Talon that he just picked up, that is the DLC key, so now we're going to head to the first DLC.
So is that just Hype Jump?
Yeah. Yes. The aiming at the wall there, that's a jump that you're not supposed to be able to make. You're supposed to fall in from the top and like fall down those pathways that we went down the first time, but fall them down them in a different order so that you land over where that ladder is.
Yeah, and the reason it's called Hype Jump, it's because the speedrunner who found it, Pseudo Stripey, like this jump was said to be impossible. And Pseudo one day was like, man, this is not impossible. I can do that. And he figured out a way of actually doing it. And as soon as he got when he gets it, he was like, woo! And that's why it's called Hype Jump, because he got hype.
Because he's not an excitable guy. He's normally quite level-headed, so he got a little excited. So now Pseudo was hyped, so it's Hype Jump.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do now, and we'll see how this goes, but what we're trying to do now is parry walk an enemy here in the Black Gulch. And parry walk's much harder in current patch than it is in old patch. We need the butterfly skirt to do it. Well, you don't need it, but it makes it much easier. And then we're going to try to skip this boss, which is pretty hard to do. You only get one chance at it. This works on any boss with a cutscene. You can, if they have like a door out the back of their room and there's a cutscene, you have one chance to skip the boss by using the cutscene trigger. So we're going to go for this parry walk here, and then he's going to run into the wall, and he has to run for a specific amount of time because like his character is against this fog gate, but his position in the game is actually moving through the boss room. So he just has to run far enough to get out the back of the boss room, and then he's going to enter the mist and slide. Let's see what happens. Oh no, you got a dance. You got the dance party.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, not quite.
Yeah, missed by a bit. That's okay.
Yeah. So now he has to just fight the boss. That's okay. So parry walking in current patch is a little different. By which I mean it's actually quite a lot different. So you kind of need the skirt, not really, but kind of. But it is time limited, whereas in old patch you could parry walk and just like walk in the air forever. In current patch, we don't know why, but it only lasts like 28 seconds. So you have to go as far as you can in 28 seconds, and then if you're in the air, you just fall and you die. So you have to be above solid ground after that time runs out.
Okay. Yeah.
But we killed the boss, nice and easy. So we go through this door here, and then there's going to be a shrine there. We have to light all 4 of these. These are the primal bonfires. They let you warp back to Majula, but they're also for the quest line to the final boss, the secret final boss. And then this shrine takes us to the first DLC. So this is Crown of the Sunken King. It's the first DLC. We're going to go into Shulva. And right now, I believe we're just here to pick up some items.
Yeah.
But the strongest ring in the game is in this DLC, so we want to get that because it's going to increase our damage quite a lot. Is there a Darkstone anywhere that you can grab, or do you have to go back down the pit?
I will be not using currently. I will wait until I get the King's Ring, send the NPC back to Majula and buy from her.
Oh, for Cloan. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you gonna try to skip Velstadt as well?
No, I believe it'll be fine. I don't know.
It's just fun because he has a cutscene.
Yeah. I didn't do Sing Jump because I got some rim drops and I'm scared of having a drop mid-jump.
It's a surprisingly hard jump, actually.
Yeah.
So what we're going to go for now is another parry walk. So we're going to be parrying this enemy here. And then we're going to try to jump over the cliff after we jump across him for the parry walk. And that's going to lose us a little bit of height. And then we're going to run over to this building over here, which has a bonfire. Normally, it's quite a trek to get over here. You have to get a key from pretty deep in the level before you can open the door to get to this bonfire.
Yeah, here was a walk in the park.
Yeah, so you can see he sat down and then he fell, and that was because the timer ran out.
This game is crazy.
Yeah. And then he can path down here, and this is back on the intended path. So this is the way into the level where he would get the key to get up to where he just came from.
Yeah, here I'll be coming later in this DLC. For now, I will be picking up Fling's Ring, and Fling's Ring is a broken ring that gives you a really good chunk of damage just by having it equipped.
Yeah, the way Flynn's works is that it increases your attack damage based on how low your equipped load is. So if you're not wearing any armor, like we're not, it gives you a lot of attack damage. But if you equip it while you're wearing a bunch of heavy armor, it does almost nothing. So it's kind of like a speedrunner perfect item, right? Wear less armor so your stamina regenerates faster and you roll fast, and you also get a bunch of damage. We just drop down here, we loop up around these stairs, climb up a ladder, and there's Flynn's Ring. And then I'm assuming we're just going to unlock the second bonfire and leave.
Sure, I feel like I'm just gonna leave. I will be doing parry walks from the base level later, like from the King Squad bonfire, yeah. Just gonna grab the repair powders for Sin in case of an emergency.
So what's so powerful about Flynn's Ring?
It's basically just like it gives you about, I think it works out to be like 50 attack rating, which is quite a lot, and it's based on how low your equip load is. So we end up with like 8% equip load because all we're holding is a bow and a weapon. And so at that low, it gives you maximum attack rating. If you're wearing armor, it gets weaker, but we only wear armor to gain souls. So it's always after the boss is dead that we equip all the armor.
Yeah, it's basically 20% of damage, more or less. Like,
yeah, it works out to be a lot.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that if you're just like playing the game casually and you want to wear a cool set of armor, it's not very good. But if your only goal is to do more damage, then you take off all your armor and you equip Flynn's Ring and you do a lot more damage.
So we are in this area again. I use the bonfire ascetic to increase the level of this area to New Game Plus. So now I'm fighting. Every enemy here is in a higher difficulty, and they give me more souls. But now with Fling's Ring, I have more damage. With Dark Weapon, I have more damage, and I will be basically repeating this boss to grab more souls, grab more levels, to prepare myself for the DLC.
Yeah, the late game boss. So the thing that lets this work is that this arena has a bonfire ascetic in it. So you can kill the boss and then come back into the boss room and grab another bonfire ascetic and then kill the boss and just repeat that over and over again.
Yeah. I'll be doing this.
People that don't know, you're sending this specific area to New Game Plus, or like,
yes,
how does that
this
work?
This bonfire specifically, and the boss linked to it. So like the area of Forest of Fallen Giants has 5 bonfires in it, and each bonfire can be used in Asceticon separately, and it correlates to a specific part of the level that goes into New Game Plus.
So that's different than like other Dark Souls games where you only get New Game Plus after you beat the final boss.
This
Yes.
is the only Souls game to have bonfire ascetics and the ability to New Game Plus basically certain areas at will. Yeah. It's one of the things that is very, very cool about this game that I wish some of the other Souls games would take advantage of. Dang, if only you had Red Tearstone Ring.
Yeah.
Because you are on really good Red Tearstone health. But the bonfire ascetic system is used in most routes at some point or another to either to farm souls or to gain access to New Game Plus items early, just things like that. Usually it's to farm souls, which is what Nick is doing here. He's only doing this for levels. It's of course a little bit risky because you have to fight the bosses on New Game Plus cycles, which increases their damage and their health. Basically any attack from this boss will kill him in one hit with the amount of health he has.
Yeah.
But thankfully, when you play the game as much as he has, he knows all the patterns for this boss. There's no attack that he doesn't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Now, if I die once for this boss, we'll be sad.
Yeah. I mean, how many attempts at Giant Lord did you do in old patch where if you didn't read it perfectly, you died?
Oh, yeah. A ton.
Or in any percent where you're Red Tearstone health here and every attack kills you.
Yeah. Thank God this ain't old patch.
Yeah, this is a rough boss old patch.
Oh, buddy, you bought a longer club.
I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised you lived. How many times are you planning to do this one?
I believe this will be the last one. I'll have like a million souls after this one.
Yeah, you should have about that.
Yeah.
You still have to pop all the boss souls too.
Yeah. And not gonna lie, with a +6 weapon,
it's rough.
Yeah.
And no dark infusion either.
Yeah. Brother man, you are too far from where you were supposed to be.
I'm actually kind of scared of the fireballs where you are, but thankfully it missed.
Yeah. Okay. Now that I have 1 million souls, I will do some level ups, and I will buy some stuff some consumables, and I will advance towards the quest lines.
Yeah. So we're basically leveling up here because for the DLC bosses, we're going to want to be using a different weapon than what we're using now for most of them. And that weapon has pretty high stat requirements. And then we're going to level up health and stamina as well, just because the DLC bosses are very hard if you don't level up your health a bunch. So you can see here we're going for, like 45 vigor and 34 endurance, and then basically enough strength and dexterity to use the DLC boss weapon.
Yeah.
And then a little bit of ADP, which is the stat that makes rolling better. DS2, there's a lot of things in Dark Souls 2 that are unlike every other game in the series. Unlike every other game in the series, rolls in Dark Souls 2 are not fixed iframes. In DS1, DS3, Elden Ring, they're all fixed numbers that you can't change. In DS2, the more points you put into adaptability, the more you gain of a stat called agility, which increases the frames of your roll, your invincibility frames.
Here I'll be doing another fairy walk to skip the Shrine of Winter.
Which you actually don't have to do because you farmed 1 million souls.
Yeah, it's just faster, you know?
Yeah.
It's a cool glitch, cool skip.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah.
So the Shrine of Winter is the mid-game checkpoint that basically there's 2 ways to pass it. One is to kill all 4 Lord Souls. So far we've only seen 1 Lord Soul in this run. We saw the Rotten when we were heading to the first DLC. That's a Lord. There's 3 others that we won't see. Hopefully. No, yeah, I mean, you can do the Oink skip. You don't have to fight him, right?
Yeah, Oink skip and Sinner skip for sure. Freya is a little bit hard, but I'll try anyway.
Oh yeah, that's right. You need to do all 4 primals. I forgot about that for Aldia. But there's 2 ways to pass the shrine. The first way is to kill all 4 lords, and the other way is just to farm 1 million souls, or I guess glitch past it like we just did.
Yeah.
But farming 1 million souls is generally quite a lot faster. So it's usually preferable to fighting all 4 lords unless the category demands that you fight all 4 lords for other reasons.
Okay. So
for anyone that is just joining us here, this is Oops, You Died Weekend here on GDQ Hotfix. We have some awesome Souls runs today and tomorrow. And right now we got Nick Style doing Dark Souls 2.
Yeah. So this is basically the Dringley Castle. That's the area. It's the part of the game that games just send you like walking a straight line and killing bosses and getting lore to finish the game.
When I first played this game, I thought this was the end. I thought this was the end of the game.
Yeah.
When I got here, I was like, this is like, because you get all 4 Lord Souls and you go through the big door, and I was like, this is like DS1, where you get all 4 Lords and you put them in the vessel, and then you go and fight Gwyn. And I was blown away when I was like, this is the halfway point. That's what, when you open this castle door, you're half done.
Yeah, currently.
But yeah, from this, this game is kind of inverted from DS1, where the start of Dark Souls 1 is quite linear. You basically are going down a path killing bosses. And then the back half is open. And then in Dark Souls 2, the first half is open. You get to pick which path you want to go down. But then once you reach here, it's a straight line to the end, basically.
Yeah. So here I just grabbed the Frozen Flower, which is the DLC 3 key.
And we're running through here to, we have to get further into this area for one of the side quests that we're doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
There are some crazy skips you can do in this area, but they're quite difficult. Not marathon friendly.
Yeah. But I believe I will return later after grabbing a better weapon because of the mirror knife. Oh, I got invaded, right? Yeah, I know, wait. The weapon? So I'll be using 2 weapons. I'll be using Rapier, of course, because it's the classic broken weapon in this game. But I will also be using another weapon called Head Iron Twin Blade. Most of you already know this weapon. It's also broken, but it's better because of the hitbox the weapon gives you. It's better to hit like flying bosses and giant creatures. So I will be changing between those 2 weapons.
And the reason Rapier's so broken, for anybody who doesn't know, is it has very low stat requirements. It uses very little stamina to attack. And it has 150% counter damage. So when you attack an enemy that is in the middle of an attack, it deals an insane amount of damage.
Here I'll be fighting Najka. I could have skipped her, but fighting her is faster than skipping because the skip is not healthy at all.
The skip is this is a skip that could take you either 5 minutes or 45 minutes, depending on RNG, unfortunately. Yeah. So it's much faster to just fight her. I think the only category that would ever skip her is reverse boss order.
Yeah. Here, this next part is Doors of Pharaohs / Sildora. It's the part of the game where you get weapon upgrades. I'm coming here to get chunks, and also I will show you guys. I will try to show you guys a cool skip as well. I will be doing more or less the same skip twice. Once because I need some items, and the second just to show you the cool skip.
Gotta love cool skips. That's what we're here for. Vic in chat, you're saying interrupting damage. There's stagger mechanics in this game where if you're hitting the enemies, you can interrupt their attacks and stagger them, but the rapier does virtually 0 stagger damage, which is actually to its benefit for dealing damage. So you want the counter damage, but if you stagger an enemy, they're no longer attacking, so you don't get counter damage anymore. And rapier also just happens to have one of the highest counter damage multipliers of all weapons. There's a few that are 150, but I don't think there's very many that are higher, and most of them are much lower, like 110 or 120.
Yeah, it still bugs me that the key has a higher counter stat than rapier, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't like the key very much myself. I'm not a key enjoyer.
Yeah,
I'm playing Dark Souls, not Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't like it either, but like, you know.
But it is fast.
You gotta use what is fast.
Yeah. So we're doing another parry walk here. We're doing it to skip a boss. One of the easiest bosses in the game, but it's faster to skip him, so we're gonna do it.
Just casually walk over, over the
through
chasm and through the building.
Yeah. No, the building doesn't have hitboxes in the roof. So we just walk through it. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
The biggest boss in this game is fall damage.
Unironically, though.
Gotta remove my pants.
So we're just here. We're gathering some weapon materials that'll let us get a +10 weapon, which is going to be really good.
Would Nick, would this be just a good spot to take a quick break?
In a minute, please.
Okay, no
let me just finish this segment, because
Yeah, no problem.
once I do not like I'm warmed up, I just wanna.
Yeah, you want to go.
What skip are you still gonna? Are you gonna try a Freya skip?
I'm gonna try to skip Freya, but I would just like go over the housing, and then we do the break.
No problem, no rush.
Yeah.
We're just grabbing the last of the weapon upgrade materials here, and then this is everybody's favorite room full of spiders.
Yay!
So one of the things that we bought earlier was a bunch of alluring skulls that attract enemies when you throw them. It doesn't work on every enemy, but it works on weaker enemies, and the spiders are considered weak enough to be attracted by the alluring skulls, which is really good. So you can throw them, and the enemies will all walk away.
Yeah, now it's a good moment for the break.
All right, great. Yep. So we're going to just take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We will be right back with the second half of Dark Souls 2. Just a quick break. Everybody just get up, get some water, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to Oops, You Died Weekend. We are back in Dark Souls 2 with Nick Style. Are you ready to keep going? We ready to rock and roll?
Yes, I'm ready. Let's go.
All right. So why don't we just, for all the new people that are just joining us here, why don't you give a rundown on what you're getting back into?
So currently I'm getting back to Freya skip. Freya is one of the lords. I was just around Sodora to grab items to upgrade my weapon, and now I need to kill this lord or skip it. I will attempt the skip. If I miss, I'm sorry, but I'll be fighting the boss. And that's it.
All the arachnophobic people in the chat are going to be glad you're trying to skip this boss.
Yeah, not gonna lie,
Because Freya is a very large spider.
Yeah, not gonna lie, but my feet are already raised, not touching the ground at all. That's the only way to play this part of the game.
Is without feet on the ground. I've never tried that. Maybe that's why I'm so inconsistent on Freya.
Yeah, I need to control what I'm clearing here, because I need a humanoid NPC, but I also need to clear all the spiders, because I need one dude to parry, and I can't be hit. I can get a hit during attempting the glitch. So yeah,
you can be hit. You can be hit after you start parry walking, and the enemies don't really bother you. But if they hit you while you're setting it up, then they will stagger you, and it won't work.
So I believe now it's fine. This is the hardest. This is the hardest boss skip
for sure. Yeah,
so
by far.
I'll be doing my best. Oops. Okay.
If you don't do the inputs for the parry walk right, you actually just riposte the enemy instead of jumping over them.
Come on, buddy.
Okay, so there we go. So now, again, we're running into the fog wall here, which is moving our character position through the boss arena, even though it looks like we're just stuck up against the fog gate.
Yeah.
So when we hit A to enter the mist, we're just going to slide across the arena.
Oh,
And
that's right.
This method
Let's
only
go.
works on bosses.
No.
Oh, you got the cutscene.
Yeah.
No, it worked, but I think you had to roll before the cutscene started playing.
Nah, it's actually what happens here is that this is basically the hardest skips in this part of the game. But basically, there is an animation of entering the fog wall, and what I need to do is like it at some point it is you can cancel the animation, but it's like a short frame. So what I need to do is, since the area is super wide, I need to charge enough momentum running into the fog wall. And when I have stacked a lot of momentum entering, and my momentum needs to carry me as fast as possible so I can still use the frames to cancel my animation on the other side of the arena. What happened there is that I probably didn't have enough momentum.
Yeah, because if you fully walk through the fog gate animation, when you get to the other side of it, I think that's when the cutscene will automatically play, regardless of where you are.
Yeah,
but that's okay. Freya's a mid-game boss, and we have a lot of stats, so we're able to just kill it.
Yeah, and the issue with that skips with cutscene is that you need to get it first right. If you miss it, you don't have the cutscene again. So once you failed it, it's over.
Yeah, there is a way to skip bosses that don't have cutscenes, but it is prohibitively slow.
Yes. Okay, so Freya is over. So now I will be heading to
Iron Keep, I guess, or Lost
Sinner.
So we have to fight all 4 lords or skip them, because the primal bonfires that we've been lighting, we need to light all 4. So I think this is the last one that's kind of difficult to skip. Iron King is pretty easy to skip, thankfully.
Yeah.
But we're going to get to do a really cool skip to get to Sinner as well, right? We're going to do Sinner skip.
Yeah. Come on, aggro me, please. Yeah.
So this is a really cool skip that we're going to get to use kind of cool glitch, ladder displacement. So first we're going to get to an area with a ladder, which, thankfully there's a hole in the wall here that leads us towards one. But one of the cool, like the parry walk glitch, like you're seeing us slide across arenas, and that's because when you run into something, you're storing your momentum. So one of the things that we're going to do here is we're going to store some momentum, and then when you grab onto the ladder, it's going to warp you into the it's basically going to warp you through the wall, and you're going to be grabbing the ladder in space, and you're going to get to slide down the ladder. So if we position ourselves just right, if we walk just far enough into the wall using the ladder.
Man, please. Brotherman, give me a good attack.
First we need the red attack. There we go. Now, you're going to climb up.
Get enough height to get over here.
Get onto this roof. And this is the ladder that you have it on leave. You have to back out once more. Or no, that's because you're in the air, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm still in Barry Walk.
Yeah, there we go.
Now I
do it once more.
Yeah, and now some prayers.
So he's going to run forward into the ladder for a little bit, and then it's like a time thing. You know how long you have to sprint for? Too far. We're going to have to try again.
Yeah, because I'm using a different stamina than what I'm used. This skip, for example, it's a little bit like hit or miss. I got a chance to redo it.
Yeah, but thankfully, when you quit out, it just brings you back to the ladder that you were clipping into. We're just going to try again.
Okay.
We're going to sprint into the ladder for a little bit here.
Oh, man.
As you can see, the movement is a little bit erratic.
Yeah. super clunky.
Yeah, because the game is trying to push you through a wall, but it won't let you.
Yeah, I believe this
Is that good?
will be fine.
Yeah. So now we're kind of in space, and we just get to slide down. You can basically slide down infinitely, but as soon as you start climbing up, you climb up over the ladder. So we got to slide all the way down to where the boss arena is, and then we're just going to get to drop down nicely onto this pathway.
Yeah.
And there we are.
There
We're at
we
the
go.
boss.
Yeah.
So that's Sinner Skip.
That was crazy.
We're also not gonna. I don't think we're gonna skip the boss fight, but it is possible using the cutscene skip.
Yeah, I would not.
It's pretty difficult though.
Yeah, this it's possible to skip this boss, but it's the enemy to parry walk here. It's so far away that
Yeah. You have to bait him really far. It's really hard.
It's like for a run like that is basically a waste of time.
Yeah. Again, unless like for whatever reason you need to skip the boss because the category you're doing says you have to do this boss after you do a later one. But for the most part, yeah, this is just a boss that you fight.
Yeah.
It's kind of damage-wise and health-wise, it's meant to be the first Lord Soul you fight, so she doesn't have very much HP.
Yeah.
So with a well upgraded weapon, we're able to shred her health, no problem.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's the third out of 4 bonfires.
One of my favorite skips, by the way.
The Lost Sinner skip, it's so good. I love all of them that you just like climb onto a ladder and slide into the void. They're all awesome.
Yeah. I will... No, I'm not supposed to level up anymore. I'll be getting...
Bright bugs, I guess.
Bright bugs, yes.
So we're buying an item here called a bright bug. It's a limited quantity item. You can only get a certain amount per new game cycle, but they're immensely strong. They give you 20% bonus damage done and 20% damage taken reduction. And they last 2 minutes. So you basically use them on all the hardest bosses, or all the bosses where you have bad stats, and it's a somewhat hard boss. And I think there's something like you can get like 20 per playthrough if you fully maximize it, but we usually only
20?
end up using like, I think so, because they reset after every Lord. And they reset after Velstat, and they reset after Giant Lord, I think, as well.
I feel like it's Mirror Knight, and I feel like it's a reset after Mirror Knight.
And there's some you can find in the world as well.
Yeah, and some you can find.
Yeah, and every reset is 3 more. So every Lord, and there's 4 Lords, is 12, and like you can get quite a few.
Already 3 when the game starts, yeah.
Yeah, you can get quite a few. We only end up using usually like between, like in all bosses, I think we use 8. So
yeah, we
definitely don't need as many as what exist. Oh, man. That was weird.
Yeah, I loaded the area. Was too far to the. Was too far to the right.
Are we doing Skelly Skip?
Yes, definitely.
Awesome. That's another great one.
I'll be trying to get the skip again. I believe it's faster than lowering the bridge.
Around. Yeah.
But at least I got the bonfire as a backup. Yo, buddy, come on. Do something?
Love when they AFK. It's my favorite.
Yeah. Okay, so this time, I don't know if it was a tree or if I was too far to the right. I know that if you touch a tree here, it will cause the game to load back. You don't want it.
Yeah.
For example, here, this is the bridge, and
yeah, the ground is going to load in beneath us
anytime soon.
Yeah, hopefully soon. Once the 28 seconds wears off, we just drop into the area and it loads in.
Yeah, and here I'll be doing the next skip is one of the hardest skip, I would say, hardest berry walk.
Yeah, I think like in terms of pathing and where you need to get to and how tight the time frame is, it's quite difficult.
Yeah.
So we're skipping
keyboard and mouse.
We're skipping to a boss that most people consider like one of the worst bosses, Skeleton Lords. It's a long fight. It's quite a long fight. It's annoying, and like we just don't want to do it. It's just pain. And the rapier is also an exceptionally bad weapon for fighting them.
Yeah. I didn't have a good angle here, but I think you'll be okay. Since I have enough stamina, I believe this will be
Yeah,
fine.
You've got a lot of stamina. Yeah, I think you'll be okay.
So basically,
Anubis in chat is asking what makes parry walking work, and the basic answer is when you riposte an enemy while jumping, the game gets confused.
Yeah,
and you basically are like riposting and jumping on an enemy at the same time or within a couple frames of each other, and the game gets confused. It locks your z-axis to wherever the parried enemy is. It locks your height to them, and it lets you just like freely move, but you can't jump or roll or use items or anything like that. You can just run, but it lets you kind of ignore a lot of stuff because the game doesn't really have collision as high up as you get to in a lot of cases.
I suppose it's about time I moved shop.
So you can just run through a lot of things.
Dude,
but it only
I've
lasts 28
so far
seconds.
Is that Nick is really good at moving, and the ground is merely an option.
Yeah, no. Walls are suggestions for sure.
Oh yeah.
This is a really easy skip that you can do. This is a really easy skip you can do. Anybody can do this. You just kind of jump into that rock, and they accidentally extended the floor collision a little too far. So if you jump into that rock, you just like land on floor, and you can just get out of bounds and skip a bunch of stuff.
Dude, for some ungodly reason, my game was dying a bit back there. But
yeah, your frame rate isn't too happy with you.
Yeah.
Here's my question. Mm-hmm. Here's my question. So this game is kind of notorious. A lot of people either really like it or really hate it. So my question for both of you is just like, why do you guys like Dark Souls 2?
For me, I like the base game. Like it's a lot of fun. I played it a lot. And when I was looking at games to learn to speedrun, I liked that. So like, it's only really in the last year or two that we've discovered a lot of this really insane stuff. When I first picked up Dark Souls 2, Scholar was basically glitchless. Beating the game in a speedrun was like, you just play the game kind of normally but fast, which was really fun. I enjoyed it. And then, we found all this really crazy stuff that really shortened the categories quite a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know what drove Nick to the game, but I know for me, I wanted to learn a game that wasn't glitch heavy to start with, because obviously that's intimidating.
Yeah. So my story with Dark Souls at all is like during the health situation in the past years, if you know what I mean. A friend of mine said, "Yo, dude, what do you think about playing Dark Souls? You have it already on Steam. Why don't you play it? It's super fun," and etc. And I'm like, yeah, 15 days. Yeah, I'll be playing it. And then I finished Dark Souls 1. I got all achievements, etc. And I was like, I was hungry for more. So I decided into playing Dark Souls 2. And dude, what is this? And
instant poison.
Yeah, in the first hours, first day of playing, I was like, dude, I hate Dark Souls 2. Why this game is so bad? And like, why I'm playing this? Dark Souls 1 was so much better. And once I finished Dark Souls 2 and I started playing Dark Souls 3, I was like, dude, Dark Souls 2 was my jam. Like, why on earth would I switch for between Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3? And I decided doing challenges. If you don't know about it, Dark Souls 2 is the only Dark Souls that have a built-in quote-unquote challenge inside the game. It have the rings quest. If you don't know about it, I will shortly explain it. It's basically if you finish the game without sitting in a bonfire, you get a ring that makes your right or left weapon invisible. And if you finish the game without dying, you get the ring that makes the other weapon invisible. So basically, there is a common challenge in Dark Souls 2 community that is the no death, no bonfire. And that was the first thing that I did once I finished Dark Souls 3. I came back to Dark Souls 2 and I was like, dude, I'm gonna do this challenge. And I did. Like in a few days, I watched a video on YouTube of a dude called Impa doing the challenge. I was like, dude, I can do this as well. Easy. Like no second thoughts. And I did. And that was basically the first time that I streamed in my life. And but I need to line myself here. And since then, Dark Souls 2 is my jam.
What we're doing here is going to be Old Iron King skip. We're not going to fight this boss. We're going to skip him.
Yeah, but I need to land on the
railing, right? Yeah.
Ooh, perfect. Yes.
Yeah, perfect. So now basically we're going to run through the air, like you'll see with many of the walls. Out this far, it doesn't have collision. You just walk right through it.
Man, where's my? Where's the thing?
Yours?
Okay, yeah.
There it is. You're good. Do you have time?
I hope so. I got the bonfire. So yeah, for some reason they did a room here. Like here, you can see the two fog walls. It's basically the entrance and the exit. So they did a room after the boss that has no roof. You can skip the boss.
So you just fall in behind the boss. Yep.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna light this. So this is gonna be an NPC we have to talk to. This is Aldia. Part of one of the quests that we're doing is that we have to talk to Aldia in 3 different locations. This is the first one. You just have to exhaust his dialogue. He asks a question usually. It doesn't matter what you answer. It doesn't affect the progression of the quest at all.
I forgot the DLC key. Yeah, I'll have to do the skip again.
No.
Yeah.
I gotta do skip again. That's right. The bonfire.
I forgot to get the DLC key. My bad.
It's okay.
It's a little bit of.
That's okay. DLC 2 is very fast key to get, thankfully. So
yeah. I was wondering, dude. I knew that I forgot something here. I didn't know what it was, but yeah, my bad, boys.
Oops. So DLC 2 key is pretty easy. It's just at the bottom of this pit. So you can do a plunge attack onto this lizard, and it makes you take no fall damage. Nick has enough health to survive that fall damage, but why bother? Why do it if you don't have to?
Yeah.
So then you just run down here, and the key's just on the ground. And this skips picking up a different key to get into this area the way you're supposed to.
Yeah. So let's go.
And
okay.
One more down.
Back in action.
Yep. So now we're on our way to the second DLC, which are you gonna fight bosses, or are you gonna come back later?
I'm gonna fight Fuminite.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you're gonna do that without a dark infusion.
Actually, no. I cannot fight him right now. I need to.
Maybe just pick up the foyer bonfire.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab the bonfire right next to him. Back later.
So we just have to do this nice skip again.
Yeah. Man. Come on. Ooh.
These guys are pretty hard to parry.
Can you be more gentle, please?
There we go. Oh, get it?
Oh, no, not enough height. Yeah. Not enough height.
Yeah, you need to land on the railing to get enough height.
Yeah. That's a bummer.
Yes, it is.
Well, I think fighting Yoink, but I want to skip a boss, dude. Like, come on.
I know. Yeah. You had to fight every lord. You got to skip one.
Yeah. Come on, here, please. Yes. Now attack me. And now.
I think that looks good.
Yes.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that's good. Okay.
Inside the tower, turn to the right.
Yeah.
And go right
Perfect.
through the thing. Yeah, a little bit of backtrack. My bad.
Oh, things get forgotten. It happens, right?
Yeah.
So now we just have to stand here, wait for the parywalk to expire. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to break it early in a situation like this.
Yeah. Alright, talk to audio, but I'll get the primer just in case. Now I'm entering DLC 2.
So there's nothing here in terms of like items that will greatly increase our damage, but we are coming here to pick up some bonfires so we can warp back and fight some bosses later. Or just one boss, I think, in this one.
Yeah, just one boss.
But we get to do a really cool skip to get there.
Yeah, I already fought most of them. Okay, yeah, it's fine.
So this is definitely I would say this is the DLC that is kind of the most skippable, no matter if
Yeah.
you're using glitches or not.
Yeah.
With glitches, it's insane. You know, you're able to like go anywhere, anytime you want. But even without glitches, because it's so vertical and there's so many ways to reduce fall damage in Dark Souls 2, you can really just like jump past everything. You basically don't have to interface with this level at all. So we're able to just kind of drop down. We're going to throw an alluring skull here to attract the enemies away so we can pull on this lever. There's a jump here that if you get a baby jump, it just kills you, so we call it the leap of faith. But we've, as a community, we've approved a baby jump fix for current patch. I don't know if it works for old patch, but for current patch, we have ways to avoid it. And then we're doing a skip here that's going to basically just bring us right to the boss we want to fight.
Come on, man. Buddy?
Man, he is not cooperating.
Yeah. But I'm missing as well, man.
Yeah.
Take it, dude.
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
okay.
And now... No! I'm not high enough. Ugh.
Oh, okay. It's okay. Thankfully, we can just do it again.
Yeah. Man, what?
Oh,
What? What?
Insane.
Stop, please. Please.
this is just like a classic Dark Souls 2 moment.
Yeah. I'll throw a littering skill here. Just you. Yo, buddy. Come on.
He's being attracted by the skull. Okay.
Okay. Come on. Mate, are you kidding me? Like,
Oh no.
I don't know why my character is getting that high. And I believe it's because of the firebomb.
Yeah, might be pushing you up slightly.
What a cursed enemy, man. Dude! No, wait. I will have to finish one of those. Yeah. Died. Classic.
Okay.
Hey, number 3.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go.
For anyone that is
Yep.
just joining us here, this is Oops You Died weekend. We are celebrating the Dark Souls and Soulsbourne franchise here on GDQ Hotfix. Right now, we got Nick Style running Dark Souls 2.
Oh, man. No, dude. Come on. Don't make me
You got this.
go through this again.
Okay. Enemy's dead. Oh no.
Yeah, choked. Ugh. Painful,
Oh
dude.
my god.
Yeah.
The meltdown.
Yeah.
Meltdown.
No, I need to reset. It's all in my mind, dude. I need to reset a little bit.
Yeah, you
I
got
need to
this. You're
calm
good. You're good.
down. Those enemies, man. Wait. I'll come back later, man. I will do this later. I don't need you. That's...
We do the skip later. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, I don't need to do this right now.
Just go to Velstadt.
I will... Yeah, I will go all the way to Velstadt. Yeah, I don't need to fight these things now. Yeah, that's the whole thing.
It's okay. It's okay. That's just to unlock another bonfire, so
Yeah, I'm gonna push this part of the game. I need dude, come on.
why didn't he?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's really weird.
It just shut off.
At first it was like
I don't
is
have-
At first I was like, is he because of King's Ring? But you don't have King's Ring. yet.
Yeah. Oh, mispressed. Come on, buddy.
Okay, so
So for
this
the people
is
that are just joining us here, can you explain what you just did there, Nick? Where you parry skipping or your parry jumping?
Yeah, so that's a glitch called party walk, parry walk in general, but we call it party walk in current patch. So basically, I'm reposting an enemy with a jump and attack at the same frame, not same frame, but like one frame apart, precisely. So I basically I'm making the game lost in like what he should do with my character, and this pushes me. This locks my axis, and dude, and I'm able to fly, more or less, for 30 seconds. Game is
you're
not
getting like omega
Game
bad
is-
luck right now.
game is not working properly here. It's the marathon luck. Thank God.
Yeah, this is insane. So what he just did there was Dragon Rider skip, where he skipped a boss, as well as skipped basically an entire level of going to get a key. And then you landed in the hallway to this boss. This boss is a perfectly consistent AI loop. Basically, he does his lightning attack there, and if you stick to his shield and then hit him with 4 or 5 attacks, he'll immediately do the lightning attack again, and then you can just stick to his shield and just spin around with him.
Yeah. Dude, for some reason, like, I don't know why the horses aggroed me there.
I don't know. You're
So
having some
confusing.
insane GDQ luck right now.
Yeah.
It's a roller coaster.
We're heading into what is frequently considered the worst area in the game by a lot of people. Shrine of Amana, everybody's favorite. Are we frog skipping? I guess you have to grab the twin blade while you're here.
Yeah. I don't know if I should go for the first. Dude, why my frame rate
I don't
is fine? Like,
It's feeling like a grab every bonfire kind of day.
yeah. I don't know why, man. Like it's It's odd. My
It's
game
okay.
is
No worries.
yeah.
you're
My
doing
game
great.
is not properly running, but that's fine.
It might be like streaming,
I will go
Sharing
through
to-
it.
sharing to Discord, and all the stuff we're doing, right? But this part of the level is basically okay. You just kind of run through and dodge some enemies. But this next part of the level is there's about 15 mages that all shoot
okay.
missiles at you from basically everywhere in the map the whole time. It's pretty hard to avoid all the missiles.
Yeah, dude. Not. Oh man, it's so odd. I would do a quick alt F4 here, man.
Just for yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Let me
you can
refresh my
reset your frame
game.
rate. Yeah.
Yeah, let me refresh my game. It's so odd.
Getting frame drops is pretty rough in this game because if you hit an input while your frames are dropping, the input just doesn't register.
So odd. Never had this. A sip of water. Okay.
So what we're going for here is we're just going to try to make our way through Shrine of Amana to the second fog gate. And after the second fog gate in this area, there is a weapon that we need to pick up that we're going to be fighting some DLC bosses with. Nick is pushing this enemy up onto this path because that'll give him enough height to get over some of the areas that he's trying to skip here with this parry walk. So we're gonna go kind of around the second fog gate and just be on the far side of it.
It took a long to load. Ugh. Okay, I will be passing this the OG way.
Okay, we're just gonna do it the normal way. So
Yeah.
probably gonna kill one or two enemies here, and then we're gonna make a run for that fog gate. Might have to buy some healing.
Thank God I have 20 ADP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we made it through. First try.
Yeah, I need a little bit of luck here, right? It can be all unlucky all the way, right?
So picking up this weapon here, we're going to pick up the Red Iron Twin Blade here. It's in the middle of this room, and there is a lot of enemies. They're all going to be shooting missiles.
Yeah, I will be...
We just have a quick question from chat and also me. At what point do you normally...
Yeah, okay. Oh, cool.
I was just
What was that,
curious to
sorry?
know at what point you normally like level up, or do you just not need to anymore?
I'm not using my souls anymore. I was just grabbing it because of items if I need to buy anything else. But I'm not planning of using my souls actually.
Yeah,
There you
most routes and this is true basically every Souls game, is most routes have fixed points where they use their souls, and they're basically piling up souls in between, and then they use them only when is needed, and then after a certain point you stop using them, but you obviously keep accumulating them as you do more things.
Yeah, I'll be in a mission here grabbing this.
Got the weapon.
Yeah.
Maybe we live. Looking good. Oh, you got the poke though.
That's fine. I will fight
okay.
Frog. I will not skip him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to redo skips. I want to just
Basically, the only reason we would have for souls anymore is just to buy some healing, because we're pretty low on life gems right now. So but
Yeah.
they're really cheap. They're only 300 each, and bosses at this point in the game are giving 30 to 40,000 souls. So this is Demon of Song, pretty easy boss, really scripted. Does a big attack usually, then you kind of have to hit his face there. When he pulls the little mask shut, you can't do damage to him anymore until he opens it again. But he doesn't have much health, and his attacks are really, really telegraphed. So
Yeah. Okay, so I will. Ugh. Problem is that I'm still using the 6 rapier, man. I need to upgrade this thing.
yeah, you can fight Velstadt with it. I think you just might have to fight some phase 2 Velstadt.
Yeah, this will be hard.
Maybe it's a bright bug spot.
I believe I will warp +10, get back, fight Velstadt and Vendrick with and like then buy infusions later.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess Vendrick will have less defense than all bosses. So with just Dark Weapon +10 should be okay.
Yeah. Faster elevator, please. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, some very long elevators in the second half of this game.
Yeah. Here is the second part
So
of
this is the second Aldia. Yeah. So we have to talk to him here and then once more. And then after we talk to this Aldia, we're just going to warp to a blacksmith to upgrade the weapon to +10.
Yeah, faster, man. Gotta do some things.
Yeah. Thankfully, once we do this this part with Velstadt, I think we're basically in, clean up the DLC bosses portion.
Yeah. I mean, this is the less this is more or less the last segment of buying and selling stuff. Just gotta go fast. Okay. Now I'm just gonna
We got our +10 rapier.
finally. Now I'm gonna grab items, fight bosses.
Are there items to grab in Decrypt? I think it's just King's Ring.
Mushrooms.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're gonna buy mushrooms. Yeah.
Okay.
We could do another fun parry walk skip in this area as well. So the mushrooms that we're buying are a healing item. They're called Elizabeth mushrooms. They basically just give you a slow heal that lasts for about a minute. And unlike the life gems, with a life gem, if you ever hit 100% HP, the heal over time cancels on a life gem. The mushrooms do not. So you can use one when you're at full health, and when you get hit, you'll have healing rolling already. And it's another one of those items that's pretty limited quantity per playthrough. There's 13 that this vendor sells, and there's a few that you can pick up through the world, but there isn't a huge number of them available. So we try to use them for certain bosses that are quite challenging. So you can use those plus life gems and have a lot of rolling healing over time. Then we're going to parry this guy. We're going to do a little parry walk because this skips us having to go through this entire area to get to the far side of this this gap. Instead, we can just walk over the gap with the parry walk.
Good old optional floors.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're our favorite kind of floors.
So here I just need to prepare a bit.
Gonna bright bug in the fight.
Yeah. Okay.
No problem. This is Scholar. It's easy to get into Velstadt's room.
Yeah.
So this is the first fight in the game we're using a bright bug for. A big reason for that is Velstadt is pretty resistant to dark type damage, and our weapon is currently infused with dark. We use dark weapon on it, so he's pretty resistant to our damage, so we want to just use a bright bug to build up our damage a little more. I don't know with this build, but there is a pretty consistent way to fight Velstadt with sending him into his transition phase where you can kind of just like hammer on him. But it's different for every build. It's at a certain percentage of health he starts his phase transition. And then we're going to fight Vendrick. And Vendrick doesn't fight back at first. You have to hit him a few times. But then once you hit him enough... Oh man, the damage is still rough.
Nah, it's fine. Almost 300. Way better than...
It's better than all bosses. I guess all bosses is 220.
Yeah.
So Vendrick is the boss that we've been gathering all these souls of a giant for. So Vendrick starts with 32 times base defense, and for every soul of the giant you have in your inventory, it's divided by 2. So with one giant soul, it's 16 times. With 2, it's 8 times. We have 4, so he just has 2 times normal defense. It only works up to a maximum of 5. His defense doesn't go negative. So we don't do very much damage to him because he has double defense, but we're used to doing it much worse than this.
Yeah. I'm also not using the perfect
Leo,
stats of Leo Ring and etc. So
yeah, we normally only fight this guy in all bosses, and we have a better build to fight him with in all bosses.
And
But nice and easy.
This is
That was
the
actually
King
a really
Vendrick.
good fight.
Jiggy, if you remember the lore, he was the dude who fought the giants.
Yes.
That was the king, and then we have the king that you fought 6 times, and then we have the first giant. Because they all seem very similar.
The giant lord that we fought 6 times, he was like the king of the giants that the king of this land went to fight.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Makes sense.
It all, it's timey-wimey. Don't worry about it too much.
Okay.
A little bit of Back to the Future.
So now we're going to finally infuse our weapon. We're going to infuse the weapon with lightning, and we're going to upgrade our red iron twin blade to +10 and infuse that as well. So there's a vendor in this game, Cloanne, who you can send back from one of the areas, and as you beat more bosses and progress further in the game, she sells more and more upgrade materials. And after you beat Velstadt, she sells infusion stones, and she sells all levels of upgrade material, so you can upgrade a weapon to +10 purely from her, basically.
Yeah. And now that
So now we have 2 infused +10 weapons. We're just going to kill this guy, get him out of the way, and then we're going to do this skip, and it's going to work this time.
yeah.
Down to 1. No life gems, though. Freaking me out here,
No
buddy.
regular, but like
Yeah, I know you bought some radiants, but
okay.
we're going
Please
to do this
work
parry walk.
time.
Surely, this time it will work.
No, I'm too high. Wait. Dude. Okay.
Do you have to pull him down the stairs?
No, it's something landing like here at the end of the.
Maybe it's that you're landing on the pillar a little bit or something.
Yeah.
That is a great question, though. As somebody who has not played Dark Souls 2, how far into the game are we at this point, technically?
We are really deep into the game.
Yeah, so this is the DLC. The DLC is tuned for endgame, and we've already done everything in the base game needed to beat the game. We just have to go to the final boss. So right now we're just doing DLC bosses, and then we're going to go to the final boss.
Yeah. Please, come on, mate, buddy.
It's kind of hard to explain because we did it all out of order, but
Yeah.
Velstadt is about 75% of the way through the base game, but the giant lord that we killed right at the start, he's like 90% of the way through the base game.
Okay, now I hope that
Hopefully.
dude, why I'm not under the floor? I don't know. I don't know why.
Maybe try pull him down the stairs. Just maybe pull him down the stairs.
Nah, if I poop down,
Because that'll definitely work.
I just go back to the normal level. The mysteries.
I don't understand this game sometimes.
No, definitely. I need to land on the ceiling just right. Was before the oink. No, come on, man, please.
For everyone that's just joining us here, this is Oops, You Died weekend on GDQ Hotfix. We got some incredible Dark Souls runs coming at you all week. This one being Dark Souls 2 with Nick Style.
Yeah, okay. Now it will work. I'm 100% sure.
What did you do different?
It gotta work, dude. Yes! Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
So we clipped under the floor. So now we just can slide down, and we're gonna be sliding for a little while.
What a thrill.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, the guy in chat who just said we're carving these enemies up. It's because we're in an end game build with end game weapon and stats, and this game has like some insane ability to stack damage multipliers. So like we have just multipliers on multipliers, which is why our damage is so nuts. But we're just going to slide here for a little bit longer. We're sliding all the way down. This fog gate that we're coming up on here, this is the boss that we need to fight.
Yeah.
Would you say that you're still in a dream?
No.
This whole game is a dream.
Yeah. This whole experience is out of this world. Of this world.
At least one person in chat got my joke. One person. You don't have to laugh, but I know you know it.
Okay, so here
I'm just gonna say.
So this boss that we're about to fight is Fume Knight. He is pretty widely considered for like casual playthrough the hardest boss in the game. I think we're probably gonna carve him up pretty good, but he's still hard. He hits really hard. He's pretty fast, and you have to be pretty careful. But we have really good damage. We have really good stats. So we're going to do a lot of damage to him too. It's basically just like, don't make too many mistakes and keep him away from the edges of the room because there's a bunch of statues out there that will heal him.
my favorite attack.
The big slow sweep thing.
Oof. Yeah, okay.
Nice fight. That was really good.
Yeah.
Wow.
You got really
That was
good
fast.
RNG there.
Yeah.
Yeah, really
And
good
here-
RNG. That
Big claps
big
in the
slow
chat for
sweep
that
attack
one.
he does.
And here I just
Huge
grabbed the
clap.
first crown.
Yeah. So one of the things we're doing in this route is we're getting the King's Crown, which is we have to kill all 3 final DLC bosses and then get the crown behind them, and then we have to take them all to the ghost of King Vendrick, and he makes a perfect crown for us.
Yeah.
What makes the crown perfect?
His magical blacksmith skills makes it perfect, and it makes it so when you die, you don't lose health anymore
Yeah.
So
if you're wearing it.
you die, but you don't lose health, meaning you just don't die.
Oh no, the death mechanics in this game are when you die, your max health gets reduced
Oh.
by 5% every time you die, up to a maximum of 50. So with if you're wearing the crown, you don't get the health penalty when you die anymore.
Is there a way to circumvent that? Like, can you get max health back?
Yeah, there's items in the game called human effigies that when you use them, it resets your health back to max.
Okay, so they kind of took that for Dark Souls 3 with the whole, human thing, right?
It's similar to how embers work in Dark Souls 3 a little bit. It's a little different. Dark Souls 3, you get like a 20% bonus when you use an ember, but when you die, you just lose the whole bonus, but further deaths don't reduce your health any more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But the in all 3 games, going into like human form in Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, with like humanity in Dark Souls 1 and human effigies in Dark Souls 2 and embers in Dark Souls 3 are all required for online play. So it's kind of a multiplayer item to a level as well. So if you want to do co-op with your friends, or if you want to do PvP, you need to be in human form. So the boss we're about to fight is a big cat. You can fight her invisible. It's actually the fastest way to do it, but it's really hard. So instead, we're just going to use a nice parry walk, and we're going to go get the item that makes it so you can see her. Once this guy attacks, he likes to wait for a while.
I'm missing berries, man. What?
You're not missing parry walks very much, but you're missing a lot of parry.
Paris, yes. I feel it's because of the shield. Maybe they should animate. Oh,
yeah,
dude, come on. Be cool.
I know you do a lot of.
I don't think you have enough shields, and that's the reason why you're missing them. You need more.
I think different shields in this game have different parry properties. Like they have different timings of the parry windows, and I think Nick might be used to using Buckler, which has the biggest window. Oh no, he's poisoned. That's not good.
I believe he will not die with it. Mate, please.
It's gonna be close.
And there we go. Once again,
he died.
Button.
Yeah, he died, but. Am I too high?
Yeah, floors are once again optional, as usual. You have a cat ring. That should be a survivable fall.
Yeah.
You might have to heal before you drop down further, though.
Yeah.
Maybe like with a dragon charm or something. Yeah.
Oh no, dude! Come on.
Not. Okay. That also can happen.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Yeah, I was facing. I was not expecting a momentum.
An automatic roll. Yeah.
Yeah, momentum there. Yeah. Okay. Let me speed through this. Should I fight Invisible Avaluf?
I mean, it's a sick fight. Like,
yeah, I would give it a go
for the fans. You know.
Yeah. Okay. Chat. Here's the thing. I'll be trying to fight Invisava. I will change a bit my volume. I will be silent here because I need to listen to the thing. Let me fix my inventory and let's go. It's been a while since I did this fight Invisible. Yeah. Well, let's see what I can pull off.
So this is a big cat boss that you won't be able to see very much of, but fighting invisible is quite fast, but it's obviously difficult because you can't see the boss. So let's let Nick have his focus time.
Dude!
Whoa, that was a sick roll! That roll was sick!
Oh my god!
That was so sick!
Let's get some chat for that one.
Dude, that was... Dude.
You should get some healing items before you fight Burnt Ivory King.
I will use all I have here. Dude, yeah, that was really, really sick.
Yeah, that was a good fight too. It was pretty fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the cat is invisible because there's an item in the level called Eyes of the Priestess that makes the cat able to be seen, but picking him up is optional. You can fight the boss without him. And it's kind of out of the way to go get him, so it's fast to just fight the boss if you know the attacks. now after we beat the boss here, we talk to this lady, and she unfreezes the path forward, which also breaks a lot of other ice in the level that we don't care about. And we go to fight the final boss of this DLC, Burnt Ivory King. This is hardest boss in the run by far. There's a lot of ways in the game to make this boss easier, but they're all slow. So we like going fast. So there's these 3 portals here that all summon ads. We have to kill, I believe it's 8 ads to spawn the boss. And we start with 1 knight on our side. Or there's 4 portals and we start, no, it's 3. It is 3. So we start with 1 knight on our side, and at some point during this phase, he's going to sacrifice himself to freeze one of these portals shut. You can actually go and find more knights in the level, and it'll freeze up all the portals, which is good because when you fight the boss, if there's portals unfrozen, they keep spawning ads that interfere with your fight with the boss, which is why this is such a difficult fight. One really nice thing, though, is we have this red iron twin blade, which does a tremendous amount of stagger damage, and it can really lock these enemies down.
So after this boss, you're heading to the final boss of the game?
There's going to be 2 more bosses before the final boss.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to... I think we're going to extend a little bit. Is that okay, Jiggy? If we do, like...
It should be. Let me just confirm.
Yeah.
Like how much longer do you think, out of curiosity?
Ilana and Sin is pretty quick.
Pretty quick, yeah.
As long as you first try both of them, it's probably 4 or 5 more minutes to do those 2. They're like one after the other immediately. They're pretty close.
Ooh.
So this is Burnt Ivory King. The actual fight against this boss is not that hard. It's really just these other ads interfering that makes the fight hard. It's really easy to get comboed and hit by the boss, and then 1 or 2 of the ads
So jumpy,
jump
man.
your health down. Yeah, he's jumping a lot too. This is one of those fights that you can either do with the rapier or the red iron twin blade. Rapier's better for fighting the boss, but it's harder because it's not as good at controlling the small enemies.
Oh, no. Okay.
Oh, it's not great.
Yeah.
Good roll.
YOLO.
Yes.
Nice,
Okay.
nice.
Perfect. Yeah, good. That's really good. That was a fight that we were worried that we would be stuck on for a few deaths, so getting it first try is really good.
Yeah. YOLO bait.
So
Okay, yeah. What do you say, Jiggy? Do I have time for?
I think we can keep on going. I would say, like, we can at least first try the bosses, that'd be
Okay.
cool.
Okay. I'll do my best.
thankfully, the next boss isn't too hard.
Yeah, no,
First
it's
try. Ilana should be. I know we don't quite have the same damage we're used to, but Ilana should still be pretty easy.
Yeah. It's really quick.
Yeah, we just have to run down towards her.
You're up. Drop down here. Here. Grab my bow. Oh. Grab this, buddy.
And we do get another pretty crazy skip to get to Ilana, which is fun.
And I need you to be fast because your friend is oh man. Okay.
Friend is here. It's okay.
Your friend
Kill
say
his friend.
up with charge
That was-
attacks, please.
Omega early parry. And oh,
Come on, buddy. Oh. Buddy, please. You're making me go through some painful moments. Dude, why you delay your attacks this much?
He's trying to be like an Elden Ring enemy, you know? Delay the attacks like crazy. I mean, give him a punch. That'll get him up right away.
I can't hit him. His hitbox
Oh,
is
he's too low down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man.
Oh
Dude.
my god.
Is this character a different animation? Like does he work different from the other enemies in
I
the
don't
game?
know. You parry walked one earlier
Yeah.
because he had to get that other bonfire.
Is there another one from here? Another one that I could use? No, it's just this one. It has to be him. Oh, yeah. No,
No.
I will go straight to the end. Not take a while. I will not prolong this one. Yeah. Unfortunately, couldn't finish the 3 crowns, but that's okay. Showed a lot of cool stuff, and Invisava was a show by itself, right?
Oh, Invisava is always a treat. That's one of the coolest fights to watch. Just fighting an invisible boss. Very cool.
Oh yeah, that cat fight was crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so I will be heading to the end
We're
of the
just
game.
heading to the final boss, and then we're done.
This is the final fights, the final moments.
Yeah. Yeah.
My gear is ready. I have red bugs. I have everything that I need.
Compared to some of the crazy stuff we've done, this is just going to feel so...
Yeah, so easy. This is gonna just feel so out of place. Like the DLC bosses are so much harder than the base game ones. The next boss fight will be like what you're supposed to be fighting before the credits, and you guys can see like how easy it will be compared to the boss that I just fought. Burnt Ivory King is in a whole nother level of difficult. It's like the hardest boss in the game by like miles. If you are some like at some point when you are speedrunning Dark Souls 2, you get the feeling that like when you're doing an all boss run, Burnt Ivory King is not the final boss. So it's like one of the final bosses, like at least final 6 maybe. So after Burnt Ivory King, you feel such a relief that you're gonna probably finish your run.
Yeah, like the only thing left that can kill your run after Burnt Ivory King is Dark Lurker or the dungeons.
Yeah.
But like Burnt Ivory King is just so much harder than everything else before or after it.
Yeah, so here basically is the Throne Watcher and Defender. They are guarding protecting the final boss, should I say?
So the Dark Souls 2 is kind of unusual as well in that like this room is the final boss room, but you have to fight 2 bosses to get credits and 3 bosses to get the kind of true ending. So like you just fight the boss, and then after it dies, you just get another cutscene, and then you just fight the next boss. And this is the final boss for the purposes of like any percent just to get an ending. You fight Nishandra. She's the queen, but she's also, lore-wise, she's a fragment of Manus from Dark Souls 1. So you have to fight her. She's trying to like take power or whatever. I don't know. She's evil. You have to kill her. And then if you talked to Aldia. Oh, you didn't talk to Aldia in Dragon Shrine.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it, guys. That's the credits.
Yeah. So if we had talked to Aldia in the 3rd location, which was forgotten, and if you kill Vendrick, and if you light all 4 primal bonfires, then you fight Aldia as the last boss.
Jesus. Okay.
But we didn't do that. We missed the step.
Ending.
Oops.
Perfect ending.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's it. Dark Souls 2 cool things present.
That was pretty cool. Nick, you absolutely annihilated that. The frame perfect tricks after frame perfect tricks. That was really incredible. Thank you for this awesome run. It's really awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm still amazed with the Invis cat fight. Like,
it's unreal. It was so good.
I know that like for most people, like we'll watch the fight and be like, "Oh, that's a sick fight. We went with this cat." Yeah, that happened. But also there was an attack during the run that it's basically a charge attack, and I couldn't see the animation, and I managed to dodge it. So it was like for a fight for a run would be like so hype, so hype, and I'm glad that I managed to go through the Burnt Ivory King with all deaths, Fuminite with all deaths. Those fights were really good, and yeah, I'm once again I'm happy of being part of a GDQ event, and yeah, thank you so much, Lou, for being here with me, and thank you, Jiggy.
No worries.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much, Nick. This was absolutely incredible. And thank you, Luth. I appreciate that. Everyone who's watching here, definitely go give Nick_style a follow right in the title of the show. You can hover over his name and click that follow button. Nick, before we go, tell everybody what are you up to on your show? What do you stream? What are you doing?
So currently I've been practicing for Brazilian Marathon, and I'll be doing a reverse boss order, which is basically all bosses, but going from the credits all the way to the start. And if you wanna catch some me practicing, me talking about it, doing runs, you can follow me at twitch.tv/Nick_style.
Amazing. And Luth, what about you? What are you up to?
I am currently in between runs because I need a new controller and I haven't bought one yet. And I don't stream super regularly, but people can follow me if they want to, and they'll be notified whenever I do rarely go live.
Amazing. All right. Well, thank you very much for this incredible Dark Souls 2 run. Stick around, everybody. Up next, we're moving on to the next game, Dark Souls 3, which sounds tricky. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. GDQ Hotfix. Oops, you died weekend.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to Oops, You Died Weekend here on the GDQ Hotfix. We have some more runs coming at you today. More runs. We have Dark Souls 3 with Sounds Tricky coming at you. We have Bloodborne, all bosses hitless. And then we're ending off tonight with Lobos Jr. and Dark Souls Randomizer. But hey, if you're watching the GDQ channel, that means that you might like speedruns. Well, guess what? Our main line event, AGDQ 2025, is coming this winter. Registration is now opened, and the hotel registration will open September 14th. So I would love to see you there. Please come by gamesdonequick.com for more information on that. But let's get into this. Sounds tricky. Are you ready for some Dark Souls 3? I'm not getting this chair back. This is going to be the rest of the stream.
You got to let the dog have the chair. I am ready whenever you guys are. We can do the countdown.
Yeah, I would say just like a quick thing here is just like we're here with Sounds Tricky and we're here with Mad Apocalypse. Just tell us what we're going to see here before you get rocking and rolling.
So we're going to see Dark Souls 3, all bosses. All the bosses will die, DLC included. This is going to be the first live event, I believe, where the new glitches will be showcased. There's been some revolutionary tech that's come through this last year, and it'll be fun to show off.
The new stuff.
The new.
Amazing. All right, whenever you're ready.
All right, so I'll count down 3, 2, 1, start.
So the new stuff involves a lot of ladders. So you'll see that ladders are incredibly broken in this game and create a lot of funny business.
Yep. And we'll give a small teaser about what they're kind of capable of in Highwall. And then once we get to the cathedral, we'll really see what they're all about.
So starting off in the graveyard here, Tricky is removing his helmet and his chest piece armor there. It's to ensure that his equipment load is under 30%. That'll let him do the light roll, which when he falls off a ledge here, he'll get the maximum rolling distance. So It's keeps him pretty fast, because if you're above 30%, you do a medium roll and you don't gain as much distance. So whenever you want to roll and you're in a running segment, you want the faster roll.
Hot speed tech.
And just like that, he's already to the first boss.
And with this boss, the entire goal is to guide him to the door. Otherwise, like, he dies really fast. So you look for time saves wherever you can with this fight. Funny attack.
There's a certain hit count that he's looking for here, because he's going to take advantage of the dagger mechanics in this game. So during the phase change, he's going to do a couple attacks. And then he's going to hit another charged R2, let him jump, and then when he lands, he's going to be able to stagger him here, and he's going to take bonus damage here.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Tricky, you are now officially past where I made it in Dark Souls 3.
Let's go. This is the farthest I've ever made it.
That's that is the I could not beat Gunder, and so I quit and played Dark Souls 1.
He's kind of a jerk. He's a pretty good first boss, because he really sets you up to what you should expect when you play this game. The bosses are a bit more chaotic. Somehow, as the game has matured and we've developed strategies, a lot of the bosses have become pretty scripted, which is really nice. It makes running the game a lot comfier than it used to be.
Especially with the past year, like even before I started running again, we added Prisoner's Chain into the later part of the run. So we get to, that is kind of a vitality tool, and then we get to take some of those extra levels and dump them into decks, which has made scripting even easier. It's awesome.
What he did in the Firelink Shrine there was he did a little shopping, and he got himself a dagger, and then he infused his short sword with fire, and he's going to take advantage of that here shortly at the next boss. The dagger he's going to use for movement tech in the middle of the run as well. So as he runs through High Wall, he's kind of doing a couple errands as he goes to the first boss here.
The first is going to be the lightning resin, and like by normal means you wouldn't be able to apply that to the fire short sword, but we'll use some speedrun magic to do that. And before that, the reason I have the short sword out so early and the reason I'm two-handing it, we're going to do a frame trick on top of a ladder, and I'm going to show you guys some funny business. Which has also been like a bit of a game changer for High Wall. It's still dangerous, but it gets rid of one of the more intense skill checks by climbing the ladder with the hollows down there.
Dark Souls 3-minute reset. All right, so what he did that was very hard to see what he did. He made the game think he's on the ladder. So now when he quits out after grabbing these throwing knives, he's going to reload the game and he's going to be back on the ladder. He tricks the game into thinking he's on the ladder. So see, he's back here.
Yay, we teleported. There is a small fall damage cancel here, but I'm gonna chicken out.
Understandably.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't just do the no, it's faster to do it this way, huh?
And a fall damage cancel, basically you can like roll in the air. So imagine you're dodging gravity. That's the simplest way to explain it.
You can dodge gravity in this game.
Yeah. Another cool thing, we're going to talk to Emma, and using the mouse wheel, you can skip a bunch of dialogue. Or like, skip through it, rather.
He has bound confirmation on his mouse wheel, so you can spam confirmation really fast by scrolling your mouse wheel. Another trick he just did right there is when you have a fire infused short sword, you can't actually apply resin to it. So when you use the resin, you get like a butt scratch animation. So what he's doing is he's activating the item to allow him to essentially dupe it here, because he dropped it and then he used the item. So now his fire infused short sword has the resin. He's going to do big damage to Bort here with it, while not using any resin at all. So as he picked up 2 again. The strat here is you want to stagger Vort on the phase change, so you don't even see his phase 2.
Oh, this is a little sus.
This is one of my favorite songs
Crazy.
in the entire Dark Souls franchise.
Yeah, it's a good meme song.
It is the meme song. You are correct.
All right, a little shaky, but he got through it.
Yeah. That the smush attack that he did on me kind of started a ripple effect there, but it's fine. He died fast enough. Vort is just one of those bosses where, in this category especially, he's always a bit of a heck.
Yeah, you'll go too fast. You'll try to be too fast on him, and ironically enough, when you go too fast, the boss punishes you. So you have to find that sweet spot between speed and technique to, speed and I don't even know what the word is, but you get what I'm trying to say. There is a sweet spot for staggering Vort.
It's funny how there's a few fights where like speed meets technique and like going too hard can result in bad things. Like Half-Light and Osiris are other bosses that I can think of where you can kind of messed up by just not like taking a moment and let the boss do its jank. So more important than the lightning resin, we're going to be picking up charcoal pine fire. And I'm pretty sure with the lightning resin, Matt, it splits damage, right? So we're basically be using straight up fire on the fire gem short sword, and we're going to be doing much more damage.
Yeah, it's especially potent against Greatwood, who's weak to fire, which is the next boss coming up.
Big tree.
This item right here with the lizard is one of the most important items to the run. It's the sharp gem. He'll use that on his twin blades when he gets them later. Here's a funny guy coming up here. You have to wait a second right here. Like, you have to delay your walking to bait that hammer guy out of the door, or else he'll just block your way, and you'll have a bad time at that door.
Yet another situation where going too fast will punish you. And we're going to do another one of these toggle roll tricks. The item's queued. I won't be duplicating it here, though. It's a little bit faster to duplicate it in a different arena. You can kind of like min-max your stamina, like small nerd stuff.
They have like a whole 1 second. Oh, this looks good. So the ads in this fight, the extra enemies, they're the most annoying part of this. They really spoil your day if they have a certain mood, but it looks like they're being really nice here. So as you can see, the fire damage lets him just bully the tree. It pops little balls here, and it's what causes him to lose a ton of damage really fast.
And time to count. 1, Mississippi 2, Mississippi 3. We did
One
it!
of those Mississippi counters.
Yep, I'm invoking the state of Mississippi in order to reliably land Greatwood skip. So basically, when you quit out in a boss arena when the boss is active, you end up outside of the arena because it's something called unstable ground. So we time the boss's death with a jump in the air, and we basically teleport outside the arena with the boss being dead. Very, very cool skip. A very subtle thing I did there as well that I did not know you could do without quitting out at the door, because that's another thing. We use in-game time generally for the leaderboards on the runs. For the event, you have to use real time. I'm quitting out at this door just to make it a little bit easier to get down the elevator. But we have a strat for the evangelist there on post quitting out the door, where you can use your camera to keep them off of the screen and then bring them on at a particular time, and they will fall off the bridge. And it makes running through there, especially without skulls a lot safer. But you can do it without quitting out at the door, I discovered very recently.
It's taking advantage of how the game handles off-screen actors. When enemies are off-screen, it actually reduces their frame rate, and when their frame rate gets all funky, they start having erratic movement. It's the same issue that happens with the teleporting dogs, but that's like a whole other can of worms.
Yeah. That's very funny, actually. I quit out at that door. I'm so used to quitting out at doors. That was purely muscle memory. We didn't need to do that for the event. But a little taste of what DS3 runs are like, I guess. A lot of quit outs.
He's about to perform one of the first major skips of the game here. It's called Fair and Keep skip, which will let us skip the first area of Fair and Keep.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, she's angry. Hold on, sorry.
Oh my goodness.
So what Tricky's attempting to do here is he's trying to make the game think that he's going to fall through a death plane. So it creates this death cam scenario where the camera is locked in a vertical position. There's this little hole that you can run into and jump out of that lets you attain this this camera. So when he gets it, we can explain what happens here as he's running up. What's going to happen is you'll see when he gets the vertical camera, his character is going to move like a old school Resident Evil game. It's called Tank Controls.
There we go.
Depending on how old of a gamer you are, you'll know what tank controls feel like. So he has to move his tank body around while dodging all these enemies and teleporting dogs. And oh no.
This is
okay, the dog should have deloaded by now.
This is a good event FKS right here, I tell you what. That was amazing.
So as you can see, he's running into the first part of the swamp here. And what he's trying to do is get to an area where there's usually a closed door. But since he's in this death cam, the game no longer continues to load assets up to a certain point. So if he keeps running far enough, he'll actually fall off the map. But he's running far enough away that doors don't load in. So he can run past the door and then quit out and be on the other side of the door. So this is one of those one-way doors that Miyazaki loves so much that's on the other side of Fair and Keep. So he doesn't have to light any fires or extinguish fires. I think that's what you do in Fair and Keep. And he can run straight to the Abyss Watchers.
Man, that camera flip made me super dizzy.
Sometimes the dogs make it.
We're gonna do a safety quit out here because I've been having a problem with that ape grew recently. And him combined with the Black Knight, it's pretty scary. It's pretty scary.
You already have low health because you're not embered right now too. So
yeah,
understandable.
And I don't have an ember prep for this door, but I should be able to hit the glitch just fine. We're gonna be glitching Abyss Watchers, which is gonna make it a fair fight. It'll make it a 1v1 basically. I'm also gonna full heal here. Since we're not embered, I am deceptively lower on HP, and these grooves can cause some issue.
Not an ember right there. I mean, don't go for it, of course.
In front of that grue it is.
Yeah.
But it would be very spooky to grab right now. We're gonna quit out on this door just so that we can do the trick, basically. We're going to do a specific set of movements, another quit out, and it'll allow us to load in inside of the arena. Should be right here. Should be right there.
That should have worked. Taking advantage of funny businesses. what we're best at in this game, and this is one of the cases.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Yep. Okay, so the way AI triggers work on bosses that have been like activated with a cutscene is their boss script will start as soon as you activate the fog wall. But what we've done here is save our position past the fog wall, which, I mean, isn't supposed to happen because you want to activate the fog wall, which triggers the AI to start. So now the boss just stands there frozen in time, just staring at you as you beat him up because the programming says you need to touch the fog wall before it can fight. So that's how we're able to destroy the Abyss Watchers here.
Quite a nail biter.
Hey, now you're embered again.
I am. Just in time for one of the harder running sections in the entire game. And I also did another tumble buff glitch right there. I did it with the Watcher's Soul. It's worth 20k, so we're going to be making use of that a lot to really up our soul economy so that we can do a lot of levels momentarily.
Being a hard fall there is kind of scary.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Clever use
Damn,
of...
boy, the no quit out.
Hell yeah. We're going to do a quit out here, though, to make the skeletons a little less scary. The quit out's just, you know, it adds real time, but it makes the positioning of the enemies a bit more consistent. They go back to their like primary position. And these guys do not play around. So I'm not playing around with them either.
They do a ton of damage, and they are really aggressive, and they really like to kill you.
Yeah.
More so than the other enemies, I'd say. The only enemies I feel like rival like these guys are like the dogs.
Easily. I would completely agree. Like, honestly, any more high wall doesn't even come close to this area. Like, this area is crazy.
Man, I wish you got the skeleton that broke the bridge there with his throwing knives. That would have been funny.
That'd have been a good event trick too, yeah. Well, you know what? Let's do the stable ground thing. So, as I was talking about earlier a couple times with stable ground and ladder tricks, the ladder remembers the last stable ground that you were on. And because that area that I dropped down to is not defined as stable ground, I'm going to do a bonfire quit out right here because we're in the ladder warp state. And it's actually going to put me at the top of the bridge because that is where the game last remembered me to be.
I actually made an 18-minute video playing around with the stable ground here.
Yeah, you went a long ways down into that room too before you found more stable ground. It's funny.
Yeah. The stable ground starts inside the room. So, very weird.
We're going to do the prompt cancel instead of the roll cancel.
Man of culture.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Wolnir's a pretty straightforward fight. He has these gigantic pieces of jewelry that are glowing in your face, and we hate gigantic jewelry, so we're gonna just break it really fast. It turns out Wolnir doesn't like when you do that.
Gonna pop some souls right at the end of the fight, and then I'm gonna do another prompt trick with the homeward bone. And it shortens up this animation quite a bit. And now we have our first big shopping trip. Did I? Big dexterity dump, first of all, since the Firekeeper is in the sussy spot. Oops.
He's buying weapon upgrades and some homeward bones and Karthus Rouge, which are going to be important later. And then he's going to upgrade his twin blades to sharp +4 and increase his Estus usage. Now having sharp +4 twin blades this early with 40 dex, which is like the first hard cap on your scaling, he's gonna do a lot of damage, and he's gonna put that on display here on 4 Crystal Sage. So he's gonna have a nice little stroll over to him.
It's totally deserved. Crystal Sage is a heck. So, before we get to Crystal Sage, to explain that fight a little bit, we used to have a parry strat. It was slow. It kind of sucked. Blah, blah, blah. If we don't get a specific attack, I'm going to have to quit out here again. This guy's got it out for me today. If we don't get a specific attack from Crystal Sage, we're going to have to hit Sage and then let them teleport. We're going to stand in a particular position, and the game is basically forcing it to limited teleporting positions. So the spot we'll be in, it'll only be an option of 3 places to teleport, and you can read the crystals that spawn in the arena to determine exactly where that teleporting spot is.
You don't want to tell chat that you're psychic?
Oh,
Yeah,
see, that's when I let the 3rd phase happen and all the crystals spawn, and then I'm psychic.
I actually think Tricky has to reset though, because you missed a boss.
Is that so?
You missed the giant crab.
Oh,
Giant enemy crab.
Giant
dude.
enemy crab, dude. Huge boss.
I gotta go,
Sorry.
guys. I gotta go.
Reset it. Ray, reset the timer. No. You made Crystal Sage look easy though.
It's a product of the 40 decks and sharp twin blades. These things go crazy.
Very much so. The next boss, chance, basically like a 50-50. It'll either look that easy or it'll look completely catastrophic, like I never fought it before. But that's just Deacons in a nutshell.
It's a clown circus. You have
Completely.
to follow a red orb around, and sometimes the red orb does not play very nice with you. And then sometimes the enemies decide that they really want to hit you more than previous times where they just stare at you. It's a really interesting fight.
Oh,
We
Sussy
got
dogs.
another instance of teleporting dogs.
Man, yesterday I had a run where oh my god. One of them glitched into the tombstones and was still like his hitbox was extended and was hitting me, even though he was glitched in the tombstones. These dogs are crazy.
Nice. A good one.
Okay.
One thing you will notice is Tricky also picked up the Grass Crest Shield, and he's going to have that on his back the whole time. He's not going to use it to block, really, ever. Maybe he will. I'm not sure. But basically, the fun thing about this Grass Crest Shield is it regains stamina, and stamina regain is king in this game. Oh, you're getting that one, huh?
Yep, just in case.
I'm a fan.
Just in case. So, something that we don't normally do in runs because, well, in a real run, it'll only save a few seconds. But something that we're going to showcase right now is the actual reason why the ladder stuff was so revolutionary. It'll take a second. I'm just going to kind of let the game show you what's happening. But I'm going to go past this Grave Warden. I might have to quit out just because I don't want to get bullied on the ladder. And this guy will kill you. Like, does not hold back. We're going to get the ladder
He
warp
does a lot of
state.
damage.
Absolutely. We're going to get the ladder warp state, though. And we're really going to show what this glitch is all about.
So very similar to High Wall, he's gonna do he's gonna hold his weapon art and then release it and hit the ladder confirmation and within a 2-frame window, and it saves his position on the ladder. So you know you got it when his items like the pine resin there is grayed out and the throwing knife is grayed out. And what he's gonna do here is you'll see the power of being in this stored position here when he's gonna run at a a certain pile of, what is it, like shields or something.
I don't even know what they are. This area is so odd. Whatever these things are.
Oh yeah, I don't even know what those are. But basically, it lets him jump into it, and it gives him downward momentum, and it lets him clip through the floor. We don't know really why this is a thing, but we've been using it all over the place.
Speedrun magic.
We'll be able to see the reason why. Oh, here's a damage cancel. He literally dodged gravity. And then he's going to use the dagger's weapon art to pretty much short hop through the muck here. It's the reason why we bought the dagger at the start of the game is particularly this area.
That hollow is chasing me. So, another reason why deacons could be so suspect, as Matt pointed out, we can't use items that we can't use on the ladder. So, we can heal, we can use green blossoms. Normally, we use a fire bundle in order to make this fight a little bit better in the second part of the phase. If I don't have Lloyd's going into that phase, things could be very catastrophic. And Lloyd's is a ring that I just picked up that buffs our damage by, I think, about 10%. So we need that damage buff because I can't get the normal fire buff in order to make this a little bit easier. But here's the Clown Fiesta.
The way that he gets his bonus damage is by keeping his health at full. So as we enter the second phase, he's going to want to be at full health. He has lots of Estus, so it should be fine.
Surely.
So yeah, you have to follow this red orb around for the first phase of the fight, and you prefer them to be inside the small ones that only take one hit to kill.
Oh, we got the funny business.
And there are instances where the orb will go instant in and out, and you won't get the actual damage here. All right, here's the second phase.
This is another one of my favorite bosses in Dark Souls. It's just a bunch of dudes.
Just a bunch of dudes.
Just a bunch of dudes hanging out in a room.
Having a good time.
Yep. Being sus with the boys.
So another funny thing that red orb can do is it can actually spawn into a deacon on the other side of the arena. So you have to run all the way to the back of the coffin to kill it before you can trigger the start of the next phase. And that's really slow, but there's a lot of fun things that can happen in there.
And now so as far as using the dexterity, the twin blades build, we're about to get, I think in relation to the build at least, probably the most important item in the run, the Pontiff's Right Eye Ring. This ring is absolutely busted. I would argue more powerful than Lloyd's.
It's up there with it. It works functionally the same as if you come from Elden Ring or know the Elden Ring stuff. It's like they're called the Rotwing Insignia. It works the same as that, where you do attacks and every hit you get increases a multiplier on your damage. It's very similar to that. Just got a half hit.
I guess. I don't know how that happened, but it's supposed to die on that last hit on the bleed proc, but it's fine.
You probably got a half hit on the head break.
Must
that
have.
happens.
Yeah.
He's gonna do one of my favorite skips personally.
Same. Also one of my favorites.
Irithel skip. And because this running segment, if you ever watched a glitchless run or like watched a no-hit run, this segment is a nightmare. So he's gonna quit out here and he's gonna line up his camera and jump over some railing and essentially skip the entire area of Irithel, so he doesn't have to worry about all these like fire witches throwing fire at him or all the Pontiff Knights and their aggressive attacking.
Another clever use of geometry. Hashtag glitchless.
Yeah. So if you ever ask a Dark Souls 3 player like why they don't run glitchless, it's this is one of the areas which would prompt them to say this is partly why they like running glitches.
Absolutely. If they don't say watchers, they might say this area.
Yeah.
Watchers are brutal. And now we take a quick stroll through the very beautiful, like, underside of Irithyll. We do get to see this side of Irithyll.
Unfortunately, we cannot skip a certain running segment, which is coming up. It's the run towards Pontiff. There's a lot of dogs there. These dogs are not nice at all. There's guys shooting magic at you. Tricky has some alluring skulls to make it easier, but even with the skulls, it's still such a dangerous part of the run. So he's running up to it. He's got to dodge this guy. I haven't seen the lightning attack in a while. But he's going to throw the first skull, which is going to bait the first 2 dogs. And we ideally won't have to deal with them after that. And then there's 2 more dogs up here.
These 2 aren't so bad. It's usually the first 2 that are being like rocket dogs and can just jump from anywhere and get you.
Yeah.
I just want to take a quick moment here and say thanks for everyone that is part of this hype train. Your bits, your Prime subs, your subs, your gift subs, they really go and help out us here at Hotfix. So if you like shows here like Oops You Died Weekend and all the weekly shows that we run here on Hotfix, definitely consider becoming a subscriber and help us out. You also skip ads, which is pretty cool. Twitch is running a bit right now for bits. They're doing 10% additional bits on top of 300 or more. I will now be quiet because it's boss fight.
Don't worry, this boss fight it goes by fast. But basically you just parry him twice and then hit him a bunch of times and it's GG, thanks for playing Pontiff. Which is kind of funny because this is actually a big roadblock for a lot of people when playing this game for the first time, because you wouldn't think that he'd be parryable, but he's very, very weak to parries. Otherwise, you have to dodge a lot of crazy attacks. He summons a clone. He's a very hard boss otherwise, but thanks to the magic of parry and very high damage, we're able to skip a lot of his nonsense.
I mean, Tricky's been just running past enemies that would scare the bejeebus out of me. Just like the giant sitting in the pool that we ran past before. Nah, that's scary.
Yeah.
You know, all these guys are running past right now. No. We just, bye. See you later.
Yeah, see, that's why we're running so fast, because it's just horrifying. So it kind of gives us a little bit of a speed boost.
There is a little bit of technique to running past it. It's not just like crazy run. If you look at his stamina bar, there is a particular amount of stamina he uses in certain parts of the running segment to maximize the amount of stamina. So like anytime you activate something, you're at 0 stamina, or if you fall off a ledge, you want to be as low stamina. And then also certain like stamina recharge areas will set it up so enemies, when they do certain attacks, they just don't hit you. So it is more than just simply running past them. There are many things like that you have to pay attention to, or else you die.
Yeah, it really is. And I think Anor Londo is one of the better showcases of how important stamina is. Pretty soon we'll get to archives. That might be the most like intricate place as far as stamina management, line work, all that. But yeah, Anor Londo is really good for showcasing how important stamina can be. Oh, not a good staircase, but that's okay. I got a little shaky on the middle.
It's chill. Any Dark Souls 1 enjoyer will be like pointing at the screen with a pog face. Yeah, I recognize this area.
We're gonna grab this bonfire. There's some, let's say, devastatingly long runbacks if we die in certain spots, and there are bonfires that we normally wouldn't grab. But for the event, I don't want to do a 4-minute run back in case I die to the falling somewhere. So we're just going to grab things just in case. Makes recovering a little bit easier.
Yeah, there's this little jump here that can kill you if you execute it poorly. But I mean, there's just other ways you can die here. Nice. Thanks to our friends in the Elden Ring world, we actually found this trick that he's about to perform. It involves... It's not quite the same as the Abyss Watchers one.
Might have went too far
That one
forward.
might not work.
Tried to do it, no quit out.
But basically, there's a point where you can enter this fog wall and do a backstep, and for some reason, Aldrich is not going to think that you went through the fog wall, and the fight doesn't technically activate, and we're able to just dispatch him this way.
Bro, move forward, please. I love when you like the character like acts like he'll move forward, but he doesn't actually. he just starts wiggling.
Yeah, see, Aldrich's AI is not active, so we're able to just wail on him and take care of him really fast here. This used to be one of the most technically involved fights in the run until this trick was discovered, because you had to learn how to deal with his teleport and then also all of his follow-ups after the teleport. But now, you have a nice, easy breezy time through it.
Yep. Used to be a huge reset point. Huge reset. Do some very satisfying menuing in order to get +6 on the twin blades.
Did you do the reorganizing your inventory?
I did.
Yeah.
We're gonna
He's
get
getting some safety vigor here.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
He's at 14 life.
The only unfortunate thing is about my routing. So I do routing very similar to another runner called Moochie. Everyone else does something a little different, where Moochie and I get less vigor. So I cannot get the comfy 17 vigor that is really great for mid-game. I have to kind of settle for 14, which is fine. It helps survivability on a couple things, but it is still pretty close to just as scary as base health.
As we're coming up to mid-game and we have such low levels invested in health, everything starts to hurt that much more when they hit you. So eventually we're going to get to the point where ideally we would have more health. So, but I mean, still, even towards the end game, we don't have very much health when we do this run, and everything does kill you.
Yep.
Very fast.
Yeah,
this
most
dungeon runs pretty quick. It's easy to get lost here on a casual run, but we've done it enough times. We just know the straight way through here, and we're gonna actually get past the second portion of it, like doing a little cheeky skip here.
We love Spook.
You too can do this.
Yeah. Spook is turbo OP.
Yeah, it's if you play Dark Souls 1 and you haven't played this game, it's the same spell as Fall Control. The nice thing about this game is they give you a starting class that starts with it. So you just have one of the best spells in the game right from the get-go.
Yeah, speedrunners are eating well in this game.
He's got another bone shard here, which will help with his healing later in the run.
What I'm doing here is watching for the textures on the floor to change. And that's when I know that I won't be taking a lethal fall. And I can drop and save Spook in order to do that second drop as well. It's funny that there's little in-game indicators like that, but it's actually game jank telling you can survive certain things.
Coming up on the main gimmick boss of this game, Yorm the Giant. He's a funny boy, and he leaves his weakness right next to his throne. So Ricky's gonna pick that up and use it against him to make the fight go pretty smoothly here. He's looking for one particular attack. That's the worst case, is stomps. But he's gonna try to get a headshot here, which he doesn't get. So he's gonna recharge enough stamina that he's able to roll if he sees a stomp. And he's gonna charge up to the weapon art and then hit him with it. He's gonna get a free one here, and we roll the dice on what Yorm's next attack will be. It's not that bad if he stomps here. And then he ideally is going to get the vertical slam again, and that gives him a free hit and lets him ideally get a headshot here.
And we did.
The headshot is an absolutely free weapon art. And then after we finish this fight, it's going to teleport us to back to Lothric Castle, and we're going to fight the Dancer of the Boreal Valley.
GG on Yorma.
And I popped a soul. We have a little bit of downtime before we're able to actually activate the Dancer fight. So I'm prepping a duplication. So we do. We apply bleed and we collect input prompts. Very fun stuff. Or pickup prompts, rather. Dancer, you just kind of wail on her till she dies.
So the trick with this fight is Tricky's trying to set it up so that he's able to stagger her before she phase changes. Like he gets here. Normally, if you didn't get the stagger in at the right time, she would queue up the phase change before the stagger. So you'd have to deal with more of the spins here. But Tricky had an amazing fight there and was able to kill her very fast there.
That was pretty good.
With the help of the bleed resin.
Another thing that I actually really like about mid-game, like sometimes it's annoying, but there's a lot of, it's kind of like menuing mania. There's a lot of taking your gear on and off, a lot of changing your hotbars. There's a lot of menuing in mid-game.
It takes advantage of Dark Souls 3 letting you sprint while having the menu open. I believe you cannot do that in Dark Souls 1. So they do their menuing on like ladders and stuff. But in this game, we can hold sprint and also have like the big descriptive menu removed so we can see where we're going. So that really helps with it as well.
So I prepared this soul pop. You don't actually need to pop souls. You can use the tumble buff glitch to use them. And if you hit no on... oh, I almost got toxic. If you hit no on the soul pop, it still queues it just the same. So then you can actually do the tumble buff and do the pop. Do the soul pop.
It's kind of a little optimization that is really satisfying because you have to wait a little bit on that ladder, and so it's actually perfectly timed so you can cast Spook, use the soul, and then run off the elevator and you don't take lethal fall damage. Otherwise, if you use Spook and then jump off the top of that elevator, you would take lethal fall damage. All right, so this is a really technical fight. It's pretty easy on paper because, I mean, you can just wail on him technically, but in phase 2, he gets really chaotic, and when he gets to a point where he just runs around and does whatever, it makes the fight a lot slower. So what Tricky's trying to do here is prevent him from doing anything at all in phase 2. Let's see if he gets it here. He's going to try and chain both regular stagger and head staggers. Oh. There's separate instances where Osiris can stagger from damage to his head and then hit count, which gives him a normal stagger. So Tricky's trying to chain both of them here, and he does it very well and doesn't have to deal with Osiris running around, charging, spinning, doing all this crazy stuff that eats a lot of time. So GG on that fight, Tricky. He was a little funny guy there at the beginning. You never want to see the mist happen in phase 1. That's like worst case. And yeah, Tricky handled it very well. It loses a little bit of time when he casts the mist, but you lose most of the time if you take any damage. But yeah, Tricky
funny snake
navigated his way around the fight and didn't get punished too hard by it. Instead, he's getting punished by this snake here.
He's just a silly little guy. It's okay. I did have to do a little bit of a dice roll on the Osiris phase change, but that was purely because of the unlucky miss stuff. The insta charge is literally instant.
Half hit? Yeah.
Well, I knew I wasn't going to get the stagger immediately after the riposte, so I knew that was going to be a little bit of a dice roll, but I went for it.
gonna try and get an animation cancel here off the ledge with the resin. He didn't get it.
That's okay.
But that's like a 1 second kind of time save.
Oh, my feetsies are out. My bad.
Hide the dogs.
Let me stow
All
those
right, so
grippers.
we have a scripted strat for this fight as well. He's gonna ideally get 2 parries and then stagger the boss on the phase change, and then be able to take care of him after that. So there's the second parry. He's gonna phase change. He's gonna roll through the scream and then strafe around the spin attack here. Stagger him, and this should be enough damage to finish the boss.
One of my
That
favorite
strat
strats.
is very cool.
Hell yeah.
That was crazy. Tricky's just showing off, though. You know, Tricky already beat that boss in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, true. He just came for round 2.
I think that was just, you know,
What he gets for
sandbagging.
coming back. What he gets, Jiggy.
True.
Before that strat was found, we used to have to parry that boss like 5 times, which is really annoying.
Yeah. Like, you're already kind of subjecting yourself to some RNG because you have to parry. Some of the attacks are much faster than others. And to have more parries means more potential time loss. And it's honestly a little bit more difficult than the roll-in and the stagger strat. Just everything is so good about the stagger strat. Yeah,
Phase
but
2 he has less attacks that you can parry, and it's a lot more dangerous.
Exactly,
So it's really
yeah.
nice that you can just ignore all of that.
Dark Souls 3 runners looking for more reasons to quit out. Doing a quit out there, it resets the longer animation of the dragons, and it's also just much faster than running all the way around. So makes getting through Dragon Barracks very fast, even for live events.
This is personally one of my favorite fights in the whole run.
As long as he's not too silly. This man is the silliest, if you ask me. Oh, good opener. Bad follow.
The turtle.
I'm a little bit too close.
That was a good call on rolling that. He's trying to pair up the stagger here in phase 2 with a full bar of stamina, so he can just finish the boss without having to deal with any of the butterflies throwing meatballs or lasers at you, which he does pretty well here. So mostly good fight. The turtling was annoying, but he didn't do anything too crazy after the turtling.
It's a good showcase of how challenging that fight can be. I had a very, very minor positional error, like a half step, and he turtled from it. It's a very tough fight, but we didn't lose much time from it based on like perfect fights, so it was fine.
The main strategy that you're going for in that fight, which is not 100%, is make it so he does the shield drop into the back swipe. That is the dream scenario. I mean, you can have it very likely happen, but it doesn't always happen.
Yeah. Even if I was positionally okay, yeah, like he could have turned around and turtled just like he did anyway. All right, tough part.
So as we were talking about earlier, managing your stamina and like the position you are in when you're running is playing a huge factor in running past this obstacle course of enemies and projectiles. So it might just look like he's just running simply, but it's a little bit more than that. It takes a lot of practice and running through this area many times to get it perfectly. And sometimes you still can just die.
Yep.
So it's a very dangerous part of the run.
I don't know about you, Matt, but my least favorite part of that is still the thrall every time.
The thrall personally doesn't get me very often. Sometimes he sneaks up and hits me, but I usually just blame that on my own stamina management. But
Honestly,
the thing that gets me here is this gargoyle.
the gargoyle. I love the gargoyle. Everyone just like craps their pants when they see him, but he's so fine. Look at it, he's just a silly guy that falls off the ledge sometimes.
Sometimes you run around that corner and he instant dashes you, and then you have a bad day.
Yeah. Oh, man. The gargoyle, I imagine, to some people is like that Thrall is to me. Like, he could not even be close to me. He could, like, fall out of the map, and it's still just, like, a mental debuff. Just, like, knowing he's somewhere in the room just spooks me. Grabbing this for
He's
Peach.
he's getting a little safety elevator just in case something
Whoa.
funny happens on, like, the staircase or in the boss fight here, because this is another very technical boss that well, he has extra health, so he can't get one shot, but he can get extremely destroyed by this boss. So again, this run up the stairs is another case of managing your stamina correctly, and it avoids all of the dangerous parts.
And we're going to do a quit out there because those knights will block you, and they could just kill you out of the animation.
As we're approaching here, the next boss, I just want to say welcome everybody for just joining us here. This is Oops, You Died weekend, a whole weekend of celebrating the Souls franchise. Right now we are in Dark Souls 3, all bosses, which sounds tricky, and Mad Apocalypse.
All right, so in this fight, he's positioning himself in a way that
That's unfortunate.
makes the boss spin. He's trying to make sure that he doesn't teleport. What?
Well, I tried to do a small R1, but I got vacuumed.
Okay, so what he was trying to do in this fight was position himself on the carpet next to the throne to make himself invisible to the boss, and his AI wouldn't activate in phase 2, but that's okay. He's still doing the same trick as he did in phase 1, where he makes him loop the spinning animation here, and it makes it easier to strafe all the attacks. So he's able to take care of the boss very fast with the lightning resin anyway. Good fight, Tricky.
All things considered, it was a good fight.
It's so funny because there are probably some people watching here that like have not played Dark Souls and or a Soulsborne game at all, and they're just seeing Tricky go through these bosses like they're butter. Like this is a hard game, guys. I promise. These are hard video games. I feel like that's going to be the ongoing the ongoing thing this weekend is everyone is just going to completely destroy these games. And then somebody's going to be like, yeah, you know, I can do that, and just get annihilated by the first boss.
Yeah, I think another good one for that is like Sekiro, if you've played that one.
Oh, totally.
Yep. We have Parky playing that game tomorrow, Park and Harbor. She's playing Sekiro.
That'll be a fun watch.
Because speedrunners and no-hit runners of Sekiro make that game look very easy, and it is not easy at all.
I think that's again like this entire weekend. Like Tricky's making this game look like nothing.
All right, so he picks up those ashes there because that lets us buy our buffs for the final portion of the game. On the way here, he's running to the Archdragon Peak, which gets activated by use of a gesture here. And on the way, he picked up the Dragon Torso Stone, which he's going to utilize to get a damage buff later as well.
I also did a bunch of menuing, putting on a bunch of souls. Another thing about the slightly different routing is we pop a bunch of extra souls in the Wyvern Arena, and we have a bit of a different leveling situation. Moochie and I's route, we get like Giga Stamina, the old stamina that was rid of when we started using Prisoner's Chain. And more stamina is really, really good in this game with the Twin Blades.
The difference in stamina is going to let him have 6 attacks versus he has 4 attacks right now with a full bar of stamina. But when he levels his stamina, it's going to let him have 6 total. This is a really I like this trick a lot. This is going to skip a lot of running through this arena because this is another gimmick fight that requires you to do a falling attack on the dragon's head. And we're able to achieve that here by using the odd spots of the arena. And the Wyvern actually has this like really large head hitbox because that's its gimmick. He's going to run up the ledge here and then do a running R2, and it's going to count as a jumping attack. And then you get this animation, which instantly kills the boss. And then afterwards, he pops a bunch of souls, and it's going to teleport him to the next section of the area.
Very clean. Another, like, this section honestly isn't too scary, but it's susceptible to some memes. This is pretty textbook. There's nothing super crazy about these snakes. They look scarier than they actually are. The big problems are the wyvern and then the snakes at the end of the area. We have to pick the reason we come here as early as we do. One is for souls and popping souls and killing the wyvern because the wyvern's worth a lot. And two is for the dragon chaser's ashes. The dragon chaser's ashes allow us to buy chunks. And due to us killing
chunkies.
Exactly. And due to the fact that we killed princes, and we're going to be placing the ashes of the lords on the throne soon, we'll get a slab that we can purchase for 30k souls. So we'll be plus 10 in no time.
So very similarly to like the Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, the game has a condition where in order to fight the final boss, you have to kill 4, like, I guess, Lord Souls. I don't know what they're called in this game. I forget. But it doesn't let you access the final boss until you take care of the 4 main bosses, which you put their ashes on a throne and then it teleports you to the final boss. So it is one...
It's fine.
Yeah, you're good.
It's always fine.
We're
So
still,
he's
hey,
gonna
we're
put
still
the ashes
deathless,
on the throne
you know?
here. Hey,
We're
he's
still-
doing well.
Yep, Tricky's still deathless.
No, he did die one time at one trick.
Did I miss that? I must have missed that. It must have been when the dog was going crazy.
It was when he was doing the death cam trick to skip fair and keep.
Mm-hmm. So we're deathless to bosses, but we died to a silly little trick.
So he's gonna purchase the prisoner's chain here, which is a boss soul reward from Champion Gundyr, on the way to putting the rest of the souls on the thrones here. And what that's gonna do is make the Firekeeper walk towards the middle bonfire here, and that's gonna warp him to the kiln of the first flame, which is where you end the game. But when he gets there, he's gonna warp to DLC 2 and take care of the DLCs and clean up the final bosses. So he gets the chunks and a slab here, and it's going to let him have a plus 10 weapon. So he's going to have a lot of damage. But you'll see that even with this massive amount of damage, he is going to he's going to just like tickle Gale.
Yeah, Gale is such a big health bar. We did a cute little trick right there. As Matt said, you normally go to the kiln, but you have a very small window where you can use a homeward bone and bone to last rested. And it will take you out to this area instead of having to load into the one area. And the destroyed shrine.
Okay, while you're running to the demons and Angel Skip, do you have any explanation on why you use this very goofy looking character?
So, fun fact, I made this character back in like 2019, 2020, and I was just going through Character Creator, and it was when I started growing a mustache, one as majestic as the one I do now have. So I wanted a pro tag for my runs back when I did hitless runs. And so I made Speev. Speev is my boy. He's been around for years. I used him in Elden Ring He'll always be with me.
Perfect.
Tricky, you do have a good mustache. Can we get a one in
Thank
chat
you.
for Tricky's mustache?
One's in chat for mustaches.
One in chat for the mustache.
So I'm about to make.
How? Wait, explain. How did you not damage?
So
This is a scripted area in the
Mhm.
game, so all the ashes here in this, there's a theme where Gale is telling you to take the plunge, and the long falls are just scripted part of the. It's like a big set piece for the for this area. Anyone with a keen eye might recognize this area as the ruins of the windmill from Dark Souls 2.
I tried to do no quit out. Instead, I made it sus.
Now you're just showing off.
I think I actually need to do another quit out because I got completely railed on the. Yeah, I'm gonna do another one. The angels. It's unlikely that they'll hit you while doing the trick, but there's a chance, and I'd prefer not to die in the middle of doing it. Another clever use
Take
of
this
geometry.
bonfire.
I am going to take the bonfire. It's not a run back that you want to do a second time.
There's a pretty challenging fight as well. This is a 2-boss fight, and it's actually pretty well designed, as one is aggressive toward you and the other one shoots projectiles. You're going to see that Tricky's going to ideally take care of the first one immediately, and then have a one-on-one with the second one here. Oh man, he did a pretty good pattern here. He's a little far from the second one, which is fine. He's able to get a lot of free hits here during the phase change, which makes him have to deal with less funny business on this part.
Oh, he did the thing. I saved it.
Okay, he's gonna apply the bleed resin here and get a bunch of attacks on the demon as it's laying here. What that's doing actually is it's building up bleed for the next phase. In this game, anytime like there's a character that's dead or on the ground, it still takes status damage. So if you ever died in this game and something with like a poison attack or a bleed attack is still hitting you, you'll notice that your status buildup is still happening. And Tricky takes advantage of that by hitting him while he's down. You're scaring me.
Everything's fine.
Good fight.
Good fight. Good play. Claps in the chat. Matt, can you explain just kind of the significance of the lightning resin? Is it just more damage, or like?
Yeah. So the bundles are a extra buff that was added in this game, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That is similar to the resin, except for it lasts a shorter amount of time. The advantage of using it is you can get quick bursts of the bonus damage. So you don't get locked in place with a slow animation like the resin, where he has to sit there and like put it on his weapon. With the bundles, you can do it instantly, and you can do it while doing a running animation. You can do it while after doing a roll, and it's a quick animation, and it lets him get quick bursts of damage in at a time. So what he did there was he got his bleed proc first, and after the bleed proc, in that fight, you will not get another bleed proc. So to get make it more efficient and do extra damage as he's doing the fight, he runs at the boss and applies the lightning bundle to end the fight quicker.
Thank you, Matt. Now, while I'm doing these quit outs, I'm actually preparing for something quite significant. So, as I said, the category had a bit of a shakeup. The category was very, very infamous among Souls and viewers for having very, very difficult DLC skips. You have Wilhelm skip in the first DLC. You have Partake and Elevator clip is probably this one of the most infamous skips. Elevator or Wilhelm skip. Using Sussy, ladder, magic, those skips were made completely void and I think are actually like minutes faster in
saves a lot of
combined.
time.
So we're going to take care of this Judicator first to make the area a bit more safe. He also gives a Divine Blessing, which is enormous for survivability. And I'm going to pull out my trusty short sword and we're going to get to work.
Are you going to get the safety bonfire?
I did get the safety bonfire. I'm not going to get the partake one, though. I got that one.
Okay. Are you running to Madeir first?
No, I'm going to do both of these because I don't want to do the stair one.
Bofa. Okay.
Yeah. So we're going to set up on an invisible plane. Very fun. Move forward. Move backwards. Land on this statue. And we're on our way to Half-Light.
Wow. Claps for that one. That was crazy.
If you've
Something
ever
I've
played this
learned
DLC
today.
before, it's a long run to where he ended up. You have to run all the way around. There's like a Madeir on the bridge that blocks your path, and there's a whole. It's a whole thing.
Mm-hmm. We also won't be seeing that bridge Madeir in this either. Skipping to Madeir completely skips that section. One thing to note here, a new batch of tech that's happened recently as well is something called pivot. I don't even know what it's like truly called, but basically we use the pivot animation, the hockey stop, in order to buff our twin blades. Staves have this buff called Steady Chant, and using the pivot opens the menu animation to allow us to be able to toggle weapons and apply that Steady Chant buff to the twin blades. And it's like 12 to 15% damage increase. It's insane. Oh, that's fine. That's not as fine.
Well, you know what they say? They say that you're supposed to learn something every day. Today, I learned that Dark Souls floors are just suggestions.
They
There's
are
multiple
suggestions.
games. Multiple games.
All right, you're insane for this one, Tricky.
Nice.
Wow. Nice fight.
I don't even know how that went as smoothly as it did. Good job. that
was spooky.
You have my blessings.
And we did ladder clip with all that. So guess what? We're right back at the ladder and we're going to Madeir.
Yep.
After yeah, don't worry about that.
Well, luckily, because he killed the adjudicator, he doesn't have to worry about archers shooting him, and it lets him use this bush to push him under the floor here.
Ooh, spooky.
And like before, he's gonna land on that same statue, but he's gonna go the other way this time, and it conveniently takes you to the drop-off where Madeir is.
That was weird. I'm gonna quit out. Okay, we landed.
So he jumps off here, and he does more out of bounds, and there's a little hole here, and conveniently enough, it's the same hole that drops you down to Madeir. And normally, you're not supposed to get here unless you kill Madeir on the bridge, so he gets to just fight Madeir with... I think Madeir on the bridge is still there.
Yep.
I haven't actually checked it.
They are two different entities.
This one's actually smaller than the bridge one as well, I believe.
I did not know that. And this fight's scripted. Ideally.
All right, good. He got the swipe attacks here, which means as soon as Midir does his explosion attack, the fight's pretty much over. Yeah, his head will just explode because he do so much damage to him that he has a scripted stagger. And then that's Midir.
Nice little
put
put out.
out here, which will bring him back to the ladder, and then he's gonna homeward bone back to the bonfire after half light, and then he's gonna run to our friend Gale.
I'm known in the community for hating that homeward bone right there. It's only 4.5 extra seconds, but it's so annoying. I wish I could go straight back to the bonfire.
You just have to invent the intentional death after Midir.
I tried so hard, man. I tried so hard. Oh, cute little stutters. And yeah, we're doing Gale. Gale's hard. Probably like in the top 3 mechanically most difficult speedrun fights.
Say it's like Brita than this boss.
Probably, yeah.
As the
If you're just joining us
difficulty.
here, this is Oops You Died weekend. We have some incredible runs still coming at you today. Right now, we're getting toward the tail end of Dark Souls 3, which sounds tricky. Right after this, we got Bloodborne all bosses hitless, and then we're wrapping up the night with Dark Souls Randomizer with Lobos Jr. So stick around, everybody.
Sorry, sound tech. We're going to turn the music up a little bit for this one.
All right, so for this fight, he's looking to purposely place his staggers because Gale staggers on every 5 L1s with the twin blades here. So he wants to maximize his hits while also staggering Gale when he does unfavorable attacks. Ooh, I hate that strafe. Oh, that was sick. Now in this phase, same thing applies, but he wants to try and find a place where he can use his Blossom. Oh, this is looking really good. So he does the phase change here. He's going to back up and not get exploded. And he's going to strafe the jump attack here. Try to avoid the lightning. Oh man, you scared me a little bit. All right, this fight's going really well, so perfect. That was good. Good. And you were worried about that fight before we got here.
That might be the best Gale I've literally ever had in my entire life. Where is it? There we go. I got that extra Demon Prince's bonfire, so the warps were a little bit weird there. Sorry, sound tech. We'll turn it back down.
He's gonna do the staff weapon swap again on this fight. And he's gonna show just how much damage it does.
Plus the torso buff. We forgot to explain that. Do you want to explain that?
Yeah, I can explain.
Oh, I
that.
forgot my bundles.
It's fine. You still do a ton of damage. Good lord. Okay. Alright, so he gets the stagger here, and he's going to queue up a tumble buff with the torso stone here to get a bonus damage, and ideally kill Cinder in phase 2 before he even gets a chance to do anything. If he had the bundle set up, that would have been a little faster, but he still just has so much damage because of all the buffs that he had in that fight that Cinder just melts
You didn't even get to hear Phase 2's song.
Yeah, no plain plan. It's very sad.
The dragon torso is interesting as technically you're only supposed to allowed to use that when you're in the dragon form. But thanks to Tumble Buff with the use of Spook and the throwing knife, he's able to get the damage buff with the stone anyway. And it's really fast. It's like 5 seconds, I think, but because we only need that much time to kill Cinder, it doesn't really matter that much.
Mm-hmm. Gonna use it again here.
You're gonna see
this completely blows the chicken away.
The chicken dies in like 4 hits or something. I forget the count.
It's 3 nowadays. Then 5, and yeah, it's so fast. We're gonna do some extra buffs.
Are you doing the counter YouTube tech? Did you know that Flame is good against Nameless Phase 2? So he takes advantage there of Nameless King's scripting, where when he reaches a certain damage threshold, he does this really slow, like vertical slam attack. If you stagger him, when he's doing this attack, he actually queues it up again. So you're able to just get so much free damage in this fight, and that's what lets him kill him before Phase 2 has any funny business.
Mm-hmm. It's like, it is a little bit of a small window. So what he's supposed to do is like buff his lightning, and then he does a lightning shot prior to second phase. If he starts that animation, he won't let you do that, but it's generally not too big of a problem. And then you get an insanely quick fight, like Matt said. Due to the ladder glitches, we've had a little bit of a rerouting. Normally, we would end with ODK for the longest time. Nowadays, technically, with the way that we time things, ending on Cinder is a little faster. But theoretically, ending on Frida is supposed to be faster due to warp inputs. Warping at bonfires. So we're not ending on ODK or Cinder, we're ending on Frida.
Yeah, if you're wondering why we're doing Old Demon King now, is he's literally just way out of the way. Mm-hmm. So the order of which we kill him is, like Tricky said, based on menu inputs here. That is a mid-game boss, and we have end-game damage, so we just sneeze on him and he dies.
And Gale's gone now from here. Sad. But
yeah, weird funny thing with that is we found this by accident. There was a runner that was doing save files, and he forgot that he killed Gale before going to warp here. And then when he went to set up his save files for DLC 1, he realized Gale was gone, and it instantly warps you to the DLC without listening to Gale yap. So, cool little accident.
Happy little accident.
Again,
the weird timing on when that was found, too, is that same day, someone in my chat when I was running this game asked if that was a thing, and I had a light bulb moment, and then later on, Kezeron was like, "Oh, yeah, that's a real thing." Not to be confused with GDQ employee Kezeron.
I didn't know there was another Kezeron.
Yeah, that's a little meme. Is there's GDQ Kezeron and Dark Souls 3 Kezeron.
I think that they're secretly the same person. You know?
Yeah, they are secretly the same person.
I think that Keys only plays Pokemon as like a mask, and they're secretly a Dark Souls streamer. Can we get this rumor started, chat?
Oh, that rumor's already active.
Yeah, we need to get this rumor started that Keys is secretly a Dark Souls streamer.
So if you're familiar at all with these runs, you know Wilhelm Skip, one of the most impressive death cam glitches across all the games.
It's gone.
It's gone. I killed it. I was the one who found this clip. So
I'm never forgiving you for finding this.
2, 3. Okay. We basically just run out the
There's
store.
actually
1, 2, 3. And then we just...
If you look at the textures on this door, it's really silly because he uses the tiniest lip here to get him vertical collision where he clips through the floor here. It is the smallest little crevice in the wall there. So thanks, Tricky.
Yep.
This trick here that Tricky's running to, our dear friend Distortion 2 figured this out. I don't even understand how this works, but there's some kind of vertical momentum you get from stairs that are that don't have like a side railing, which Tricky's running to here. And if you position yourself right and you run off the stairs while you're jumping, you get downward momentum to clip through the floor. So thanks, Dist, on this one.
This opens some doors in a few other categories as well. This discovery.
So
walls, floors, nothing matters. You can just go right through them.
So this fight's kind of funny because the game doesn't expect you to be right in his face right away. So the wolves don't even load in until for like a couple seconds when you get there. So as you can see, the AI was still activating, getting ready for the fight. The wolves didn't properly load in yet, and he was able to kill both Gravetender and the wolves before the fight technically even started. This part of the fight is, it's funny. But he got the wolf in some kind of spinning,
that was weird.
Spinning AI loop.
That was weird.
It worked out for him. Thanks to the convenient placement of the ladder in the cathedral here, he's able to warp back and then run straight to Frida.
At the start of the fight, I'm going to use some torso stone tech again. I'm going to basically prep it through. You can mash, interact, and use at the same time, and suddenly I have it queued. You can tumble buff with bundles and apply them.
So a little nuance here is
Okay.
he actually gets to bait Frida with an item usage. He gets to bait her with both the spell and the bundle usage here and do massive damage.
Not bad. And then this Divine Blessing also triggers that mechanic. That was crazy.
Yeah, dude, she's in a mood today.
Very much
She's in
so.
a marathon mood.
I wish I bundled.
So you want to put Ariandel in this corner and ideally not deal with Frida just spamming ice attacks at you.
What in the hell?
So
Oh my.
she's healing Ariandel right now, but that's fine because he's going to stagger Ariandel anyway through the heal, and he's able to kill her, or kill the second phase. And oops, she's not dead, by the way. There's a third phase to this fight where she gets even more damage and acts even crazier. The Tricky's going to use this downtime to queue up a lot of damage to ideally end this fight very fast, because it's very dangerous and it doesn't take much for her to kill you in this phase.
I will say, Matt, I'm streamer pilled because I just pushed my laugh track button and I realized that I'm not running OBS right now. That's the GDQ, and no one could hear the laugh track but me.
Well, I'm glad that you thought it was funny enough for a laugh track.
And actually,
all right,
runs over.
that's time.
That's time. Wow.
That is time.
Oh my gosh.
114 with a death? That is not bad.
Let's see the final
You got to
timer
remember
here.
too, if you're not, were you running live split with the load remover?
I was not.
Yeah.
No, I don't have
so
live split
you would've
open, yeah.
saved- Yeah, you would have saved more time.
That's crazy.
125.27. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
you told me
that's
that
tricky.
it was going to be like a good run would be 28. So pretty good.
Yeah. That's actually marathon percent record. That's cool.
You weren't supposed to beat my marathon percent record.
Well, Matt, you'll have to submit and you'll have to take it back. We'll make a competition out of this.
All right, fair enough.
I want to see it. I want to see the GDQ. I want to see the Dark Souls 3 all bosses race. Do it up. Submit it.
True.
Very possible.
This was
a
this
good
was
idea.
really incredible.
Thank you. That
Yeah,
was,
this
I'm
was-
glad I got to showcase the new glitches. Anyone who's looking for getting started in these runs, join the Soul Speedrun Discord, go to the leaderboards, go to people's chats, check out all that stuff. The run's really, it's in a really great state right now, and we could always use more runners.
Yeah, we're always looking to help. Feel free to just ask questions all the time. We like to meme too, so if we say any cheeky jokes, it's just haha funny business.
Yeah, we like to have fun. We like to goof around. We like to banter, all that stuff.
Seriously
Make sure
though.
you follow Tricky on Twitch. He's
Yeah.
always streaming this game, always searching for tech, and he's way more into finding skips and glitches and stuff. So
Yeah, I like to see. You kind of get tired of the ambient noise and the music in this game after a while. So I like to play really chill music, and I like to run at walls for hours and chill with chat. So that's my thing. Also follow Matt. He likes this game as well. He plays it a lot. He plays a lot of Street Fighter, and he has some very fun arcs on Project Zomboid.
Definitely an
yeah, I'll
incredible
get back
run.
to this game soon.
Seriously, really awesome. Thank you so much, Tricky and Matt, for being here. Once again, I'm gonna say it here. Hover over the title of the stream if you're on desktop. You can see Sound Tricky's name. Definitely give him a follow. Really incredible. So thank you so much there, Tricky, for this incredible run. Yeah, we're not done though, everybody. We are not done. We are gonna take a quick break, and then we will be back with Bloodborne. All bosses hitless with Goes on Ghost. In the meantime, while we're on break, do me a favor and join the GDQ Discord. You can actually add the Hotfix role where you can get keep tabs on all kinds of upcoming events and talk with our teams. Just use !Discord if you want. If you want to follow, if you want to join the Discord. We'll be right back. Bloodborne coming up next. Oops, you died weekend. Welcome back, everybody, to Oops, You Died Weekend here on the GDQ Hotfix. We got some more runs coming at you. Bloodborne, the first not Souls game, but still FromSoft game, coming at you right now. Goes on Ghost will be doing the all bosses hitless run. It's going to be absolutely incredible. But hey, do you like Hotfix? I know I do. I'm a big fan. If you missed any of the awesome shows that we have here on Hotfix, there's all kinds of different shows. You can go check them out at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. And you can also go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/gamesdonequick, where we upload all of the Hotfix content. All right, let's get into this. Bloodborne, all bosses hitless, Goes on Ghost. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
I'm glad you're here.
I've
This
been
is gonna be
hyped.
an awesome run here. Awesome run. We're super excited about Bloodborne. I love Bloodborne. I haven't played Bloodborne other than a little bit, but I know it's a fan favorite and I love watching it. So I'm definitely excited for this hitless all bosses run. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We also have PT and Zero the Fin here. How are you guys? Yeah,
I'm doing very well. I'm happy to be here and happy to be part.
Oh yeah,
I am
this is gonna be
I am
a
so
great
excited
run,
for this
great
run. I am so excited.
Ghost, are you ready to rock and roll?
Oh yeah. Um, was it me?
Are we good, Ghost? Are you here? Are you ready to rock and roll?
Oh,
I think Ghost
hang
might
on,
be
I got
muted.
chat.
Hold on.
I can hear a ghost.
Really?
It might be the OBS side.
hmm.
All right, we're just having some quick minor technical difficulties, but we'll get it all sorted out here, and we're ready for this awesome run.
Can you hear me now?
I can now hear you.
Oh no, they didn't hear PT, the most annoying person on comms is going to talk endlessly about Bloodborne. I'm not that annoying, but I do really like Bloodborne.
I don't think you're annoying. I'm excited. I'm excited for this run. Ghost, before we get started here, why don't you give the chat a little bit of a rundown of what we're gonna see here? Because again, this is all bosses but hitless, right? So you're like prepped.
Yep. Yeah. It's longer than it's definitely longer than a speed run, but it's a run with strats to beat like every boss without taking a hit, get past every enemy without taking a hit, don't get caught by a trap, and do it all from start to finish.
All right. Awesome. Whenever you are ready, we can get started here.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. I feel like it's a case of you're going to have to dodge everything literally, and there's a lot of also meticulous planning that goes into it as a result, because we're not going to get echoes from a lot of enemies and stuff. We are literally going to be dodging most of these nerds.
Yeah, you pretty much only fight what you have to.
I just changed my gesture there so that I don't accidentally sit down anywhere in the game.
Yeah, that's a fun feature that's unique to PlayStation controllers, is the automatic gestures. If you get one of those near an enemy or in a boss fight, it's usually game over for you.
Or at least run over at the bare minimum. You might survive it, but you're no longer going to be hitless.
Yeah, and that's why Ghost switched it, because sitting down is the one that happens the most common. So by default, that slot that it's in, we switch it for the wave with the hopes that we can still slow walk and not have our day ruined. The only chance we've got.
So I want to talk about that first enemy that was just killed. Fun fact for everyone that didn't know that played this, you can kill that guy at the very beginning. I like to call the technique to kill that it's very technical. It's called the butt slapper.
Oh yeah, I've heard of this.
Yes, you hit him with a smooth butt slapper, get the visceral, and boom, you've got some free stuff you got to worry about. See, we got another one right there. That's probably my favorite thing in the entire run, is getting the visceral. It's my favorite visceral of all the FromSoft games.
Yeah, getting one without a weapon feels extra cool.
Especially funny when you do it with just fists.
Because, of course, when you start this game, you don't have your weapons out the box.
Nope.
Now, I wanted to ask a question. Ghost, when did you switch your strat to killing that first guy instead of dodging him?
I can't remember exactly when it happened, but at first I noticed that he seems to always do that attack, and through my jailbroken PS4 and debug menu, I actually confirmed that he does, in fact, always do that attack no matter what. So if you just run past him, you have a free opening for a backstab, which is helpful because then you don't have to worry about him just hanging out next to the ladder instead of chasing you, because then if he's next to the ladder and you go up the ladder, you're most likely going to get hit.
Yeah, those enemies of the ladder follow a general routine, but sometimes they just do unusual things. So I think having that one dead makes it a lot safer, like you said. Just more consistent, I should say.
As I know that a lot of runs I've seen get lost is usually because of him specifically. The other two aren't that bad unless you accidentally jump into the boxes while you're getting your Molotovs. But beyond that, he's the one with the heavy hammer that's just like, I'm gonna get you. This nerd that we're coming up on is also a dangerous one because he can shoot you, and if you're not paying attention to sound and moving around and strafing, he continues to shoot you while you're running down that hallway. So you can get shot in the back.
I'm pretty sure
Now,
Ghost already made it past the enemy that I couldn't get past.
Wait, did we already pass
it? Are you going
it?
to get the saw spear for this run?
I am not. I am going to stick with the saw cleave.
Whoa.
About to meet a fan favorite.
The best
Eileen
girl.
Crow.
Everyone say hi to Eileen. We love her. And Eileen is specifically important, not just because she's best girl, but she gives us those bold hunter's marks. For people who've never played this, that allows us to go back to our last lantern that we've lit without losing our echoes, which is going to be important for a couple of transitions in this run.
Oh, yeah. And see,
That
right
jump
there,
always scares me.
Ghost jump down and skip some ladders and stuff. Quite common, you'll see people climb up those ladders and get a music box, which can cause a temporary stagger on Gascoigne and make the fight a little more controlled for the player. But Ghost has a tremendous amount of experience and does not need any help. I think it's Gascoigne that needs help. So this will be a straight-up fight with Gascoigne, perfect strafing and backstab techniques going to be employed here.
Yeah, I am someone who uses the music box, so I am the one that goes up the ladder. I am still very much using that strat, but the nice thing about Gascoigne as a first boss is that he gives you a lot of flexibility early on to really understand what kind of hitless run you want to do. I play very conservatively and safe, so I use the music box strat, and Ghost is going to go extremely aggressive, but Ghost has also been doing this much longer, so we're going to see a super dope fight here, and this is also probably my favorite hitless fight, and just generally, like the music, the layout, everything. I love this fight so much. Also, parrying bosses in this is just
Yeah, this fight is quite complex for boss number 1. It's something that, I still struggle to do anything close to what you're seeing Ghost do here. It's very precise.
There's also a very deliberate kind of strategy being in place here. So Gascoigne, like many other bosses in the From titles, is a phase changer. So once you get about halfway through his health, he's going to transition, but he doesn't just change moveset, he changes form entirely, as we see here. But the entire fight, one of the key components that's going to be the same no matter what your strat is, you really want to get a chain of viscerals on him because it just does big damage and it really keeps him much more controlled, and you don't have to worry about doing things like dodging, parrying, all that extra. Another thing that Ghost has been doing here is throwing Molotovs on him to get some extra burst damage, and with that being said, a lot of viscerals, a couple of bursts, some
And
clean dodges,
GG.
get this man out of here. Yeah, he's out of here. Actual nerd energy. I still think that parrying him in like his beast form though, there's something about that builds a specific high where you're like, you know what, I can do anything. And then you go to Bloodstarved Beast and you're like, I am the worst player ever. Never mind. It was a lie. I'm so terrible.
These games will humble you over and over again.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple times. And yes, Stitsky, very mindful, very demure. Very demure. So for these next couple of moments, we're going to be doing a little bit of running around, and this is going to be the first wave of what I like to consider a kind of setup. So we're going to grab some hunter's clothes to get a little bit better defense and stuff. Obviously, we don't want to be too worried about it because ideally we don't want to get hit, but we still don't want to just get one shot killed either if things go sideways. So we're going to grab some hunter's clothes. We're going to start grabbing some items to level up our weapons, and then we're going to start doing our first little bit of miniature echo farming.
Yeah, and I think one of the benefits of grabbing that outfit there is if it has a pretty good effect on the beast meter that we some of the people, if they're not familiar, they'll see later. We actually consume an item that makes our consecutive attacks stronger and stronger for a temporary period of time. And depending on the outfit you're wearing, the overall size that you can build that meter up is going to be different. So here, we're still in the starting clothes. I'm pretty sure Ghost will stay in the starting clothes because although they are pretty much tissues or tissue paper at this point for protection, the one thing they are good at is providing poison resistance. And the
Did you see that?
Where did that dog come from?
Oh, no. Okay, so that's actually a fun segue point. Speaking of being in paper clothes and things that can go sideways in
There
this
you go.
run, those dogs are probably the first big thing that can go sideways.
Bring Tricky back.
Ghost-
He left the DS3 dogs here.
Right, get these nerds out of here for real, for real. Oh, absolutely terrible. So the trickiest thing about this particular run is that there's a lot of places, especially early on, where you can lose your run to what we can call just straight up from soft garbage. More times than not, it's dog associated. So we just saw those dogs. Ideally, what you want them to do is two of them will come and stand on the stairs. You can hit them with a molly, and then they'll die. In this case, Ghost got an unfortunate roll. One hit the stairs, and the other one came down to give her some friendly sniffs. But luckily, it did not actually get the sniffs off, so we're still good. But you have to be mindful of that stuff. Yes, exactly. And even the enemies that she threw a Molotov at on the way in, those can aggro to you, and those will chase you, and they can mess up your run. There's a lot of things in this that can go super sideways, super fast.
And I think the first 10 or so minutes of this and any kind of challenge run or adding a speed element is quite stressful. You know, getting to Gascoigne and through Gascoigne and past those dogs and through this next area. I mean, at least for me, I would put it on one of the higher stress things. I feel like once this next section is done, there's a slight level of relaxation.
Yeah. So more things to be a little bit worried about. The guy that she just threw a Molotov at, these will also try to chase you down. And they just are relentless. Like their aggro radius is very high. So if they insist that they want to chase you, they can chase you, and it's horrifying. And it's even worse when you consider that you have our friend De Jura. I like to call him Machine Gun Kelly.
He shoots at you while you're.
I would say I always, when I do my run, I was like, oh, Machine Gun Kelly's here and angry. But we like De Jura. He means well.
Yeah.
But he can mess up your run along with some of those monsters that are in this area because they're just relentless. They don't let up. They're just like, we want to hang out with you. And Ghost has to do everything in her power to be like, please do not, don't, please stop. I don't want to hang out with you. We are not friends.
Also, just to
this is
point
like
back to
running
what
section.
Zero was saying, the reason I am wearing these clothes is for poison resistance.
yes.
It actually is better than the hunter set.
Yeah.
Good to know.
So usually
This is
right
great.
after this boss here, when we're done with the poison need, the outfit will be changed and then it will remain the same for the rest of the run. And I don't believe Ghost wears a hat. I'm a big fan of that.
I do enjoy the hat as well.
I enjoy no hat, is what I meant.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not a fan
I'm
of
very
top
much
hats.
team hat.
I get
I am team top hat.
I get ridiculed often, but no hat.
Oh, we don't.
My
we don't
defense when
ridicule-
people tell me I need to wear a hat is I say, hey, Ghost doesn't wear a hat. You're wrong.
So something I wanted to bring up while we're finishing up this run through as we get to Bloodstarved Beast. Beast Blood pellets are specifically unique in the fact that it is one of I think it might be the only item. Oh, whoa. Okay,
party.
we have a lot of friends. We have a party going, yes. Luckily, once we get to the door here, they should fall off. Emphasis on should.
Yeah.
I said should. But I wanted to talk about Beast Blood pellets for a hot second because Beast Blood pellets are one of the items in the game that even when you read the description, it doesn't quite clearly explain to you what they're used for. So there's a lot of people who go through a full casual playthrough of this game and they never use them because they're like, well, they seem useless. And they're actually quite potent because you can build damage over time, as you can see on this
meter
boss.
building on the top of the screen now. And Ghost is going to continue to strafe and do those heavy charged attacks. And you'll see when one of those attacks lands, you'll see the meter on screen build. Boom, boom. So the higher that meter is, the more damage you're doing per strike, up to the point of the meter being full. But you can see the chunks of damage coming off of this boss. There's been no leveling here from the weapon or the character. This is Beast Pellet and Technique.
So speaking more clearly to this boss in particular, this is something where Ghost has the parry on lockdown. There's two swing attacks that this boss can do that are very, very similar in appearance. One is an arm swing that just goes right in front of it, and then the other one is an arm swing that kind of is a leaping attack. Ghost can kind of see the difference between the two, and you can parry the one that's right in front of it, but we're not going to talk about BSB anymore because she's dead. By the way, fun fact, BSB, I believe, is female.
Yeah, that is the common interpretation I have seen.
I was talking to Zero earlier about this, about cursed split names. My split for that nun is, I call her Flapjackal.
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 Nice.
So now
the
we're
next
in
order
the...
of business here is, Ghost is trying to go and gain access to the Cathedral Ward. Bloodborne's kind of unique. It gives you an option. You can go down and kill Bloodstarved Beast, and that side door will open, and you can then take this path, and or you have the option to buy pretty much a key to open a gate. But since this is all bosses, I guess that point is irrelevant. Ghost is going to be making her way down to access the Cathedral Ward to get on the other side of the locked gates, and then the next boss will be Amelia.
Yes, that girl, Amelia. Something I want to highlight about this pathing too is by taking this route, if you're like me and you're on baby any %, you want to go to Bloodstarved Beast for another side reason. This will encourage you to take this side area into the original Hunter's Dream for 2 important things. The first one we're about to pick up is the 1/3 of umbilical cord.
Great point.
There's actually 4 in the game. There's 4 total in the game, but this one is at the low cost and attrition of free 99.
Oh yeah.
You just go get it. The second thing is going to be that you get the doll's clothes. Now, we're never going to put on the doll's clothes. We're actually going to take those and sell them, and that's just free real estate for Echoes. Because once we get past Amelia, we are going to start looking into grabbing some more setup, and then we're going to pump in some levels and some leveling up on our weapon.
And the doll clothes by itself gains 35,000 money. So that's a very important pickup for a leveled run, I think.
Exactly.
So
and to answer,
go ahead.
I wanted to answer this real fast in chat. There are more bosses in the Chalice dungeons. However, in the interest of the full marathon weekend, we are not going to do Chalice dungeons because getting all bosses all the way down to the Queen is a task. That's a little bit of a task. And we want to try and make sure we're showcasing all the Soulsbourne games.
Yeah, so with the all boss DLC, we're going to have 22 total bosses. Chalices won't be involved here.
Though if you're playing casually, I do encourage that you give Chalices a heckin' dang whirl because they are a good time.
I am a fan of the Chalices. They can be nonsensical, and there's some things that are just slapped together, but there's some unique bosses and really cool weapon variants and great environments in there. But I'm a nerd for this game, so you won't find me complaining too much about much of it.
Yeah. So now we're going to go to Amelia, which is, I think, a crowd favorite for many, but we're going to just observe how this is going to die in 30 seconds or less.
Yeah, this is a very precise script. Stamina management and angles, and at one point here you're going to see a very necessary health stagger as opposed to a breaking a part of the body. You should see it here after this visceral to the face. The next 3 hits are going to health stagger this thing and freeze it in place so Ghost can hit the arm, and then there will be a slide and she'll finish the job here. But it's very precise. This is hard to do. It's very hard to do.
Yeah, this is probably one of my favorite bosses to do because of the precision in your hit list run. Oh, now, ma'am. Okay, never mind. She's fine. She just did a weird side step.
Yeah, that's expected.
Oh, that's expected.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I was just expecting her to go straight to the swing back.
Ghost has not leveled the weapon at all, so that's the +0 script as far as +0 weapon upgrades for Amelia. That's pretty much how it goes. I much prefer to level the weapon even just a little bit because it goes that much faster, and there's a little more room to make mistakes. But that +0 thing that you all just saw is very sharp and very precise. So GG, Ghost.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Big GG's on that. I didn't even think about the fact that you haven't leveled up even a little bit, so that's true. I'm used to doing it with like at least a +2, I think.
Yeah,
when
much
I'm
more
doing
cozy
my run.
that way. But
Yeah.
Ghost will hear none of that.
Yeah, I was like, Ghost is the one that runs it when it comes to the Bloodborne hitless run. So if Ghost says it goes, then it goes.
Ghost Guide
That
is
means
what
I just
taught
need to
me
get
how
my-
to do the +0 route. I had
What's
no
interesting
idea
is that
how
it
to
looks
approach
very
it.
similar.
Yeah, same
Yeah.
concept. It's, a series of limb breaks and managing stamina and things. But yeah, it's much more cozy with some upgrades to the character and or the weapon. But she just proved you can do it with nothing if you got the little bit of knowledge required to do it
chops.
and the hours to practice it.
Yes. So we just picked up a couple of gems. The gems for this run are also going to be really important because most of the gems we're going to be using are going to be straight up damage buffing gems. And so we're going to be needing everything we can to boost our damage because after a certain point in this run, we're not even going to bother with leveling up stuff anymore. We're going to get our stuff as high as we need to. We're going to get the levels we need. And then everything from there is going to come from beast blood pellets along with the, excuse me, the gems. Also, that guy that we just rolled past there, very scary dude because he's been known to ruin some runs. A lot of the guys in this area can mess up your run too.
Yeah, this is the Forbidden Woods. This is a very giant area, and it's the whole pathway on the way to the legendary Shadows of Yharnam, which is a triple boss fight. It's 3 bosses versus the player, and it's a fluid and reactive thing. There is no script per se. There's no easy mode here on a normal no-hit run. Speed or otherwise, you have to learn the fight and you have to react to whatever they give you, even if it's nonsense.
So I want to highlight another thing that's coming up here that's being used often, and that's going to be the blood cocktails. We'll be using those in certain locations to try and get them away from us. It's kind of the same thing as in the previous run with DS3. Tricky, you saw through a couple of alluring skulls here and there. Well, we're going to be using blood cocktails because that's the Bloodborne equivalent to get people to just not pay attention to us. We're also going to be deploying a couple of blue elixirs as well so that we can get through areas in a lot easier kind of locations. So we just do a cocktail there because we chose not to kill the puppies in the dungeon, in the cages. Dear God, I can talk, I promise. And because of that, they get to break out, but now they're just occupied by the blood cocktail. There's nothing to see here.
Great point, tying that into the alluring skulls. I didn't even make that connection, but that's exactly what it is. A temporary distraction, so they're aggressive somewhere else other than our face.
Correct. Same thing with while we run along the side here. You're also going to see Ghost throughout this run do a couple of what feels like randomized pot shots. But the thing is, for some of the enemies in the game, when you shoot, they will draw their attention to the shot first, and then that will give you a little bit of an opportunity to squeeze by if you need to, and especially if you're on like the last end of your blue elixir. Oh, time out. A lot of bad behaving men in this today. What are we doing, sir?
Yeah, that guy doesn't always follow. He can, but I don't. As far as I know, there's no way to make sure that he doesn't. It's just one of those roll the dice moments.
That's not okay. Well,
That's
he's dead
Bloodborne.
now, so yeah. So we have some spare echoes, I guess, but that's not gonna really help us in the grand scheme of things. He just really wanted to meet his demise, I suppose. Sometimes it be that way. I get it. I get sleepy and I need naps too.
He knows it's GDQ. He wanted his 5 minutes. He's like, hey, everybody.
Oh, you know what? You're right. It was the 15 seconds of fame. You're absolutely correct. See, and I was gonna say I like naps too. I just like mine to be less permanent.
Yeah, good point.
So you know.
It's very interesting because I know you all run like Dark Souls 3 and some other runs as well, but I was curious to know like how dramatically different is like this run compared to like a Dark Souls 3 when it comes to like the strategy behind it.
Oh wow. So Zero, do you run Dark Souls 3 at all, or is that going to be a predominantly I can answer it question?
I have no hitless experience in Dark Souls 3. I just have a tremendous amount in the wild inconsistencies that is Bloodborne. So I will defer to you and Ghost on that one.
So when it comes to Dark Souls versus Bloodborne, there's a couple of like very distinct nuances. So for example, kind of one of the reasons I prefer Bloodborne is because I'm a very aggressive player. When it comes to Dark Souls itself, it kind of lends itself for you to do a little bit more of like the turtling strategies. But then on the flip side of that, when it comes to parrying, I'll be honest with everyone, and Tricky, I'm so sorry if you're in chat. You can drag me for this like for eternity. I suck. I mean, I absolutely suck at Dark Souls 3 parrying. Everyone uses the buckler. I cannot get the timing down. I can only parry with medium-sized shields. And that's another kind of big factor is that depending on how you play in Dark Souls 3, you can parry with small or medium shields depending. I do better with medium shields. All the big kids use the buckler. I am not a big kid. I'm just a soul level 1 runner. Just give me the super nerf stuff and I can do that. With Bloodborne, because the parry is done with the gun, it really is just a timing exercise. So if you can see exactly where you're supposed to hit stuff, Scarl, shut up. If you can see exactly when you're supposed to do stuff, you can parry most things. That being said, that's going to be like the main extent of my knowledge. I've done soul level 1 for Dark Souls 3 and I've done blood level 4 for Bloodborne. I will say that the Blood level 4 run is a little bit cozier because you get your starting weapon. You just need to figure out how to level it and how to actually beef yourself up, which you do a lot of in the hitless run, minus the leveling. With Dark Souls 3, the variety of things and stuff gets very convoluted very fast. And so even to this day, I'm personally kind of like working on an additional guide against all the guides that are out there for, hey, if you want to do Soul Level 1, here's a way you can do it that doesn't make your brain feel like it's Swiss cheese. And there's a lot to go into it. So I feel like Bloodborne, I'm going to say something very dangerous. I feel like Bloodborne was the one that was a little bit cozier for me to pick up overall. But again,
In terms of hitless?
in terms of hitless, in terms of speedrunning too.
Wow.
Yeah, Dark Souls 3 is actually considered by many to be one of the hardest no-hit to do.
I don't know. I think I agree here. When I think of Bloodborne, I put it in the same category as like Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing.
You know what? Shut up. It's a very funny thing because there's some people from my channel that's pulling up because I remember to promote this. Hi, I'm a good streamer, I guess. And they will tell you that I
Ghost,
am
have you
one
leveled?
of.
I have, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, Ghost just did it really fast. Beyond Ghost, I think I'm one of the other designated cozy Bloodborne streamers. So people come in and they hang out to watch me do attempts at no hit and then just casually play on New Game Plus and stuff because I really like Bloodborne.
This is the Shadows of Yharnam, everybody. You can see already you've got somebody shoots fireballs at you, but they're also holding a weapon. So you can go stand on their toes and they won't do anything a lot of the time. But that same one that's shooting fireballs can hit you right over the head anytime it sees fit. You've got the main sword guy that chases you for eternity, and he's followed closely by his friend who has a candlestick and a sword. So there's a tremendous amount of variety. You have to keep your eyes on everybody at all times and really look out for counter damage and blind spots. This arena does you no favors, and what Ghost, I believe, is going to try to do here is strategically hit the top health bar and the bottom health bar until it's at a very specific point so that she can control when they transition and how the transition goes, because in the second phase, these things gain the ability to summon some gigantic snakes out of the ground. And by doing it this way, we can kind of limit the risks with that. And if all goes well, it should be, a pretty smooth transition and a pretty easy, well, I don't say easy, pretty quick elimination of the rest. But there are so many variables with the 3 different enemies.
Yeah, so, and kind of to add some detail to that, as Ghost is doing everything in her power to keep this nice and clean. Very transparently, if you ever start a hitless run with Bloodborne, I'm saying this because I care about you and I love you and I want you to just know what you're walking into. This is going to be the one that you'll be stuck on for a hot minute because this is a super hard no-hit fight. Because you have all 3 of them with their 3 different move sets. They're all going to be acting on their own accord. And the thing is, they all have sneaky tricks up their sleeve that you will almost always not be ready for the first time you see them. So for a strong example, our gentleman who's shooting the 3 fireballs, it looks like that's all he can do. But if you get close enough to him and he's feeling squirrely, he can hit you with that mace. And when you're not ready for that mace to come in and hit you, congratulations, you've lost your run.
Oh yeah,
the
it's
same
quick.
thing kind of yeah, it's really fast. Like, you have to see that tell, which is very, very lightweight, and be ready for it. The same thing applies for the guy who has a sword but can also do fire stuff himself. He'll just come up like he just did, and he'll just throw fire at you. And the thing is, if you're not paying attention to where he's oriented, you're not going to be ready for which way you need to dodge. And it's very real that you could dodge right into that fireball.
Oh yeah.
The probably easiest one to read is the guy with the definitely not katana, and there's a whole lore bit behind that.
It's a
but we're not going to
scimitar.
get into it for this. No, I was like, we're not going to get into it. But the definitely not katana, he is probably the easiest one to deal with because he's very aggressive and wants to come hit you.
Yeah.
But the caveat is that he is also the one that has the most health. So even though he's throwing himself out there, he's the designated tank of the group.
True.
So there's a lot going on with this fight, though.
Yeah, so
I
it
think
looks
this
like
is a pretty
we're getting
classic Souls boss. Just 3 dudes in a pit.
Yeah. They've always got it somewhere.
Gotta have
It
that.
looks
So
like
we were- Go
the
ahead,
health
go ahead.
is about where Ghost is going to want it, so she's going to go ahead and initiate transition here. A little bit of a stubborn layout here.
So another part that's really important about this, I hate to cut you off. I didn't mean to, I promise, but I think we're going down this. I think we're going down the same route. The other thing that's important about this transition is Ghost is going to want the three of them as close as possible to ensure that that transition goes smoothly. Because while yes, she could go ahead and initiate it with Fire Bro or Scimitar Bro, it doesn't change the fact that if they're super spread out, it just gives them more opportunity to deploy those snakes and do other very not nice things. So it looks like we're going in for it. Again, this is a very, very rough boss. So it's not surprising that something happened there. But the reason that we left this guy by himself is because this nerd doesn't know how to dodge. This is my favorite part of the fight, by the way.
That was an unfortunate transition, even from the first Peninsula attempt with the Candleman in front and not breaking away, and then it's always a chance. Any of the shadows can do any of their attacks before they go ahead and go into the transition animation, or they could go into it immediately. You kind of never know what it's going to be like. It's just one of those rolling factors that it's always something a little different.
Yeah, and something that Sophia just pointed out too, all of those enemies have different frames. This is why I said at the very top of this fight, if there is a fight that I can guarantee when you're learning any flavor of run that you're going to lose it to, you're going to lose to those guys at least a handful of times. Just because of the fact that it is so much going on. It is so RNG heavy. It is just so much to monitor and keep track of. But overall, it's something that honestly, when you do get the no hits on it, it's like the best feeling in the world. It is the best feeling. Because it's like, yeah, like once you get those nerds down with a no hit, it's like at that point you do start feeling like you can be just, you're not going to be stopped. You can't be stopped. So the funny thing about the fight that we just did as well, in my opinion, is that after you have that absolute nightmare of a fight, you could go into probably one of my favorite cozy fights in the entire run, because I believe Ghost is going to probably go for the ROM single cycle.
Oh, yeah.
Every time you say cozy, I can't handle this.
It is cozy.
I can't handle the cozy.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. I know it's like, it's the weirdest thing to call them cozy, but I feel like this is a weird take incoming. I'm just letting you know. When it comes to the Soulsbourne games, once you find kind of like your sweet spot of the games, the fear and the like trepidation of it being super challenging starts to just kind of fade out over time. Like I started on Dark Souls 3 myself, and then I was like, wow, that wasn't too terribly bad, I don't think. And then I moved over to Bloodborne, and then I did Sekiro, and then I did Elden Ring, and now I'm doing Lies of P. And there just reaches a point where your brain stops parsing it as this is extremely challenging, and it starts parsing it as, yeah, I could play this some more. And I'll try to refrain from calling it cozy.
No, you do it. You do it. I think chat loves it. I think chat loves it. My brain hurts.
So this is Rom the Spider. If you want to go ahead and talk about this a little bit, Zero, by all means.
Yeah, when you first enter this arena, this is one of, I think, only 2 bosses that doesn't openly attack you. It's kind of just sitting there. We have to make contact initially, and once that's happened, it summons 10 of these little spiders that are very aggressive, and they employ some of the same tricks that shadows do. They kind of remain idle until you commit to hitting one of them. The other ones will then jump or attack you, so it's pretty standard to clear them out of the way so they don't ruin the run or cause a death, and then from here we're able to focus on this boss, and this is only phase 1. The hope is to defeat this boss before it goes to phase 2 or 3, because in phase 1 it has no attacks by itself. What Ghost has done here is take one of those beast pellets and is punching it in the face, essentially. The face is hardened, it looks like it's made of rock, it does not take much damage, and this allows Ghost to build up the beast meter without causing any actual damage. So at some point when she's satisfied with the amount of the meter, she will switch back to her weapon, go around the side to the soft spots, and really start putting the hurting on Rom. And Ghost has this down to a science where it's a certain amount of damage, and you will see the boss begin to spin to try to teleport away. And the idea will be that Ghost will knock it out of the teleport and cancel that, just like that. and then finish the job. It's a little bit of a race against time, some RNG, and just your own stamina in the game. And there you go, one cycle ROM.
I got good RNG too.
Yeah,
I was about to say,
slide.
you actually got really nice RNG because you got the slide and then she kind of took a few steps back. Typically, she likes to slide and then go straight into the next attempt to teleport. So that was real nice of her.
Yeah, it's just showcases. Sometimes, always. That's my catchphrase for Bloodborne. People ask me, does this work? Sometimes. Not always, slide, no slide. Teleport early sometimes. Spiders clustering together instead of coming out and being able to separate and kill them quickly. It's just, this is part of the charm. I talked with Ghost about this before. Part of the charm of this game is that it's not consistent. As much of a headache as that can cause, there's something endearing about it. Like, which version am I going to get? I joke that booting this game up is RNG.
It kind of is. And it's RNG not just with the game itself. Sometimes it's RNG because PS4s are trying their hardest to keep up with stuff because this is still a PS4 game.
Yeah.
So, like, I've had times where I've on stream played it and it's like, oh, well, sometimes we just don't want to load anymore. Guess we're going to call it. Or other times where just the enemies decide they have a mind of their own. Their AI has leveled up. I have died and lost my run many a times to the two homies at the bottom of the stairs because they decide, we don't feel like turning towards you. We're just going to keep our backs to you until we decide we want to swing our torches, which is super cool and really fun.
This area here is the Unseen Village. This is quite a long-running section with a lot of people in the way that don't want you to make it through, but with some knowledge and a set path, this can be very consistent, but this area always stresses me out. There's a lot of particular things Ghost is doing here in regards to stamina management and direct pathing to either prevent enemies from activating or causing them to activate later. She had to make a drop down in here into this jail cell to pick up a magic key to open a place on the other side of the map and later in the game, and there's a lot going on here, but she's got it down to a science. I'm assuming Blue Elixir will be coming up here because the next approach is going to be running past quite a bit of enemies and a very specific pathing down a set of stairs where a laser beam tries to take you out.
And even with the laser beam, all the trash beforehand has a chance to really just ruin your entire day.
Oh, yeah.
There was a gentleman you might have saw that was right in the walkway that Ghost rolled past. Sometimes he doesn't position correctly. He decides he doesn't want to move. He wants to swing. So there's just, again, the first half of this, especially for this run, there are just so many things that absolutely want to see you die. Another fun fact is in this particular area where we just came in to get these bloodstone shards, sometimes the ladies with torches will decide they want to come in and say, hey, what's up? And keep following you. They just...
Oh, man. Zero, please share your story with these women.
Oh, I had a series of run attempts during 1 week where the witches, they're leftover or also found in the Witches of Hemwick, Charnel Lane area. I would run through the laser stairs as I was taught, from Ghost and a lot of experience. And I just had the witches following me regularly. And I couldn't understand it. One day, the one Ghost is talking about, chased me all the way down to the lamp. I lit the lamp and started running away. It chased me to the point where Ghost just plunged down onto the enemy with the rifle. And then I thought I lost it. When I jumped down past the dogs to continue the path, it was down there taking swings at me. I'm pretty sure it was a Terminator. I've never seen it go half as far ever in my life, and I've never seen it happen again.
I love this story. Hang on. I want you to finish, but we need to talk bad about Parl.
I wrapped it up quickly.
Oh, sweet. So everyone hates Parl. He's annoying. He smells bad. He's made of a bunch of bones. But the best part about Parl and Hitless is that he's also just an absolute loser because you break his joints a bunch. You just keep him from doing anything. It's great. Absolutely wonderful.
That's one of a few fights in the game. Him, Dark Beast Parl, one Reborn, I think, even Amelia. Utilizing the limb break strategy where you break one leg and while it's staggered, you go to the next, essentially. That makes that fight fairly straightforward. But if that fight gets away from you or you don't know those strategies, those are completely different fights and they are quite tough.
And yeah, kind of to the point that you're making and some people in chat are making too. Parl and One Reborn and a couple of the people you said, those are the few fights in this run that are fairly consistent. Like, ROM can get a little squirrely sometimes, and if you have to go to phase 2 or 3, it gets a little weird. And even Amelia, sometimes if you don't hit quite right, while she's consistent, if you hit the wrong section, you have now completely shattered the entire strategy. And it sucks trying to like figure out where you shattered it, because those limb breaks are all very much important and need to be activated in that certain order. But yeah,
Parl gets away from you. He's nasty.
Yeah, like Parl is a gross fight, and especially once he gets like the lightning stuff going. By the way, jump scare. That's my favorite jump scare of the entire like run. It's just dude comes out, and you're like, that's cool. You just kind of reach in his butt a little bit, grab what you need, and keep running. Followed second by the guy whose face we get to run through. Yep, there it is. Oh, Rom being a mortar cannon is not a good time. I hate doing phase 2 and 3 of Rom and Hitless, because it's pretty much just praying to the gods and throwing Molotovs, which kind of sucks because you want your Molotovs for literally anything else.
Yeah.
Literally anything else. Oh, we didn't talk about fire paper and bolt paper importance at any point, have we?
I don't believe so.
Okay, we're gonna let this guy shoot, and then Ghost is gonna go upstairs, leave the camera behind her. Cool. So at the beginning, we talk to an NPC. I forget his name because I think he's a loser.
Alfred.
And he gives you 3 fire papers. And those 3 fire papers will make and break your run, because you get those 3, and those are the only 3 you're gonna get. So by the time you get the Shadows of Yharnam, you get 1 fire paper, and you have your Beast Blood pellets. Once you have ran out of fire paper, if you haven't cleared Shadows or you wind up dying, it's honestly better if you just stop, because those fire papers make a huge difference, but you only get 3. For the rest of the run, we're going to be doing bolt paper, and since we're doing all bosses, we're going to take advantage of our insight to buy some later on. By the way, we didn't even talk about that, using insight to buy cookies. But yeah, we're using insight to buy cookies.
That's what you call them, cookies?
I call them cookies. Everything is cookies to me.
Hey, I like it. This boss here, you know, it's the one reborn. It's a big nasty monster. Lore-wise, it was created. And I won't get into too much of that, but the strategy here is to go around top and kill these Bell Maidens. And you can't really linger here. If something goes wrong up here, it can make what happens at the end a big headache. So Ghost is cooking here, managing stamina, and I assume keeping an eye on the boss and taking care of these Bell Maidens quickly and efficiently. And just like Parl and somewhat like Amelia, the limb break strategy is going to be utilized here to keep this boss grounded and really from doing anything. At that point, it's just going to be stamina management and positional, and you'll see exactly here. When we go outside here, we're looking for that big leg to lift up, just like that. So Ghost will hit the front, whatever you call this, and this thing will collapse and remain idle. And then it's going to be leg, back, other leg, and this is the fight here. You know, if you get that opening with the actual boss, you pretty much know the fight's over for yourself.
I don't know. I think Zero, you should go back and talk lore. You started talking lore.
Well, okay, well, before Zero gets into it, I'll give you this like kind of buffer. My split for this is quite literally called a mess of people.
Yeah, it's a gnarly looking boss. I'm not the most knowledgeable on lore. Now that I do challenge runs, I had to swear an oath to not care about lore. That's a joke, by the way. But from what I recall, when I was super nerding out over it, the School of Mensis tried to recreate a great one, and that's the product of that. So pretty much the School of Mensis is to blame for all the horrors in Bloodborne for the most part. If I've got that right, Ghost can correct.
I was gonna say, while Ghost is actually doing other stuff. Go ahead.
You know that enemy with that carry like the bags over their shoulders? Like they're the ones that are kidnapping people for that ritual.
Oh, the bag snatchers are doing
snatchers, yeah. See, I didn't know that.
And I think kind of to that same point that you're talking about, when we say all of the horrors, you can quite literally kind of attach it to all the horrors. Like right now we're looking at all the students in the academy, and it's like, yeah, this is what happens when a couple of weird dudes decide that they can play God. That's par for the course. All the students become liquefied goo. There's a mass of people that are all bones and icky stuff trying to kill you. The vicar, you know, starts off as a woman. Just kidding. It's a giant dog, I guess. There's there's a lot of decisions that were made that could have all been reversed if someone simply would have stepped in and said, but what if we didn't do this?
How about
What
no?
if we did? A big how about no moment. We could get immortality, or hear me out, we could be normal. We could be normal. And that was a failing IQ check. So this is why we are here in Bloodborne, killing little bodies of people that have crystals and stuff, and throwing blood cocktails, because the other part about all that is the School of Mensis, Bergenworth, all of those people are doing their nonsense. And then someone had the brilliant idea of, oh, we can just get hunters to hunt down this stuff, right? Incorrect, wrong, just made the problem actually worse. And that's why we have people like Father Gascoigne, whose backstory is he was a hunter for the church, and he was a good guy until, you know, he kind of lost his marbles and then decided to slaughter his wife and not tell his child. And then you caught him in the middle of transforming. It's super cool and really awesome how everyone was really taken care of in this. Don't go into lore dives. You will never come out the same, I promise.
So much speculation.
I was just saying, everyone definitely felt completely seen in this game.
Calling them out.
Oh, not the Yarnum Ethics Committee. Hold on, stop.
Yeah.
I actually want that as a shirt.
Oh, that would be great.
I actually have a crew neck sweater that is a crest for Bergenworth that says Bergenworth Academics. And I wear it every time I play Bloodborne.
I always wanted a shirt that said Mensis Dropout.
Oh, God.
I'm going to find that.
So what Ghost is doing here is running through and throwing cocktails, actually getting attacked by an unseen force here, which is actually the brain of Mensis. It's a big ooey gooey thing that we will take care of later. But this is pathing and stamina management. We're trying to zoom through here and get past these things that throw rocks and get into the door. And I don't know if Ghost, well, you'll even see it because Ghost is moving so quick. But this is, for me, one of the creepiest rooms in the game because it's full of hanging spiders.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of spiders.
I just want to point out something very scary is coming up. I am going to do a strat. I'm doing a strat that it's ill-advised unless you want to do speed.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I've been copying that too. Yeah, so first order of business, we got to get past, this guy's name is Edgar. That's not a joke. It's a very specific controller movement. You'll see here, like, whoop, little S pattern, kind of in reverse. So we can keep moving. Because anytime you encounter a hunter like yourself in this game, it's going to be quite tough. Tougher than some bosses, I will argue. And the pathing here is going to take Ghost behind this mirror to pick up 2 more blue elixirs. We're still not able to buy any at this point, so this is all we get. And you should use one here, but as you can see, Ghost has decided to YOLO. This is going to be another specific movement to survive a possible attack from this enemy who can do multiple, so you have to read it quick. There you go. No elixir needed.
So something else I wanted to point out about DS3 versus Bloodborne, and Ghost, I believe you're the one that actually got me hip to this. I was doing 80% hitless practicing. Ghost was, of course, hanging out because Ghost is my mentor in these. And I made the comment about how, wow, it really sucks that I can't find the perfect timing to dodge damage on falls. And in Bloodborne, fun fact, that's random.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can. Other
I
times
actually
you can't.
spent an hour testing stuff to see if maybe there's a trick to it. Nope. It's random. It's completely random.
No.
Yeah,
Dark Souls 3, you can time it right. Dodge that damage, dodge gravity. Let's go. No.
Ooh, so this is Mikolash, the host of the Nightmare. This is the head of the School of Mensis, and he's got these puppets scattered throughout, and he can run around quite a bit. It looks like he went the quick way today, which is beneficial for time. This is just phase 1. The whole gimmick of this fight is you chase this guy around in circles, and you run into his marionette friends who are a little tricky to deal with, and then without knowledge, you could very well chase him around for 10 minutes, but you can see he has some magic tricks. This is not a boss that uses a typical weapon. He uses that. That's called the Augur of Ebrietis. That was a very quick phase 1. So now Ghost's going to run upstairs, and it's kind of the same thing.
Well, no, Ghost is going to go downstairs first.
Oh, for the chunks. Yeah, I was talking in terms of the boss fight. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're perfectly fine. I just wanted to make sure so people weren't wait.
Yeah, up and
Okay.
down. Yeah, no. So yeah, a little quick trip down the stairs for some more upgrade material. But the second phase of the fight, which I was referring to, takes place on the upper levels, and it's kind of the same gimmick. Chasing Mikolash around. If you don't know where he goes or how to steer him, you could find yourself running around quite a bit. And the fight won't commence until he's in his designated boss room, unless you know the things that Goes on Ghost knows and has taught so many of this. That's double Swedish, am I right, Ghost?
Yep, very rare. That is a boon on speedruns.
Yeah. This is going to be a lineup thing. Ghost is actually going to plunge and flatten this nerd and block him from moving into the final boss
wonderful
room.
too.
You see?
That was nice and early. That was nice and healthy. So something important about what's happening here is as he's running away, you get 3 hits before he realizes, okay, you want to box in the room. That's fine. That's perfectly fine.
Oof. Skeleton after effect.
Yeah, the skeletons suck. Always kill skeletons. I learned that the hard way. Something else, I want to give a shout out to, I forget who it was, but the person who taught us the plunging trick, where you can actually line up and fall down there to plunge and get him, because it makes that fight that much smoother, especially if you have your setup done correctly, your levels are nice and cozy, you have your paper, you have your pellet, you get those 3 free hits, and as you saw, Ghost can just kind of do a couple of charge R2s, and then he's out of there. We also got very lucky because we didn't get to see Miko melee.
Yeah, he pretty much never made it to his final destination, and that's what we hope. That was really good RNG, and
it was.
plunge. I miss that as much as I make that, so that's not one of my go-tos. But I do have it in my back pocket. I love to see it done correctly. It's always a nice little thing to see.
If you get Swedish, it's easier to land because he's farther away from the mirror.
Oh, I didn't know that either. Nice. I don't see Swedish that often.
That explains why when you hit him, he was flattened so far away. That makes perfect sense. Because that makes that's wonderful. Love that.
Ghost, will you be getting the Blood Rock before Nurse?
Yes, I will.
Okay, so we're at the final boss of what is considered the any percent, and we're actually up 1 because Dark Beast Parl has already been defeated. That's not part of any percent. That is an optional boss. So we got that one out of the way. The final one will be Murgo's Wet Nurse, and before Ghost goes ahead and takes care of that boss, there's a little side adventure we're going to go on. It involves getting in a broken elevator, jumping out of a broken elevator, through a broken window, and running past some of the scarier enemies that can be found in Bloodborne that can kill you very quickly and from long range. They do a status effect called Frenzy, and it's line of sight. So if they see you, you're in trouble. And you'll see it here. This is the broken elevator. The door doesn't close. And I'm sure Ghost will tilt the camera. Well, no, she uses a different visual cue. But there's a broken window here that you can make it through if you time the jump right. If you don't, that's it for you. And then up here is going to see the Winter Lanterns. And a very interesting thing about these, if you notice close, if you're not running for your life or dying or panicking, they are actually wearing the same outfit as the doll that stands in the dream.
I never noticed that. I have to
they're
look
wearing
at it
the
now.
doll clothes. Look.
I think this is
I hate it here.
Their head is also covered in messengers.
Yeah, they're really cool. They're some of my favorite enemies, but gosh, are they scary.
Yeah,
And they
the Winter
that-
Lanterns are not a joke.
I consider that a very important section that you need to get your don't get motion gestures like skill down, because if you get a motion gesture there, you are not getting out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because the thing about the Winter Lanterns isn't just the frenzy that procs on sight. They are still trying to box you as well. So if they want to come up and give you a warm, fuzzy hug, you can wrap that up.
If they get a hold of you, you are dead. You will survive the hug and the whatever they're doing while they're hugging you, just long enough to think you made it until you drop dead of the frenzy status effect, and that's it. So that's all the mission there. Through nice and clean and safe. Picked up a very important upgrade gem, which I think might be the best gem in the base game, or in the entire game, really. That's not chalices. That drop.
It's actually, it's the same one as in Yargul. They're both 18% up.
Oh, but one's the droplet that goes in any slot.
Oh, then yeah, that one's probably the best.
Well, I was looking for clarification. That's the difference. The droplet can go anywhere, but the bonus is the same?
Yeah.
Okay, so I stand corrected. That makes sense. And then also, we got the Blood Rock. That's what allows us to maximum upgrade our weapon. We can't get a weapon upgrade any higher than this. There's only one found in the base game. There's only one in the DLC. And on an all-boss speedrun, we don't go near the one in the DLC. So we got that. Our weapon should be as strong as it's going to be for the rest of the run.
So now at this point, we're going to be double backing a little bit, and we're going to go back up that same little walkway that has all those people that we hate, and we're going to go hang out with Murgo's Wet Nurse. And Murgo's Wet Nurse, I think, is probably another one of my favorite fights, because once you learn how to actually control her, which I'll explain a little bit here in a second, it becomes a fight that's just very satisfying. So when I say control her, Murgo's Wet Nurse has a couple of moves that we definitely want to see. One of which I call the spin cycle. It's where she kind of spins and she slashes up when she's done. And the other one is going to be her dive forward, where she just kind of slashes everything forward. If we can get mostly those types of attacks, we are in great shape.
Yeah, because alternative to what? Yeah, I think you're going there. Never mind. I'll let you go.
Yeah, because alternative to that, we have things that we don't want to see, one of which is called the slap chop. That's not the slap chop. That's just a slap down. That's perfectly fine. We take those.
There's slap
We'll
chop.
also tolerate, the slap chop is the worst thing, because quite literally, she's just wildly swinging. And the hitboxes on the slap chop are disastrous on their best day. You may think you're out of the way. I can reassure you, you are not. Whenever she disappears, Ghost is going to go to the edge to kind of make sure she always has her sights on her. There's that dive forward that I was talking about. You see Ghost doesn't even dodge out of it. It's just there hanging out. Now, while she's doing this, she may also decide she wants to go into a nightmare phase, so to speak. We don't want that either, because it is dodgeable, but if you don't dodge it, you're in for a bad time. An extremely bad time.
The arena gets very dark and another version of her shows up. It's essentially 2. So no nightmare phase attempts there. That was a very quick fight.
Yeah,
GG, and that's any percent plus Dark Beast Parl. So,
yeah, it is. I was about to say, we've done any percent for the day. Congratulations, team.
Congratulations, team.
Heck yeah. All right. Would this be a good time to take a quick break?
Yeah, we can wait until Murgo stops crying and dying, and then we can go to the dream.
Yeah, there's a delay after
like-
you kill this boss before the lamp appears and we're able to leave. If you quit out or anything, that you have to fight the boss again as well, outside of hitless rules for speedruns. You kind of have to wait for that, am I right?
Wait, repeat that?
Alrighty, so we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with the second half of this incredible Bloodborne hitless run. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. My name is Jiggy, and we are here at Oops, You Died Weekend. I have just a quick announcement here just for all of you all. If you like GDQ and you like the speed run, well, guess what? Are you a professional? Are you looking for, I don't know, something called a job? Yeah, something like that, a job? Well, guess what? GDQ, we're actually looking for some new showrunners in 2024. If you want to join me and our incredible crew of creators that create some incredible shows here on the GDQ channel, you can actually go check that out at gamesdonequick.com/jobs. We're looking right now for new showrunners to start with season 4, and we're also looking for a brand new hotfix manager. So if you want to be my boss, yeah, you can do that. You can apply. So definitely check it out right now. All right, let's get back to Bloodborne. Ghost, you ready?
Oh, yeah.
All right, whenever you're ready, take it away.
All right.
Good hunter. Very
We are now post any percent. We're going most likely. Ghost, you're going to do the DLC after Garmoon, or are you going to do it early?
I'm gonna do it after Low Garrett's.
Oh, so you'll save Garmoon for last.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, the best boss ever for last.
One of us here disagrees. I won't name names.
So the funny thing about that, go ahead, Ghost.
I thought, like, you know, honestly, Moon Presence is fine. It's Garmin where the feelings are fraught on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Zero, one of the things that Ghost will attest for my runs is that I make it a mandatory requirement in my specific runs. Anytime I go back to the Hunter's Dream, I have to kill Gearman.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime. Mandatory. it doesn't matter if it doesn't do anything. He has to die.
I've done
I
that
hate
for
that, man.
years as well until I had this sudden cold sweat moment. Maybe that's why I have struggled historically with Gehrman for so long, because he remembers every single time I have smacked him.
Nah, he disappears each time. He's just a dweeb. You can just say he's a dweeb. It's fine. It's fine.
He is, but he is a terrifying one.
Crimson Flame, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree. Gehrman has a good OST, but best OST award goes to that dude, Ludwig.
Ooh.
Which we will see today.
Gehrman's is great, though. So what we're doing now,
It's
post
solid.
any percent, post any percent. There's a little bit of setup involved, this section here. You have to go back to the Forbidden Woods and take this path through the poison and climb the longest ladder in Bloodborne to access Yosefka's clinic. If you don't know what that is, that's where we woke up at the very start of the game. We can't access it from that side. We have to take this path. We go to that clinic for 2 reasons. We get another one of those umbilical cords. We need to collect 3, as PT touched on earlier, in order to fight the super final secret boss. Another reason we come back here is to get a little birthday party invitation to take us to Canehurst Castle to fight Logarius. So it's usually about this time in the run. You could come back here anytime after Rom is dead and get both of those things, but it's just, I think for the sake of the flow, it's generally pushed to the end of any percent. And you're going to see if you come here, but you can come here as soon as you have access to the Forbidden Woods. But if you come here before Rom is dead, I believe, there's a hunter here who will most likely murder you. Best case scenario, you defeat her, you don't get the items she drops. Something about Rom dying progresses the game far enough along where if you come here, not only is she idle, she drops one of those umbilical cords that we need. So this is the best course of action to do it this way, in my opinion, of course.
She is very much going through it.
Oh, she's going through it TM real bad. Real bad.
This here will be the Canehurst summons. It's just an envelope to pick up. It gives us access to get to a special area called Canehurst, which is a beautiful area. You will see it a little later. And then we're going to go see this lady. Her compromising position, and she'll just die in one single hit.
Yeah, she'll give us the item that we need. So, for the fun lore dump of why this lady is going through it TM. So, if you've played through the game and you try to go back to the beginning room that you started in, you'll see that the door is closed, and someone named Iosefka will say, no, you can't come back in here, you're a hunter, you need to go out and do what you need to do. As you progress through the story, if you try to do that again, you'll see that her tone has changed. The reason that her tone has changed is because, spoilers incoming, that is not the real Iosefka anymore. This is the Iosefka who wants to give birth to the next, for lack of better phrasing, god. And so she, we'll say, manipulates the first Iosefka. We didn't see what she was manipulated into, but she deserves better, so we didn't go visit her.
We strongly assumed that it was that emissary in next to the table with the summons is Iosefka because she has her vial.
Yes. And so, as a result, the fake Iosefka will actually try to get you to do other stuff that is not great. But then again, a lot of the stuff you have to do in this game is not great. So, take that how you will. And then when you see her, she is now in the process of trying to actually give birth to the next god. And she is actually going through it because she realizes that she is not built for this at all, actually. And if you actually look at her body when she's there, she's not just in a compromising position. At the risk of sounding a little bit kind of squirmy, just an incoming description that's going to be very weird, she's also in that position and twitching because she can't actually control herself anymore. So,
I am personally of the opinion that she is not pregnant.
I don't think she's pregnant either.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it was very much a you tried birthday cake type of ordeal. Like, I want to give her the cake, but then I remember she's a bad person, so I throw the cake away.
Ghost, would you
She's
be
one of those
grabbing
people
the
where it's
Claw mark room?
like, I'm going to skip it.
Oh, okay.
On my normal runs, I actually don't get runes. I don't even get the tool.
Okay, I won't even explain them then.
Yeah. But we should explain this cleric beast. So, at the beginning of this conversation, I said, if you're doing any percent, love yourself and go to Bloodstarved Beast. The reason I said that is because the alternative is coming to Cleric Beast. And early in the game, fighting the Cleric Beast is pretty terrible because you'll see that he looks exactly like someone we fought earlier, which is Vicar Amelia. And so the same rules unfortunately don't apply. You can't just break limbs and kind of stun lock him to death. He will actually fix himself much faster, and he hits like a truck. But that's why it's great to do him at this point, because you're severely overpowered for him. So it's like, what, Cleric Beast? Here's 4 hits, nerd. Bye.
Yeah, technically that can be the first boss in the game, but yeah, you're right. Low-level stuff. Cleric Beast is a formidable foe, to say at least. But coming back with a +10 weapon and an upgraded character, bye.
Yeah. I also appreciate everyone in chat calling Cleric Beast the Wish Lawrence.
Yes,
I am taking that to my grave. That is my new split name.
I have to say, I think it's more Wish Cleric Beast.
Oh,
no.
Lawrence is the copy. Hey, that makes sense, actually. That tracks.
Yeah. Sensational. Good job, chat. We've changed up the splits, and we've absolutely just derailed any seriousness in the run. Speaking of the run, however, now we're going to do a little bit more housekeeping. We're going to do some running around. We have to go to some new areas because, as Zero mentioned earlier, we are at the point in the game where, for the base game at least, we have, in terms of actual progression, only 2 bosses left, so everyone else is optional. These are entire locations you don't have to go to. These are entire areas you don't have to explore. But if you want the real, true, and just unfiltered Bloodborne experience, I highly recommend that you come to some of these areas. Go to Canehurst Castle, go to Bergenworth, go to all the places. It's really, really cool. The atmosphere is really dope. You get to see a lot of interesting things happening. You get a lot of lore, or you can just get a lot of weird things that you don't want the lore to because you're terrified. If you're going to play Bloodborne, do yourself the solid and try to go to everything you feasibly can.
Very hard skip coming up.
Yeah, this is a neat little trick. But normally we'll do it with a threaded cane. Ghost is doing the alternative version of it, which I have never got to work once. But the idea here is to hit that enemy through the door with whatever weapon you've got. And you'll see a magical teleportation happen once the enemy died. That skip is allowed on no-hit runs. It's called the Orphanage Key Skip. And it allows us to get through this area a little speedy and a heck of a lot safer, because the alternative is to run around here in the dark. You'll see what's going on up here. Wolves falling off chandeliers like they're listening to Sia. Got brain suckers everywhere. And, there's a very important item that Ghost is going to grab right now. It's called the Cosmic Eye Watcher Badge. That's just picked up. And that item is what allows us to buy more beast pellets and blue elixirs, which we will need for this run, and only using insight. As you mentioned earlier, PT, the insight currency. There's 2 different forms of currencies in Bloodborne. There's money, we call blood echoes, and there's insight. That's the little eyeball on the upper right. So you can make purchases with either one. Some of the stores have overlapping items, and some of them have unique, can only be bought with one. And blue elixirs and beast pellets can only be bought with insight, and only once you have that badge. So that's a critical point in an all-boss run there.
Something else to add to that as well that we haven't touched on. As you've been watching through the run, you might have seen Ghost pick up some items, not just the 1/3 umbilical cords, but a few things called Madmen's, I forget the actual second half of the name, but knowledge. I just know it's a Madmen's item. Madmen's knowledge. And those are the only ways beyond seeing things that, for all intents and purposes, are absolutely terrible, that you can get insight. So you get insight from those, the 1/3 umbilical cord, there's different tiers of the Madmen's knowledge, and then you also get insight every time you first time see a boss, because you have to think of it from the idea of, hey, I walked into a room and there was a bunch of weird kids with really gooey heads. That's horrifying. So here's your 2 insight, aka psychic damage, for that discovery. And much. Like a lot of the insight is really just psychic damage, if we're being brutally honest about it. And so go ahead.
It's that case in the game too. Like if you have a lot of insight, your frenzy bar is smaller and you're more likely to get frenzied.
Yeah.
So just some fun little caveats to that. So insight's very important, not just for the purchasing aspect, but because it'll also change how some things are handled, and it is, for all intents and purposes, a lot more finite than echoes are. Also a fun fact, if your insight is high enough, you'll see that some enemies might undergo some slight slight changes. We won't go into what, but if you're paying attention, things will be weird. Speaking of weird, the daughter of what is this? Abretrius? I always call her Ebby.
This is what my friend Soulslayer calls the best dragon in all of Soulsbourne.
God.
God.
But that is a very tough fight. Ghost did something extremely precise as far as timing and damage specifics. Knocked some damage down on one of the limbs, so the second that boss was actually awake and fighting, it was stun locked, and that was a beautiful display of your skill there, Ghost, because that's one of those bosses that gets away from you and starts charging. It's hard, and if it goes into second phase, that is
it
Nightmare
gets real
City.
bad. Yeah, so now we're gonna take, it looks like a magical school trip.
Yeah, we're entering the DLC, but we're not doing it right now.
So something else for people who might be interested in no-hit runs, if you're ever curious about it, some things that are kind of like a little bit of a mulligan for your run. If you're running through things like the poison swamp, like Ghost did earlier, and you get poison, the poison damage will not actually count as a hit if it's a place that you cannot avoid it. So if it's like the classic Miyazaki giant swamp where you're guaranteed gonna get poisoned, you're not gonna get docked for that. Another situation is what we just witnessed, which is getting picked up to get taken to the DLC, which will incur frenzy damage and then give you a lot of damage. That's also not counted as a hit because that is absolutely unavoidable. The only way you're gonna get to the DLC is to be crushed like a raisin in order to get to the DLC. And the same thing applies for when you're traveling elsewhere in other cases. Now, if Ghost, if you want to correct me on this, I don't think that applies to when you're body snatched, and that's why we don't bother with the body snatchers. Those will have to actually like beat you up, and so those count.
So, if you're talking about, when you die to one and you get sent to Hypogean jail, that does count as a hit, unless you're doing a very specific run, like a Tonitrus run, where you ideally want to get the weapon as early as possible.
Okay. So there even still is like caveats to that. I wanted to just make sure and put that out there in case anyone was wondering, hey, why doesn't that count as a hit? Well, in a lot of these cases, it's completely undodgeable. Like there's no way to avoid the frenzy. There's no
environmental
way to avoid,
stuff, poison water, running into something that's on fire is it does not count as a hit. But if enemies hit you with fire or any of these status effects from an enemy, like poison procs all the way, then that definitely counts. And interesting, there is a way to access the DLC that's quite tricky. It involves luring Eileen over there, isn't that right, Ghost?
Yeah, it can be anyone. Like it could be. I think even I imagine it could work with the little church servants, but they're gone at that point. I've heard that it works with Adela, when you're doing her quest and she tries to kill you. Yeah, she could get grabbed and that counts.
That's hilarious. Oh, not Adela though. We love her. Wait a minute.
So Ghost making her way to Amygdala. So this is a good example of what we just talked about, PT. We have been poisoned. It's environmental damage. It does not count as a hit. We are allowed to manage this as we see fit and allow ourselves to be poisoned and keep on keeping on. Amygdala is going to be the boss at the end of this area that is appropriately named the Nightmare Frontier. There's a lot of stuff in this area. Poison water makes you move slow. Ghost is utilizing a little trick to run around the edge where you can kind of move at normal speed. And then there's all kinds of things to get stuck on. And ultimately, this place is a big maze if you don't know where you're going. You make quick work of the path through here.
PT, I remember this boss surprising you.
Yeah, this was not a good time. And especially considering when we get to this boss fight, when Ghost fights it, you'll see Ami is going to die in a solid 4 hits. Like, she's going to make an absolute menace and joke of him. But when I fought this casually, I couldn't get the actual correct hits to save my life. So I spent probably the better part of 8 minutes hacking away at this man's ankles, which are extremely protected and just very, very high armor. But Ghost is going to go ahead and hit with a headshot where it's severely weak, get the 3 hits with a solid just 3-piece and say, yeah, so anyway, and go about her business.
Yep, like it was nothing. But that highlights the specifics and the efficiency of the strats that Ghost is utilizing here. I'm sure quite many of them are her own strats that she has come up with, and the power of knowing what you're doing and using the beast pellets and buffs correctly. You can take something that someone could struggle on for days, and with some practice and repetition, it can make it a 10-second fight.
Exactly. And I think I've got the headshot on Ami for a fight maybe like 5 or 6 times. Like, I think Ghost was in my chat when she explained, yeah, this is how you can hit the head. And I hit the head once on my New Game Plus file, and I was like, my entire world has just shattered into pieces.
That
What do you mean?
fight, it was one of the ones that stands out. When I was first learning the hitless pathing for vanilla game, slightly different version of what Ghost did there, but I was like, inside, I was like, I feel cool.
Yeah, it's like I just killed a late game boss in 4 hits. You literally can't tell me anything.
Exactly. That one stands out when I finally got the hang of that one. Looks like we're heading to Hemwick, which is where the witches of Hemwick will be at the end.
So Hemwick as a section itself, I know I said absolutely explore everything. That doesn't mean everything you explore will be fun. Hemwick is probably one of my least favorite locations just because I think a lot of the enemies there are generally annoying. Not a specific kind of, hey, you're unique and I can't figure out your stuff annoying, but oh, it's the amalgamation of everything I actually hate in one area. I want to be out of here as quickly as possible.
Yeah, some of it kind of does feel like somebody else's kid on an airplane, you know? Like, come on, I just want to get away.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to see, the ticket said want to get away, and this is not lending to that. I don't appreciate this. I've been lied to. But as you can see here, lots of hunters, lots of puppers, and these puppers are particularly angry. They've got stuff jetting out of them and whatnot. We're going to grab a few echoes off of them, and then if I had to take a guess, I could be wrong, we're probably going to pass up all of the ladies that are in here because the overwhelming majority of Hemwick is going to be women and trolls, because it is where the
there's only a
witches of
few
Hemwick
that
are.
you have to kill. And fortunately, one of the good things about them is if you're not locked on and you actually roll into them, it causes a stagger. We were talking about DS3 earlier. There's a specific enemy, I forget the name because I don't know the game well. Same kind of thing. Ghost just did it there. You'll see it again in a few other spots. So it kind of cancels their attack and allows you to get by a little more free. But yeah, 99% of this is going to be avoided as quickly and as smoothly as possible. Just get to the boss, get out of here, and we will take the Hemwick Crossing and make our way to the beautiful Castle Canehurst after this. I think I'm pretty sure Ghost will roll up here. She might have some tricks up her sleeve that I don't know yet, but I always roll into this one up here. It's kind of a proximity trigger to pounce, whether you have the invisible elixir type effect or not.
Yeah, and the low poise definitely does help out with rolling into them. And the enemies you're talking about, I don't know what they're called, but they appear in the very first area that you teleport to after you kill... God, it's the dancer's counterpart, because the dancer is one of the Vort of the Boreal Valley. There we go. After you kill him, when you go to that area, a lot of those enemies there are just absolutely as sturdy as paper.
Yes, you'll see it here again, I believe. Same kind of thing. Yeah, it's just like that. Knocks them back. Now, if you're locked on to the enemy, that doesn't work at all. I learned that. Someone told me, and I was like, oh, I can do that. And then I was like, hey, it doesn't work. And then they were like, no, you did it wrong.
Yeah, because I think by being locked on, it forces you to kind of like roll forward, as opposed to if you're not locked on, you can just kind of control your roll a lot more.
Well, it's a little more of a quick step.
I also forgot about our big friends here. That I think we're going to pass one on the way up, or we might have dodged him. I think we dodged him.
We're zooming. We don't see much on when Ghost is playing. You just go.
Yeah. And then you have people who are just like, I would like to body block. And it's like, yeah, you could just leave, actually. There's a really bad, nasty enemy that's out here, too. You can find him in the very beginning area if you look hard enough. But there's also, here in this area, just generally, these giant trolls with capes that have giant axes and stuff, and they suck. Oh, we should talk about this fight, though, and why a casual player might get stumbled on it. Zero, did you want to talk about this a little bit?
Yeah, this is the Witches of Hemwick. There's actually 2. And your first time here, you're not supposed to know that. You kill one, and it's not gone, and then another one appears, and you can see there's no health damage being done on screen. There's actually 2. Ghost made quick work of it. And the interesting thing, you saw the enemies, these ones are still dying now, climbing out of the ground. That's related to insight. There's a well-known trick in this game. You come into this fight for your very first time, you gain 1 insight. So there's no way to do it your first try. But once you're in the fight, if you quit out or you bold hunter's mark or you die, whatever happens, you're allowed to go back to the dream, spend all of your insight, and if you return with none, it's just the 2 invisible witches that'll appear on proximity. But they don't explain that. That's some tricks that people have figured out and shared with the community over the years. So when what Ghost did was the speedy version with a lot of knowledge. There's going to be summons. There's going to be 2 invisible witches. If you don't kill them fast, they'll start shooting ranged attacks at you. And if you kill one, but you don't quickly kill the other one, the first one comes back to life. There's quite a bit of stuff to juggle there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then that was like the exact insight thing I was talking about before, where if your insight's high enough, congratulations, you've taken enough psychic damage that you can actually see the horrors of the world.
Yeah,
which
so that
I
fight
guess
is quite
more
different
appropriately
based on... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I guess the correct term is congratulations.
Congratulations, I like that. Yeah, so it's an interesting fight. It's quite different with the insight and the summons in the fight. And if you're running through with more than 15 or more insight, the path all the way to that witch's boss is riddled with those enemies crawling out of the ground that look like, invaders from Dark Souls. They've got that red hue and they appear at inconvenient times. It's quite interesting. This is Castle Canehurst. Sure is nice looking.
Canehurst is probably one of the best looking places, if I have to
agree.
be really honest. It looks really good, but it also has some of the more depressing lore. You'll even without deep diving it, you'll get a lot of that hint in it when you're running through and you see all the maids and handmaidens furiously scrubbing on the floor, and they won't look at you, they won't talk to you. But as you progress through Canehurst, you'll start noticing that some of those handmaidens will actually come up and start fighting you. There's also gargoyles in this area that blend in with a lot of the statues if you're not careful. So this is the point in my Souls career where I learned to always look up. Always be looking up and always be double checking, because they will come for you out of nowhere. And some of the worst things about the peasants in this area is as some of them start fighting you, you'll start noticing some things that are incorrect about them. Like the fact that some of them are walking around carrying their own heads.
Yes. This is quite a cool area in terms of visual being very, I think it's just a gorgeous area. And then there's a horror element to it with these ghostly characters. There's one here that kind of appear on proximity and they wail. They're suffering. And like you said, some are carrying their own heads at their own waist and they do an attack that can trap you. But luckily, Ghost has a pretty quick and smooth path through here. Little jump off a rail to get quicker access to the shortcut and get up to the boss. And you don't really have to deal much with her. Or with enemies in this area. You just got to know the pathing and the running and the stamina and what to watch out for. And it can be a blur.
And especially since, for just the knowledge of the chat, trying to get to the shortcut that Ghost just activated requires you to go through this entire area. There's multiple floors. There's multiple layers. You have to go outside. There's a bunch of things hugging on ledges.
Little parkour,
There's a bunch of it's gross. So that shortcut's big. It's really big. And then this is where we have another Miyazaki staple of let's play on the roof.
Yeah.
Because at least once a game, you got to play on the roof.
You could easily miss this boss. You got to do all this platforming type stuff and to unlock secrets, ladders hidden in bookshelves and all that to get over here and fight an old frozen wizard on top of a castle, who visually is awesome, but on no hit, he's not quite polished, I would say. He's got some things that he can do that are just a little bit head scratching. Like, what?
So is this where, Ghost, I tell the story about my first ever foot fumble with Logarius?
I think so.
Yeah, so first and foremost, we're going to go and we're going to fight Martyr Logarius. And the trick to this fight is going to be, he has a lot of really big tells, and then he also does a lot of spells. Ghost is going to be able to roll through most of the spells, and she's going to try and stay in close proximity to him to proc him to try and do swings and melee attacks as opposed to these skulls. And she's going to deploy a lot of either 2-piece hits or a lot of charge R2s in order to make sure that we get the damage that we need. We just have to be very careful because he also has a spell that instead of 5 skulls, it'll be just one really big skull.
And it's
when
fast.
He tries to it is extremely fast. Now, once we get to the point where he's transitioning like this, she's going to interrupt it. He still phases to phase 2, but who cares? Because the next charge R2 murders him.
Yep.
So, story
Very
time
nice.
about the stumble effect. Very beautiful fight. Always bully Logarius. He's also a person that could probably be smacked twice, maybe 3 times, and I wouldn't feel bad. So Zero had mentioned some head scratchy moments. There's a thing that can happen with Ligarius where he has attack where he jumps into the air and then he lunges at you. Sometimes if he hits your character sprite without actually hitting you the way he intended, he will land on your character model and does this kind of weird footsie stumbling trick.
Yes.
And then in turn, because he has footsie stumbled on you, first problem, that counts as a hit. Second problem, it stumbles your character, and while your character is stumbling, he has already recovered, so it's pretty much just free real estate for him to smack you. I actually had that happen in my Blood Level 4 run, and I remember I became so furious so quickly. I was like, Ghost, explain right now what just happened. And there's a clip of it and everything where it's just me panicking, and I'm like, what do you mean he stumbled on my face? That makes no sense. So he stumbled on my face.
Yeah, he can get stuck on the environment. It's one of those classic Souls formulas where we can fall off the roof, but the boss cannot. He's got some second phase things that we didn't get to see at all, luckily, because they're quite tricky. He summons these magic swords that spin in circles in the sky, and some of those can break, and it's just so much stuff. So
yeah, phase 2 Ligarius is skip whenever possible. It's pretty rough. It's a nasty phase.
Very nice and quick fight. A little caution, getting sure to get in range and not get caught by something, and Ghost sent him packing. Looks like we're in the DLC now. For those that don't know, the first order of business is to enter this boss room here, past that guy who's guarding the door, and you will notice a giant thing, and you'll say, hey, that looks like a boss. You're not wrong, but we can't fight it yet. We need an item on the other side of the planet. But to get to that item on the other side of the planet, we need this item. We're basically stealing his wristwatch. It unlocks an elevator later, so that's the step one. Now we can move on. The first boss of the DLC will actually be Ludwig. And I believe Ghost fights Lawrence right after that.
No, Lawrence is after Orphan.
Oh, okay, so you got him at the end there. Okay, good.
Just like you.
Oh, yeah.
So you'll also notice, if you're paying attention to the kind of terrain and whatnot, as you're walking into that area, that should look very familiar. It almost looks like it's 1-to-1 for something else we've done until we go to the sides here.
Yeah, it's kind of overgrown. It kind of reminds me of like the Cathedral Ward meets The Last of Us with the growth. You know what I mean? Visually, at least. But yeah, this is the nightmare. This is the Hunter's nightmare. So it's a crazy running section. There's a lot of scary things. It's DLC level, so it's quite difficult. There's enemies don't mess around, particularly these hunters that Ghost is going to zoom right by with the big cool hat. We're going to go out the door here and run through the Blood River, and then there's these enemies here that are, I think, essentially giant ticks. I'm not quite sure. I believe they're called blood lickers.
Yeah.
But they spit at you. And this all is very pathing specific and everything. And we're coming up on one of the spots that just stands out to me as one of those like, come on, Bloodborne spots. The idea here is going to be to throw a pungent cocktail and take care of 2 dogs, I believe. And the cocktails do even throw the cocktail when it's equipped or not. Bloodborne likes to mess around here.
All my favorite cozy games have blood lickers in them.
Yeah, exactly. They should be on Christmas cards. But yeah, Bloodborne has this strange thing where, when you have an item equipped and you try to use it, it actually uses the thing you used last time. It's a little bit of a glitch moment. It happens to me right there more than anywhere. So I need to throw one of those pungent cocktails to attract the dog's attention. It's critical, and I'll use a blue elixir, and I'm just standing there. So that part always stands out to me, including getting up this ladder with that hunter. And now I think it's a little more home free as far as getting to the boss. It's not too far from here. There's really nothing in the way, just a little bit of a waiting period for somebody to get set up, and you run right on by.
All
also,
right,
while we have a quick moment, I think we're about to do the exact same thing. I was going to say, I wanted to say, welcome on into the Raiders, especially since it's Lobos who's going to be after us doing some more heckin' dang danky souls. Thank you so much for stopping in and watching us play Bloodborne and talk about really weird lore and Victorian inspiration and killing people who have been merged with a horse.
Yeah, this is Ludwig. Very cool boss, great soundtrack. Has 2 distinct phases. The first phase you can see is a very disfigured horse-like animal. Ghosts most likely make very quick work of this. And the second phase is pretty much a completely new boss. It will be standing upright. It will have the famous Holy Moonlight Sword. And it'll be pretty interesting. I find that cool when the boss phases are almost like two different bosses, as opposed to just like the same thing with more moves. You see, it's a completely different thing here. And it's got the Moonlight Sword. What's not to like?
For everyone that is just joining us here, this is Oops, You Died weekend. All weekend, we have incredible Soulsbourne runs happening here on GDQ Hotfix. Again, Goes on Ghost is absolutely annihilating Bloodborne hitless right now. Pretty crazy. And then, yes, up next, we have Lobos Jr. on Dark Souls Randomizer.
Ooh, Randomizer.
Yeah,
I love a good Dark Souls rando.
I'm really excited for Gwen to be in the Capra Demons arena. It's
if
just
that happens,
gonna be standing there.
That would be amazing. So
That's gonna
Bio
be
Knight,
awful.
same energy, but in the interest of the marathon, I don't think we did. Though I do have to call out Ghost for a second. Did you stall first phase to get a little bit more music?
A smidge.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Ghost had y'all in her heart. She had you taken care of. Because I saw what you did and you backed up. I was like, I think you're stalling so we can listen to soundtrack.
That elevator that Ghost just took and skipped the cutscene, that is only accessible by grabbing that item in the beginning that I pointed out. And interestingly enough, the skull, or the item, let's just say, so it's not confusing, that we need to pick up in order to fight Lawrence is actually under that same elevator. So it ties together a little bit of a mystery, kind of hard to figure out, but yeah, if anybody hasn't seen how we get the item to fight Lawrence, it's a pretty interesting parkour section. I'm sure that will happen soon, so I'll point it out when it does.
So now we're running through, I think, is this Bergenworth Academy? No, this isn't Bergenworth.
This is Research Hall.
This is the Research Hall. That's what I said. I'm a terrible liar. And we're going through here and we're seeing all the horrible experiments that were conducted to get us to where we are today. Because it's kind of not quite clear, but it's insinuated. I believe this is also technically, it's not an alternate universe so much as it is kind of like the past. It's weird to explain.
Yeah, and this whole place by itself is just a big mystery. It's kind of a puzzle. You get lost, things go around, there's a lot of dead ends. You actually can't get to the boss, even if you know the way at first. You have to come up into the rafters and rotate a staircase, so the rest of the areas that were previously inaccessible are now accessible, including the boss arena. So we don't have to mess with too much of that on hitless because Ghost knows the path very well, but she will have to go up here and rotate staircase, probably take one of those hunter marks back to the starting lamp, where I imagine she will either get Lawrence's skull there or go straight into the boss here, which is called the Living Failures. It was a failed experiment.
Mm-hmm. And I believe, again, this is where people can correct me as needed. Also, you always kill at least one rat because the rats, like dogs, are just abysmal. The Living Failures is kind of like the big kit version, sadly, of the ones that we've seen walking around. So all the people you've seen walking around, they're actually wearing scrubs, or not scrubs. They're wearing patient scrubs. So they're wearing the ones that if you've ever had to go to an annual checkup or the hospital for something, the one that they make you wear where it has your whole backside open and you feel like the most vulnerable person in the world.
Yeah.
They're all wearing those because they're all been experimented on.
I'm sorry.
And then all of their heads are swollen.
But this is how we get the item to fight Lawrence. It's actually Lawrence's skull. Ghost is utilizing a trick that our friend Donut shared with us to get the timing right. But you take a leap of faith and you do a lot of parkour. You land here and you grab that and you get out of there before the two enemy hunters behind you. And she made it look easy, but believe it or not, that's the easiest way to get it. There's that item is guarded by two enemy hunters that will ambush you. And as scary as that looks, it really is the safest way, and it's quite fun to watch and see people's reaction to that. They're like, why do you do that? And when you tell them it's the safest thing, you can almost feel their confusion. But that's all. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh no, it's perfectly fine because the Lawrence Skulls is going to be important, as you said, for making sure we can get one of the bosses opened up that we otherwise wouldn't have access to. Because the longer route to do that is obviously you can kill the two hunters, And then that is actually another Miyazaki staple of the nested elevator, because you take the elevator up the first time, not realizing that there's a second elevator underneath it. So it's just staggered elevators. It's a classic Miyazaki move. But yeah, all of those people, someone said it in chat, these are basically people who were experimented on and didn't ascend. So now they're just all walking around in hospital clothes with swollen heads. And the living failures are the ones that got the closest to being what they wanted. And what Ghost is going to do here is going to be very specific. Ideally, we're going to try and keep it so that it's under control. There's only going to be 2 at a time. There's one spawning spot.
Camp technique.
Yes, we're going to be doing the spawn camping technique. Now, the only reason that this can go sideways is because, as you can see, the other one, we have to keep an eye on him and whether or not he's casting big fireball orbs.
Or
he also can put this one in the air, and this one actually particularly successful has tracking missiles.
This one ruins my mood often. Even seeing it happen to other runners, I'm like, silly game. But Ghost handles it way better than I ever could. And that's the idea. But you can see now there's a third element here. So if everything goes smooth and they don't do that attack, and you can just camp on the spawning spot like you see here, this fight can be very quick and very uneventful. The way it's designed, there's 4 enemies. 2 have melee attacks, 2 have ranged attacks, but the ranged ones that do the magic can also become melee if you go near them. None of that matters, because we're at Lady Maria Ghost, your favorite boss.
She is babe, though.
She is a fan favorite, actually.
Of course.
Oh, it's not your favorite, though?
Actually, no. She's not my favorite.
Well, I know you like Amelia a lot as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is Lady Maria. Lady Maria has 3 distinct phases. Obviously, phase 1 is a little easier to deal with, but this fight is no joke. It is very precision, what you're going to see Ghost doing here. For me, this is the hardest fight in the game by a long shot. And this is just going to be a dance. You can see how quick she moves. You're on a little bit of a timer here because although she's holding her weapon with both hands right now, you take a little too long, she will change weapon mode. So it looks like Ghost has skipped that. She's going into now second phase where she stabs herself. Her weapons will be elongated and it'll have an extended blood splash feature to them. And at this point is when this fight gets very scary. I don't believe
I'm surprised that she's taking her sweet time walking around. Like, we get it, you're the baddie of the run, but can you do literally anything?
Yeah, she idles a little bit, she stalls, kind of pushes you into walls and unleashes on you. Ghost just did a very cool quick step through that attack, and look at this, boom. That'll be 3rd phase animation now.
Yeah, I think we're gonna back up a little bit. We might refresh the bolt paper at the minimum. We're gonna do a Beast Blood pellet too.
Similar to 2nd phase, this is just like that, but it has the added fire effect to it, which is cool. And that all looks like a heart to me. I don't know what anybody else thinks. I always thought that was her.
You know, now that you've said it, I see it. I'm there. I'm locked in. Yeah, I respect that.
So
but this is not a heart of love.
No. Another quick step there. So that should be the fight. Boom. Great work, Ghost. You managed that wonderfully. That fight terrifies me, and that was excellent. I know so much of this looks easy, and I know a lot of people know that it isn't that easy, but that one in particular stands out to me as an art form, fighting her like that. GG, Ghost.
Thank you. Did you see me roll into the chair and almost get?
I did.
Yes, I did.
A lot of chat did too. Everyone's butt was clenched. Actually,
Yeah,
we were all very. I was trying to block
tongue.
that moment out of my brain because I saw that and I was like, "Oh, the chair." Yeah, that's like literally what my brain did.
Doing this fight hitless on low level has made me very afraid of her and very bitter with the clutter in the arena, particularly the chair. So yes, I saw it. I will not start complaining. That scared me though.
Yeah, some of chat got very scared too. I saw the emojis come out of people just sweating, and it's like, yeah, we're all sharing that same brain cell, and it's not great.
Hey, everything's all right. Still hitless, right?
Yep. We got hit by shadows, but we're still.
No, I mean the fight in particular, Maria fight.
Yeah, Maria was hitless.
Yeah.
Maria was hitless.
So scary is okay. Yeah, this is the fishing hamlet. We're moving our way to the Orphan of Cause, everybody's favorite Orphan of Cause. This is a long running section, and mostly with It's going to involve using elixirs and a few pungent cocktails at specific times and zooming past everybody. I've seen Ghost do this game quite a bit. I'm pretty sure she's not even going to bother with the elevator or the shortcut to Orphan. She is very good at that fight, and it will take place on a nice beach.
Yeah.
Orphan is a formidable foe. That enemy is violent, moves very quickly, screams all the time.
God, the screaming.
Variety of attacks. It's got 2 distinct phases. I mean, you might be able to kill Orphan in phase 1. I think that's the goal a lot of times, but there's no guaranteed way to make that happen. You kind of just do your thing and deal with what comes at you. And you all see what I'm talking about. So that elixir there was a strategic timing to prevent that scary man Brador from chasing, and then get through here without getting attacked by the lightning summoners, because those guys with the big staffs, there's 2 more here, they'll shoot lightning at you. So it's kind of about sneaking around and managing your path and your stamina and just jumping down this ladder and running for the boss.
Yeah, remember how we said rolling out of your landings is random? That's why we do that.
Yep.
Because if you land there, you are getting hit by lightning and you are dying.
There's no way around it. Such a heart-sinking feeling when you get a hard landing in a few spots. You're like, well, you know the run's over before it's actually over. It's like you have 1 second to just have despair before it's confirmed.
I feel like hard landing in Bloodborne in particular is actually just pain even on the casual playthrough. Because as soon as you see your character contemplate if their knees hurt, you're just like, something is going to come and murder me, and I don't want this. But now we're on the Orphan of Kos, which, as was mentioned, we are fighting on a beach. So this fight is very, very nerve-wracking, not just because he has a lot of really fast, heavy hits, but also the screaming kind of doesn't help. What Ghost is going to try to do, I believe, is do primarily charged R2s.
Yeah, look at this strafing. Beautiful.
Yeah, if you pay attention to a lot of his attacks, you'll see that he has a tendency to do big swings that either go around a certain direction or put him about a good 45 degrees. So what Ghost is going to do is strafe like her life depends on it, because spoilers, it does, and then she'll try to get behind him. We love seeing the big jump. The big
Ghost
jump
just
is
utilize the bait to cause Orphan to jump, so he might be able to get this done. And oh no, it's going to second phase.
No, he's going to go into second phase. Now, second phase gets a little bit deadly because now he has access to lightning, which we also hate. He also has access to bombs that are made from things that we're not going to talk about because it makes my tummy sad. But nonetheless, what we want to try and do is get him back into a spot where he loves to jump around. In phase 2, he does extend his jumping a little bit, which is very, very deadly. He also has this attack. This is wonderful. We love seeing that because it always ends with a jump.
You can loop him here.
And now we're doing loop. That's actually what I was going to talk about, is if he gets that in there and we get a loop, then Orphan becomes trivial because it takes him so long to recover that Ghost will get stamina back and she could just chain R2 him with the best of them. So Orphan is out of here, no hit.
Nice
very,
fight.
very clean and beautiful fight.
And that means we're going to the final boss of the DLC, the Wish Cleric Beast.
The Wish Cleric Beast, indeed.
That's what we decided on, right?
That's what we decided on. It's Wish Cleric Beast. So the other part about that is he's the final boss, but if you don't get the skull, technically speaking, you can say that Orphan is the final boss for a lot of people.
Actually, fun little detail. All of the bosses have like internal names. I'm not quite sure what that means, but they're like, it's like in their code, like when the game was being developed, and Orphan's name was Final Boss.
That's what I was going to say, is that Lawrence is still considered an optional boss.
Oh, so he was like storyboard final boss, I guess.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Lawrence was something like Chief Omega or something like that.
What
Oh, gosh.
What does that even mean?
Who knows?
Okay. Logarius had the best one. He was literally called
I do know this one.
Reaper of the King.
Now, how cool is that?
That actually sounds pretty metal. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. That sounds like an actual dope stage name.
Yeah, that was
Reaper of the
cool.
King is hard. That's hard. Also, I mentioned earlier some of those ghost shots that we take. That was a perfect example of one once again, where she just shoots and they're just like, what's that? And then everything else about their AI is like, yeah, so whatever.
Okay.
But here we go. We're gonna go into Lawrence. Zero, do you want to talk to everybody about the first Vicar Witch Cleric Beast?
This has the highest HP out of any boss in the base game or DLC, I believe. There's one of the chalices that has more. It's basically Cleric Beast on fire. It's got beefed up health, and as you can see, some big fire hitboxes that linger after certain of the attacks. So Ghost is just utilizing a little bit of a limb break to Visceral here. It's going to try to, I think, control the shuffle, pushing it backwards and trying to punish the limbs as opportunities present themselves. This boss fight is in the DLC version of Amelia's arena, and you know, it's not my favorite fight. It's very overwhelming, and it feels like the only closely, what am I trying to say? It almost feels like it could be a repeat boss. There's a lot of debates back and forth. It does have a unique move, so it's not Cleric Beast. It has a distinct third phase. It is not Cleric Beast, but it visually looks like him. And it's the only one in the game, Cleric Beast and Lawrence. So this is third phase here. The boss actually loses the legs and crawls around like this and does some big swipes. And there's a big scary slam that can happen. I fully trust that Ghost can take care of this. But sometimes you get lucky with this RNG and the boss just kind of crawls around you. You can dodge through the sweeps that follow. Sweeps don't always follow. It depends on how many slams. If it stops on 3 here, which it did not, there will be no follow-up sweep. So little things like that. And you just have to be very careful here to not be greedy. This boss fight, at least for me, more than any of them in the game, feels like there's a lot of openings to hit, but you really can't. You have to be patient and choose your shots.
Yeah, so kind of to that same point, I know a lot of people mentioned it. So one of the hits that was taken is when we have the slam down, and then if it decides, oh, by the way, we're going to do some fire stuff after that, that's going to be something that can get you. Another thing that I noticed really eats up people in the third phase is when he's spitting fire, people always think that that side is completely open. That's not necessarily true, because that lava on the floor, it's got the vacuum effect, and then that lava on the floor that is behind his torso also counts as a hit. And if you're just on the side incorrectly, you can burn your feet up. You can,
very
in fact,
precise
burn
positioning.
Your feet up.
I need
now we're going
practice that. I've been messing up with that Lawrence strat the whole time, because that's not what was supposed to happen. It was actually supposed to be a stagger log, like some of the other beats.
I was wondering about that. Was something supposed to break?
It just didn't break. It's like the R1 just doesn't go through.
Hashtag Bloodborne stuff. So now we're on this jerk, Gehrman, which is the second to last boss of the vanilla game, or your final boss if you haven't eaten all of your umbilical cords. So this is your reminder that if you do not eat all of your... God, that parry brings me joy. If you don't eat your 3 umbilical cords, you will not have access to the moon presence. Now, I know that some people in their runs, they will sometimes kill Gehrman and then they will bolt Hunter Mark out to go do other things in the game. And then that also includes eating their 3 umbilical cords. Because as long as the whole scene doesn't close out, you can still save it and then do moon presence.
Yeah, that's true. And some people will eat 2 out of the 3 cords or whatever they see fit. They'll kill Gehrman and warp out of there to get the money reward for Gehrman, then consume the final cord and go fight Moon and get the money reward for both on top of that. A little bit of fraud going on there. That was a very nice Gehrman fight.
Eating umbilical cords.
I didn't talk about it because I don't like that man.
Eating umbilical cords is my favorite part of a cozy game.
Yeah.
Listen, you're not gonna keep making fun
little
of the fact
Bloodborne
that
snack.
this game is cozy.
I keep bringing it back because PT calls this game cozy.
It is cozy. It's nice and soft, and it feels fun to play, and we have a good time, even with its quirks of things like weird hitboxes or sometimes dropping inputs, which we got to see this run. But then you have things like Moon Presence, which is, for all intents and purposes, the god of the game, because this is the person that they've had to appease the entire time. So the core lore of the actual game is a bunch of dudes wanted to become God. They wanted to play God. So they actually got in cahoots with the god, and they said, okay, cool, well, give me your town. And they didn't read the fine print of the contract. And so now Moon Presence is like, LOL, Lamau, your town is mine now, which is why Gehrman has always had to manage the Hunter's Dream. This is why we had to introduce the Hunters to take care of all the hubris that was brought on by a bunch of overzealous dudes in a church. and a university, I suppose. And they have been more or less kind of doing their experiments and sacrifices to appease what has to be an angry Spinal Tap. An angry Spinal Tap. This boss fight is pretty straightforward and very, very telegraphed to read. There is one move we're going to look out for that we don't want. And Ghost, you can correct me on this. I don't know if we changed it and said we're not counting that hit anymore, but there's a move that it can do that will push you down to 1 HP regardless of your vigor.
It's giving me the worst.
This is
RNG.
insanity.
I would say this is
This
bad.
is crazy.
This is
the
actually
HP
bad.
drain move does not count as a hit anymore, but I don't think we will see it. Ghost has a pretty cool approach to this fight of damaging her head and one of the arms and a little bit of the tails to get the damage to that specific point. And then she's going to buff now, and you'll see if all goes well, it's going to be break an arm, break a face, take a visceral, clean it up, and it's GG. Ooh.
Oh.
It's
So
a tough. The arena. We need to talk about the arena. The arena for these two bosses is almost a bigger problem than the bosses are on some days, with elevation memes and those wooden pillars there that the enemies can get stuck on and release, so the timings of attacks are different. It could just be an absolute nightmare. And this is what I was talking about: arm to face. Didn't even take the visceral to break the left arm. That's cool. That's hard to do. And then there you go. No second phase HP drain at all.
Yep. And that, I believe, that counts as time unless we want to watch credits.
I already quit out.
Oh, well then there you go. That's time.
All right, that was 3 hit all bosses.
Yeah. We always have to talk about that stuff. I wanted to address something that somebody said in chat too. The reason we actually hate Gehrman is exactly what they said. This all started when Gehrman was working with Maria, and because Gehrman wanted Maria and she was like, LOL, no, that is how a lot of this got started. And another little fun fact, if you pay attention to the doll, which is in the service of Gehrman, the doll looks conspicuously a lot like Maria, who is stuck in the alternate kind of hunter's dream, managing that mess because she saw everything that was going on with the experiments and the sacrifices, and she said, nope, I gotta back out of this. Y'all have lost your mind. Absolutely not. Not doing it. No. So yeah, that is Bloodborne hitless, all bosses. Yeah, you walked out with 3 hits total. That Moon Presence hit was crappy because
that RNG
I don't think
from
I've
the
seen.
start felt like something was wrong.
Yeah, I don't think
was.
I've seen RNG that bad on Moon
It
Presence
was like
ever
10 hops.
in your runs.
That was
Yeah.
absolutely
And so-
incredible. Thank you so much, Ghost. We really appreciate it. That was an
great.
incredible run. We appreciate it. That was really cool. So why don't you just tell the audience just a little bit of what you do on your show, and then what do you do? What do you do on your show?
I do no-hit runs primarily. I've done a ton of all bosses runs, and I've completed all bosses plus chalices, all achievements no-hit, and currently working on all bosses new game to new game plus 6 no-hit plus chalice at the end. So I have a lot of content lined up for a while.
Super, super cool. So everybody check the title of the stream, hover over Goes on Ghost, and give her a follow. Again, absolutely incredible. PT and Zero, thank you so much for commentating. You were absolutely incredible as well. Why don't you give a shout out on what you guys do as well?
Go ahead, PT.
Oh, sure thing. So I am PT. I'm actually a showrunner here over at GDQ. I am the one in charge of the Black events that you might have watched in February and June. So I am a no-hit beginner. I have been practicing that on and off with the time that allows me to, but I've also been sidetracked currently on my channel playing a lot of Lies of P. I'm also going to go ahead and say that Ghost didn't mention that she does things like updates for wikis and lots of cool stuff for like lore dumps and stuff. That's why I know as much as I do, and I also really enjoy doing a lot of lore for Bloodborne along with challenge runs and general speed runs of Bloodborne. Over on my channel, we do a lot of JRPGs and Soulsbourne content, so after Lies of P, I am thinking I might do a Castlevania, and then we're going to look at possibly doing some Lies of P bingo and speed runs. So yeah, that's what I do right now.
My
And
turn,
then
I
Zero,
imagine.
how about you?
My name's Zero. I am a Bloodborne challenge runner. I've been doing challenge runs in Bloodborne for just about maybe a little over a year now. I started with a no-hit any % built into vanilla, built into all bosses, plus DLC. I'm now currently working on all boss plus DLC on a BL4, which is Bloodborne's SL1 or RL1. It's quite miserable. And I have recently dusted off the all boss plus DLC run again, because I am coming back here in October for Games Done Hitless to run that in a relay.
Oh,
And, outside of that, a little bit of Sekiro stuff and sometimes some Resident Evil stuff. I do enjoy casual gaming, but for the last year solid, it's been Bloodborne regularly.
Amazing.
That's an easy thing to fall into because Bloodborne is her.
Amazing,
Yep.
amazing. All right, well, thank you
I blame
very
Ghost.
much, Ghost, and thank you very much,
Good.
PT and Zero. We appreciate you very much. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the final run of the day. Lobos Jr. Dark Souls Randomizer. Stick around. Welcome back, everybody, to Oops, You Died Weekend. This is it. The final run of the day. Lobos Jr. doing Dark Souls Randomizer. I'm super excited. We had Dark Souls 2 today. We had Dark Souls 3 today. We had Bloodborne, and yeah, we have Dark Souls 1. I'm super excited for this. Look at this mop. So just some quick announcements here. Just FYI, if you enjoy the GDQ channel, I just want to let you all know that if you are want to come to AGDQ 2025 is happening this winter. So registration is open right now. You can actually go check it out at gamesdonequick.com. We also have our hotel blocks opened as well. And hey, next week, literally next weekend, I'll be at TwitchCon. I think Lobos will be at TwitchCon. Will you be at TwitchCon? GDQ will also be at TwitchCon. GDQ Express is returning at TwitchCon September 20th through the 22nd. Use exclamation point GDQX in the Twitch chat for more information on that. All right, are you ready? I think I'm ready. Lobos, welcome to Oops, You Died Weekend.
Hey, Jiggy, thanks very much. Hope it's been going well.
It has been. It's been going pretty cool. Again, it's we have every FromSoft game, like every Soulsbourne FromSoft game, except for
representation.
Kingsfield. I got yelled at for Kingsfield. But yeah, no, like it's all the games. We have tomorrow. We have a whole bunch of runs. We got Elden Ring a couple times tomorrow. Demon Souls, Sekiro. Is that how do you spell it? How do you pronounce it?
Sekiro.
Sekiro. And then we of course have Lies of P, the only non FromSoft game in it. But I'm excited about this. You're going to be doing randomizer. Do you mind giving the audience just a little bit of rundown on who you are and then also what we're going to see today?
Yes. I'm Lobos Jr. I'm an old man who's been playing Dark Souls since the dawn of time. And no, seriously, I've been streaming for about 15 years since the Justin TV days. And I used to do retro speed runs of games like Link to the Past, Super Metroid, some of my favorites. And then Dark Souls came along and I started speedrunning that. Started doing some challenge runs on it, and then now I've just been challenge running all of these FromSoft games. Since then, I also do a whole bunch of RPG stuff, roguelikes, difficult things in general, and retro stuff. So all over the place, really. And I've been practicing this as Dark Souls randomizer, enemies and items randomized. I'll go into detail a little bit more once we get in there. But the key things to look out for are getting a good weapon, getting upgrades for that weapon, and then hoping that we don't get some really, really nasty boss combinations. But other than that, I'm ready if you are, Jiggy.
I am super ready for Gwen inside the Capper Demon arena. It's going to be great. Whenever you're ready, you want me to give you a countdown?
I can count it down for us.
Oh,
ready?
Yeah, do it up.
In 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, this is our 22nd run in a row doing some practice. We've already got an amazing weapon as a starter class. This is actually where the run begins because we get to look through the randomized gear that every class has and decide on a weapon. This is ultra rigged. 2 of these already have the blacksmith giant hammer. This is a speedrun weapon. This is like there's routes built around this thing, and yeah, I'm definitely going to take that, and I'm thinking I'm going to take Hunter, which is a very good starting class because of the stats. We're going to take Master Key, which lets us open some doors, and of course, it's a randomizer, so we have to randomize our face. This is all part of the run. Very important. But just to talk a little bit about how the randomizer works, because you might be thinking, what the heck? There's key items that you need to progress through the game, and they might be anywhere. Well, I'm sorry to say, the key items are actually in the same place that they always are. That is just for consistency for the run. Perfect. All right, we're good. So let's get into the actual game and start playing. Like I said before, the weapon is a huge part of this run, whether it's how fast it can be. Sometimes you don't find a weapon and you're running around for literally like 20 minutes checking vendors. Merchants' items are all randomized. So you really want to hope that you can find a good weapon. You can find the upgrade materials that you're looking for to get that weapon upgraded, because it's not just the weapon, but the upgrade levels will dramatically change how you progress through. There's a lot of different settings for things like enemy randomizer. And one of those settings that we're using here is called Easy Asylum. Easy Asylum means that basically the first boss is one of the early bosses of the game, just to make it, not an absolute slog to kill the first boss, because none of the enemies are scaled. So if we were to find the final boss of the game, so happy we got a blacksmith giant hammer. If we were to fight the last boss of the game in the first room, it would be the legitimate stats, health, damage of the first boss of the game. So that's really rough. And there are a couple of points in this run that we really want to hope for some good luck. It's very rare, but I have had runs just basically completely die because it was a bad combination of bosses in a double fight. The first double fight we're going to experience is the Bell Gargoyles. And that is, well, we just pray for good luck. I'm going to save and quit here because there's a bug with the randomizer where it puts the first boss up here. I mean, I guess it's not a bug. Technically, that's where the Asylum Demon is, and he jumps down. But for the bosses that can't jump down, they would otherwise be stuck in this little balcony up here. Oh my gosh. Excuse me, sorry. I was not giving them proper respect. Please move. There are some cases where we're just gonna... What's that?
This is actually the only one that I've ever beat. I've only ever beaten Dark Souls.
You've only ever beaten Dark Souls?
Only Dark Souls.
Yeah. Well, you'll know a little bit about what's going on here. But yeah, look at this blacksmith giant hammer just absolutely making quick work of the gargoyle. So if you're, just a heads up, Jiggy, if you're talking when there's music, I probably will not be able to hear you, so I apologize.
That's no problem. I'll speak up.
I'm not trying to cut you off or anything. It's just
no. You got to do your thing. thing.
I always pick up this item. It's not necessary. It's just my lucky item. Sometimes it's really good. Sometimes it's not, but it is occasionally just carried the run. Now, my favorite thing about this run, I am not a god runner of any of these games. I've never no-hit any Souls game, even with the amount of time I've spent in these games. But what I really like about this run is there are so many different paths to take. There are so many glitches that we could use. Ideally, we do glitchless, but there are some cases where maybe we get an absolute trash combination of bosses at gargoyles. Well, if RNG is in our favor in another way, we can skip into the Sin's Fortress, which is midway part of the game, and then come back later and kill those bosses later. We can utilize some dupes if we need to reach required stats for certain weapons, or we just want to fast roll. I try not to abuse things like that because I find it less interesting. But like I said before, the merchants' inventories are all randomized. So I'm going to be taking a look at some of these merchants because... Okay, Souls Titanite chunks, hard leather armor, sorcerer's catalyst. Okay. Not useful for our run. We are looking for twinkling Titanite in order to upgrade this blacksmith giant hammer. Soul of Artorias. That is very good. That is a boss soul, and in this game, I am playing on the Prepare to Die edition of Dark Souls, which is the original PC release that has the DLC built in. They have since released Dark Souls Remastered. However, in my attempts to use randomizer with Remastered, a lot of the AI would... Sorry, excuse me. A lot of the AI would break. There you go. Bye, dog. Soul of Gwyn. Okay. All right. It's feeding us. Yeah, we're eating good right now with the luck. So let's just hope that it keeps up. But anyways, yeah, for me, when I tried to run randomizer on Dark Souls 1 Remastered, the AI would break about half of the time. So I resort to running the Prepare to Die edition of the game. And what that means is, for our run purposes, the only thing it really affects is the game inherently only runs at 30 FPS. But there is a mod called DS Fix that will run the game at 60 FPS. Now, because it runs at 30 FPS and is locked by default, we'll talk in a bit about how these are the hardest enemies in the game. But because the game normally only runs at 30 FPS, the physics for gravity and such are actually doubled if you bump it up to 60 FPS. So that means that if you jump, then gravity's going to affect you twice as fast, and you're not going to be able to jump as far. So there is a couple points in the game where we're going to toggle off the 60 FPS, and it's going to be like, ugh, am I lagging? Just to do a couple jumps. And then we'll toggle it back on. So I'll let you guys know in case you want to avert your eyes, but yeah. If you've never done randomizer before as far as items, the loot tables of enemies are entirely randomized. The enemies that replace other spawns that would normally drop guaranteed items, like this guy, there you go. He replaces a Black Knight that's there in the game. He will still drop something guaranteed. So it's worth killing some guys here and there along the way in order to, just get a chance at some loot that can really help your run. There is okay, no, we're not to the Crystal Lizard yet. One of the parts, like I was saying before, is kind of just every run is different, obviously randomized, but also that might change your entire route through the game. It might change which enemies you decide to kill. And there's a lot that we cannot prepare for. I have had some awful combinations of bosses, and we've had to figure out some ways to deal with them. I did 3 practice runs today. My 3rd practice run today literally died. Like, the run, I was just like, I cannot complete this before it's my time to run here. Just because we had such a bad combination of bosses that it was, it's not balanced. This is by no means a balanced run. So you can have a bad day. But, oof, poison, that's fine. That's fine. It's good to feel pain a little bit, make sure we're alive. And we are. Yeah, but
so far, the hammer's been pretty good, though.
The hammer is spectacular, yes. Mm-hmm. Getting an amazing weapon for a start is no guarantee that it's going to be a good run, though. But it is certainly better than not getting a really good weapon. I'm going to run up here. We're going to hit our blacksmith for the first time. This is going to be one of our big checks to see, hopefully, it is possible for a merchant to be able to sell infinite numbers of our upgrade material, which in this case, Twinkling Titanite, we're going to hope for. So let's see what Andre holds. He can also offer weapons and other things that we might, let's see. Okay, no Twinkling Titanite, that's all right. He will sell souls that we can pop at bargain prices sometimes, or maybe absurd prices. Blue Tearstone ring. You know what? I'm going to take that. there's no guarantee that we're going to get a ring that is useful for us really on this run. I'm going to level up a little bit of vitality here because our damage is in pretty good shape. For the most part, Blacksmith Giant Hammer is very good. However, the DLC enemies, a lot of the times, are pretty resistant to elemental damage. And this Blacksmith Giant Hammer has a large amount of lightning damage. So, if we get... I don't want to jinx it. If we get some DLC bosses in the Gargoyles fight, we're going to have a bit of a rough time ahead of us. But I did notice there is this troll in a good position that we could use him, if necessary, to glitch into Sin's Fortress, the mid part of the game, if we have absolutely awful RNG for the Gargoyles up there. Now, like I said, we don't always have to be picking up all the items we see. I typically have in my head several spots that are going to give us a lot of items like this. There's 4 chests here, and the chests can have multiple items sometimes. It can give us rings. It can give us armor, which armor will be good for... There's multiple items. It can give us some armor for the end bosses in the game. It can give us 13 humanity and a soul of a brave warrior. Huge. Humanity in this game... Well, I guess humanity is not really in other games, but humanity is a usable item that will fill our health to full. Excuse me, this is only... That's one of the problems with... one of the other problems with 60 FPS. Is walking upstairs sometimes becomes a little more challenging. But luckily, that blue tearstone ring that I put on earlier, I think might have saved us. But it's okay. Anyways, I'm going to pop some of the souls. I'm just going to eat this soul right up. Again, I said I can duplicate these souls. Oops, I'll change order.
Do you have a build idea so far, Lobos?
The build idea is the Blacksmith Giant Hammer. And I always have pretty much... Yeah, I pretty much always am going to prioritize damage for the first couple of bosses until it's time to go do the Gargoyles, which will be the next boss we do. And then I need to build a bit more survivability so that I have more versatility in the fight, in the double fight. Now, there is a blessing in disguise, which is that some bosses can damage other bosses in a multi-fight. That's not always the case. And in the case of some of the harder combinations, that's not something we can utilize. If we ever see Sif in a fight with somebody else, Sif is a wonderful boss killer for us. And we can just kind of try and stay alive and let Sif do the work for us. But we'll have to see. I've tried a bunch of different routes through here in terms of which boss I tackle first. I think I've finally landed on heading down to Blighttown first because you only get single fights, so it's much more manageable than the double fight can be. The double fight can be really easy, but I don't want to bank on that, and it's a time waste if we try to... 2 Black Knights here. It's a time waste if we go check, and then it's a tough fight, and we die anyways. So I want to be as prepared as possible for that duel fight. So here we're going to go down to Blighttown. We are going to tackle our first boss outside of the asylum. And then we will also... Oh boy. Okay. We will also tackle the boss after Quelag, which is Ceaseless Discharge. And there's a couple of really painful enemies to find on a randomizer like this. One is, most of them from the DLC. One of them is the Ulasil Sorcerer. Ignore the sounds of enemies falling to their death behind me. There's an Ulasil Sorcerer. Hello. So 1 second. I'm going to try and get out the way here. Just heal up. I can't avoid the poison here, really. I'm going to need to take a smart path around, bait these melee enemies. I can either choose to... Oh, gosh. All right, I'm going to try and go this long way. This is not something I normally have to do, but hopefully I can outrange that sorcerer. If not, I'll dodge the projectiles as they come in. Okay. I think... This Black Knight is cutting me off. What a genius. Yeah, All right, we're good.
You got him. You're good.
I think we're good. We're good. The Ulasil sorcerers, this is why I leveled some vitality. If you don't, they're pretty likely to one-shot you, especially as we're running around naked, since we can't carry too much in our on our person without getting slowed down. Let's see what this first boss rando is. It could be Manus, which is the final boss of the DLC. Well, one of the final bosses. But instead, it's Pinwheel, the easiest boss in the game. So let's go. Pinwheel. Mr. Pinwheel, RNG, just giving us the alley-oop after the run. After dies to Pinwheel. No. After the run we had earlier, looks like RNG is being merciful. His teleport does not work in the randomizer, so if he tries to teleport, he's just going to pop up in the exact same spot that he pops up at. So, Twin Humanities. I'm actually going to use that. We're going to ring this bell. That is one of 2 bells. This will heal us up. And like I said, we're not going to leave just yet, even though we can. We are going to go to the second boss fight. And the reason why is it's typically... So I speedran Dark Souls maybe like 8 years ago. All of my strats are so out of date. But what I do have going for me is just my knowledge of the game and where to look and being adaptable to the situation. This is how the route would usually go in Dark Souls 1 back in my day. I don't know what it's like now. It's probably crazy. It's all sorts of new wrong warps and glitches. But usually you'd come down here, kill Quellag, then you kill Ceaseless Discharge, and then you would head back up and go to Sin's Fortress. Ceaseless Discharge has a scripted quick kill. So in the base game, it's basically free 20,000 souls, I think. I mean, in any percent, you can actually skip Ceaseless by rolling through the lava, which is a fun thing to do. I haven't done that in a long time, though. But in any case, there is a cliff here, and we can use that to our advantage with a lot of the bosses by just making them fall off the cliff. And if not, we have really good damage outside of that. And the boss is a gargoyle. I think this is a regular gargoyle, not an Anorlando gargoyle. So he will... Oh, maybe it... What's that?
No, you're good.
No. It's... actually, I think it is an Anorlando gargoyle. It's kind of hard to tell with the lighting. But 2 hits to stagger and a lot of damage means this boss goes down quickly. Oh, he's going to breathe some lightning. Yep. That guarantees that it's an Anorlando gargoyle. And goodbye. Free souls. There's also an item pickup here that we don't have to get, but I usually pick it up. Boom. Get our Homeward Bones so we can warp out of here. And I will be duplicating Homeward Bones just because it's faster. So this is how the dupe works. You actually bait the game into using an Estus or some other item instead. It's a fun little glitch. I'm going to get more vitality. I'm going to get more endurance. A little more strength. Strength is our stat for this weapon. Our damage will scale with that. I'm going to see if I can put on some more armor. I'm also going to talk to this man, Petrus, who everybody hates. He's a filthy cleric because he is a vendor if you join his covenant. And he also gives you some free things. And he also gave us the cleric helm, which is lore. So we're going to enter his covenant, and we're going to check his inventory. If he's got some Twinkling Titanite, then, okay, no Twinkling Titanite, but he does have Soul of a Brave Warrior for 2,000, which is a pretty good deal.
Come again.
And we'll leave for now. So still no Twinkling Titanite, which is a shame, but that's okay. We don't really need it. However, now it is time to figure out what our double boss in the gargoyles is. Not only that, the gargoyles, normal gargoyles boss, is behind one of the worst rooms in the game, not only in randomizer, in the base game too, to run through. However, in randomizer, it can be absolutely awful. So let's see. Hello. In some cases, we can just sprint right through. In others, You got to check items on enemies because their loot tables are fully randoed. I'm going to try and run through it. Let's see. So far, so good. There is a giant mushroom in the way. He's going to try and punch. Made it past. There are 2 giant mushrooms. I dodged him. Please do not punch me on the ladder. Okay.
You're good. You're good.
We're through. We're through. So now everybody is calling incredibly hard combinations. We'll be able to see who our second boss is because they stand idle in the back. Second boss is Ornstein, large Ornstein. First boss is Gwyn, Lord of Cinder. That's hold on. Okay. you called it, man. Gwyn. Okay, hold on. I'm probably gonna die here. I can now have the knowledge of who we need to fight. I'm actually going to try and sneak back here. I think he's too large to fit here, and he shouldn't be able to reach me. Now I can try and build for this. He can fit. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay. Okay. I'm kind of stuck here. I don't.
Oh, you got him.
This is trash damage.
Bunch of times. No,
this
you
is
just
trash.
gotta do it a million times, Lobos.
I just gotta do it a million times. Okay, so this is the part where we need to start doing some quick thinking, some quick math. I think what I'm going to try and do is sin skip. I'm not going to completely avoid this, but also we can demonstrate this glitch that I did once, first try, and haven't done it outside of that in years. We'll do it. We'll be good. Let me see if we can't. Okay, we're going to take a detour here. We're going to go check another merchant because merchants are very valuable. They have unlimited potential. Something like that. I also check these items because why not? They're here. There's some easy enemies. I think this guy doesn't function properly in the randomizer. There's a couple of enemies that just have broken or really weird AI. Not many. These phalanx enemies, I think, just kind of chill. If we see a giant rat or giant cat, they purely will just run around and push you like bulldozers. And it is... Sometimes it's horrible. Otherwise, it's just kind of funny / freebie. Let's see here. Hello. Smash. Yeah, I would like to get a decent shield for Gwyn. This is Black Knight armor. It's good armor. Good armor. The Great Axe was there. I don't think we're going to make use of that. So, as far as the 10 Rings of Sacrifice. Okay. As far as some of the logic between what sorts of weapons we want to choose, unfortunately, it's way too much time and RNG to try and build. That's a DLC dog. This is like the worst enemy in the game. Okay. Besides the maggot. Okay. All right. Anyways, another maggot.
Found that downloadable dog.
Downloadable dog, yeah. Ooh, stone helm. Okay, nice for later. And a leech. As far as what weapons you want to go for, the regular weapons upgrade such that you need a set of upgrade materials, regular Titanite shards, then you need large Titanite shards, and you need Titanite chunks. I am just saving and quitting to make sure that nobody comes and kills the merchant while I'm interacting with them. There are a set of weapons in the game that only require... oh, here we go. Crest Shield's a pretty good shield. Light Shield as well. I'll take that. Let me see if they've got anything else here, and I'll get back to what I was talking about. We got humanity, the Soul of Priscilla. I mean, it's definitely worth the value.
Hey.
Hi, what's the matter? Okay, I'm going to try and do a skip down into lower Undead Berg, which will get us access to yet another merchant. This is a lot of snakes. Please. The R2 on this weapon is just a lovely thing. Okay. This is pretty unorthodox, not a path I normally take unless we are kind of in a state of emergency, which it's not an emergency, but it is definitely worth the check. So I'm going to put 30 FPS for this skip that I'm going to do. I check this item as well. But this is a skip down into the lower ended Berg, which it's funny because you said we're going to find Gwyn in the Capra Demon. Oh, shoot. In the Capra Demon Yeah. And I was thinking, oh man, we don't even go to Capra Demon's Arena, but we could because we're getting close down here. Oh, I was supposed to put me back up there.
I think you should just look to see who's in there. You don't have to just see who's in there.
I'm down. I'll get what I need to do here, and then I'll just, because we just warp out after that anyways. Okay, here we go. I need to top off. I'll take a look, all right, for your sake.
Just for me. Chat,
Just
who do you think is going to be in Capra Demon's Arena?
If I die trying to get to it, then I can put 60 FPS back on. Then we'll just, I'll move on. But I will give it a shot. Okay, kill you. Oh, or not. Intelligent. Okay, let's make sure that we don't have any crazy enemies here. These guys will toxic you when they die and also throw fire at you. As a butcher, R2, I love you. Thank you, R2. Oh, don't. That's toxic. What's this guy drop? Yes! Okay, so we found out now. Ulasil Melee Man's drop Twinkling Titanite. So that, we can utilize that to upgrade our weapon. Here's another one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play it a little safe. I'm going to pop a heal. I'm going to save and quit. I'm toxic. That's okay. Now I'm going to kill this Ulasil Melee Man here so I can get another Twinkling. Oh, it's a chance drop. It's not guaranteed. I failed the PewDiePie skip, and that's okay. And I don't have the residence key, so that's a big oopsies on my end. But that's okay. I'm gonna go check just for Jiggy. We're gonna see if Gwen, Lord of Cinder, is in this boss room.
We know it's not Gwen because Gwen's on the roof.
It could be Gwen because it is not a shuffler. It is a randomizer. That means we could have gotten double Gwen in the gargoyles fight. Oh, hello. Let me roll through this. This is dangerous. Let's see. Different kind of demon, but hey, what the heck? Let's see what we get here.
Bridge, dude.
Oops.
Go back to your bridge.
A bridge troll of a different variety. Hello. I'm not healing because I'm just trying to go fast. There we go. We'll see what he drops. And
with this arena.
Oops. Hello, rat. Rat, don't. Rats may be the most toxic enemies in this game. Right next to dogs. That's it. I'm getting out of here. Rat.
Depth's key could be cool though, right? Can't you use that to go down to the crypts?
We can go down there, but we have no reason to. So I will choose not to. Okay, so now we're going to proceed with the plan as I had, which is that we are going to do a skip. I have a shield now that I can use that'll help a lot with this. But I'm going to use a skip called the Sins Skip. Now, usually you have a very predictable enemy to perform this skip with because it requires parrying. And I'll have to see what enemies we have to choose from. But there was one I know that I'm 99% confident we can parry and still make it work. But we're going to be skipping this gargoyles fight, and we'll come back later and hopefully have a much better build, stats, weapon, all of that for Gwen. So let's see here. Yes. Wait, what's this guy? A Balder Knight. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to bring this troll. Let's see. Okay. So right here. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Now, I don't usually parry these enemies. He's going to do a grab. I don't... This is fine. This is fine. Do a swing or something, man. You want to swing, don't you? We're going to bring this troll to a very specific position. We're going to perform a parry. We want to parry him right equal with this pillar. He's doing the grab again. This is fine. Can I parry this? Okay. Now... Okay, so what's happened is we've entered the death cam of the game, which is basically when you're gonna fall to your death, the game has a trigger that will activate the death camera. And what that means is that it will no longer follow your character, because your character is supposed to like fall down and go, and die and stuff. But what's interesting about that, oh gosh, hold on, I need to go out where the stairs are. What's interesting about that is that, oh boy, hold on. Okay, I think I'm still near the bonfire, which is good. Come on, brother. There we go. Okay. What's interesting about that is at that point, the game is like, you're dead. I don't need to update collision or anything or rendering. So now what we're doing is it does not load in Sin's Fortress Gate. We can just run in and we can save and quit to fix the camera. And now, huge, yes. And now if I die, we're in trouble because we're going to have to go all the way back here. Hold on, make sure I can fast roll with this weapon setup. I can. Look at that, it's double bugs. Go figure. Pick up this item for luck. Hopefully it is good luck. Now, if I die, I'll have to do that sin skip over again. But normally you have to kill both of those bosses, ring the bells, one below, one above, and then you gain access to Sin's Fortress. But like I said, this is the sort of run that is so volatile and unfair in some cases, like having Gwen as your second boss, along with another enemy. It's so volatile that sometimes you got to use some interesting tactics. Now, that is my favorite weapon in the game, Black Knight Greatsword, which also uses oh no, Humanity Child. Also uses Twinkling Titanite to upgrade. If I didn't have the Blacksmith Giant Hammer, that would be a pretty good option, because it's a lot of damage. However, it's very slow. Who did that? Who's doing that? I'm going to do a skip here where we utilize the poise hyper armor of the game to allow us to backstep through a boulder. Heal up for safety.
Lobo's just showing off that Mario 64 BLJ.
Something like that, yeah. It was a backwards jump. I don't know how long it was, but
that's fair.
Oh, hello. Okay. Little crowded here. A Black Knight is not an enemy that will budge very easily. Okay, he's dead. Nice. Okay, let's see if there's anybody who causes problems here. Was that a sorcerer? No, I don't think so. I hear them running around. We should be fine. Oh. It was the other Ulyseel enemy, who is an enemy that can drop a Twinkling Titanite. Where did you go? Oh no, it is a sorcerer. Never mind. I don't want to. I don't want to deal with you. These are the sorts of things you have to think about when doing a run like this. It's like, who can drop my items? Where are they? And can I farm them and get more items?
Well, the good thing is now you're at the bonfire, so you can die again.
I am at the bonfire, so we will not have. The only way we can get back to the beginning of the game at this point is actually to warp. So we cannot backtrack even if we want to, because there's a closed gate. So that doesn't really mean anything bad. It's just a fact, and it's kind of fun. So there's one more merchant up here that we can check, who may, I'm willing this into existence, may sell us infinite Twinkling Titanite. How about it? Or even like 1 or 2, please.
Type 1 in the chat if you believe.
Well,
nope. Anybody that typed 1's a fool.
Yeah, I hate to admit it, but you're right. We can check. That's very expensive for this gear. Yeah, there was not really anything I was interested off of that vendor. Now, this is a tight jump on 60 FPS, because like I mentioned, you need to be on 30 FPS for the game's physics to work properly. But you can still do that one on 60 FPS. A couple skips and things here and there that we will like the one that I did earlier, that you'll need to toggle back to 30 FPS for the physics to work properly. But the reason that this is going to be much easier is that now there's a single boss fight up here. We can't have like a dual boss fight that's going to... We could still have Gwen, and that would stink, but it would stink a lot less than Gwen plus another boss. Now, unfortunately, this arena is protected such that bosses will not fall off unless they are scripted to, like Iron Golem. Unfortunately, this is a boss that is resistant to lightning, so as you can see, he does not take... I've never seen anybody get up there. That was impressive. He does not take a lot of damage from lightning, but slowly but surely we will... Oh, interesting. My dodge was eaten.
I feel like this guy's actually harder, like, by a lot than having Iron Golem here.
Yes. He's resistant to lightning. It's, you know, the phase 2 of a boss fight. I have to be very careful that he does not do a butt stomp because the butt slam hurts a lot. And this is kind of a, I don't know. I have luckily done this fight a lot with this weapon because that used to be a route for level 1 speedruns. And he's spamming that butt slam. I can get a hit in, but it's a little risky.
Is there did the randomizer fix the wall collision? Like, can he jump off?
Hold on. Oh, it is the fact that by default enemies can't fall off here, but the iron golem that is normally here has a specific animation that will allow him to be pushed off the cliff. So anybody else and any other move that he does will not allow for that. Uh-oh.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's how I beat him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm hoping he's not stomping. Oh, he's charging. Speed run, by the way. But this is the chaos and
Hey, first step of the run. Let's go. That actually adds to our counter, the you died counter.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. Bosses do like to push you off of ledges like that. It's
not bad. We're only at 7, by the way. 7 this entire event.
Whoa, 7 deaths the entire event. Well, I'm happy to be
so far
1/7 of, and I'm sure that will not be the last death, as these runs are extremely volatile. But I digress. We continue. So the greatsword, I need 24 strength, 18 dex just to two-hand it. It's very slow, and yes, it would be better. I'll tell you what, if I die to him again, I'll dupe a soul and we'll switch to the greatsword just so we can use it. It's also a very heavy weapon, which you have to think about, and will potentially lead to. Let me see. Can I fast roll like this? No, of course not. Of course not. What am I thinking? Oh gosh. This is a fun game. I love playing Dark Souls. Dark Souls are great.
My guy's trying to save the chain chomp.
Oops.
With all this ground pounding.
Yeah, ground pounding. So there is a fun glitch that you can do with this particular Ornstein in the normal ONS fight that I remember working so very hard to figure out in a cheese run. If he grabs you with this attack, he steps forward enough that you can actually get him to clip through the wall and fall to his death. Now, I'm not going to try it now, but I would like to say that there is at least he's really wanting me to do it, though. There is a chance, I would say, that we could do that and make him fall out of the world and die to speed up this fight. Like I said, I'm not going to chance it. I like doing some things live, but that's not one I'm going to... I have to keep rolling forward for this. But I like having his back against this wall because it's just very controllable. Hello? This is fine. Okay. Luckily, his grab, you don't even need to dodge. You just need to circle to the right a bit. Okay, yeah, like this. All right. So you can see how a randomizer run could be like super fast, or it could be super slow. It's just, it's luck of the draw. And
I mean, you're cooking them. You're cooking them.
He's getting cooked mildly, that's for sure. But you know, Gwyn. Oh boy. Oh, hold on. Okay, not that bad. Don't throw us off the cliff though. That would be the thing that's very bad to have happen. Okay. Gwyn's over there like smirking like a trickster because he knows that he's going to be not a wall, but he's going to be something to deal with. So now we're in the dangerous spot where we can get pushed off the ledge again, but this is fine. This is fine. We embrace chaos in these randomizer runs. Oh, no.
Honestly, Gwen just realized that if he guards the bell, you can't win.
Oh. Ooh. All right. Okay, that's fine. You can hit me there. That's fine. I don't mind that. Don't hit me here. Thank you. We're almost there. I'm going to safety heal here. This is fine. He's charging. He's charging. So we're going to have, with the route that I'm taking, we'll have at least one more chance to check a merchant and hope that he sells Twinkling Titanite for us. There goes Ornstein. Okay.
Huge claps in the chat for that one. Took a minute, but you got it.
Yes, it does take a minute. It does take a minute. Okay, but now we're in Anorlando, which is not really the midpoint of the game, but it's where the game will begin to open up once we complete it, which we will, I'm sure. Make sure no Ulasil sorcerers here. None. That's good.
I thought this place was from Dark Souls 3, Lobos.
Oh. Actually, what happened is the developers went back in time and modded it into Dark Souls 1. They added in, and they were like, you know what? Dark Souls 3 Anorlando was such a hit. That's not true.
They patched it in.
I'm a big liar.
They patched it in.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Saving and quitting in this game does allow you to reset enemies, which is a little cheesy, but it saves time, you know? Like, if I didn't, I would have had to deal with that guy and before I could sit at the bonfire. And it's not that I don't want to deal with him. I just want to sit at the bonfire a little faster. So, we have, it's unupgraded, right? Yeah. I think we've gotten one Twinkling Titanite. So we can upgrade once at the Blacksmith Giant. And we can also check in hopes that the Blacksmith Giant will have, this is going to be a boss. Who is it? Oh, it's Calamite. Okay. But Calamine's a little stuck. He's a little stuck over there. Don't worry about that. We're going in hopes that the Blacksmith Giant is going to have some Twinkling Titanites to sell us, and we could get this weapon leveled up. Yeah, Calamite luckily is a bit too large for that bridge. Going back to how the run is randomized, again, the enemy randomizer has a lot of settings. One of those is which enemies, it's a checkbox for enemies will be placed only where they fit. I technically have that toggled on because otherwise sometimes you'll get big bosses in tiny arena and they might fall out of the world, which, hey, that would be fast, but not really as interesting or fair to the bosses. However, Calamite apparently can still pop up there and he has a bit of a time making that work. We have, this is a notorious section of the game where, could you please melee me? Yes. Oh, you're spitting. Please do not break my weapon. All right, whatever. Just die then. I was going to have it fall off, but there you go. I'm in 30 FPS, and we're going to do this jump here and not fail it. Nailed it. Again, because if we had 60 FPS, we would not jump as far. So we're going to have a gargoyle down there once this bridge lowers, and we're going to have Calamite on the other side. Calamite shouldn't cause too much of a problem, but he can breathe his fire breath. So, okay, we don't get close enough to him. Oh gosh, I lied. I lied to you. I lied to myself. I lied to, okay. And he got close enough. Luckily, we lowered the bridge, and that means we can just run here. So we don't have to go through all that other business. The downside is we need to run past Calamite, but at least I'll be looking at him, and we'll be able to dodge. That's another death, by the way, so too. You died. That's the name of the event, right? Okay? If nobody died, then it would be a sham. So I'm here to make sure that we have deaths. Don't worry about it. Hello, Calamite. You're probably going to do the straightforward breath, which is going to be really annoying for me to dodge, right? But if I bait it to the right, there you go. I got some room to the left. And if I bait that to the left, I got some room to the right. And now you can do whatever it is you do. Oh, that's actually bad that he did that there, but we've now baited the gargoyle. I'm going to watch for the breath this time, all right? Any breaths? Any breathers? No? All right. Okay.
It's funny because they said I asked what everybody thought like the final death total would be for this entire event, and I said like 50, and people were just like, no, 10. And I'm like,
wow.
We're at 8 already, guy.
Yeah, I feel like that Elden Ring rando quad race is probably going to have a good amount of deaths, especially just because it's 4 players. Even if it wasn't a rando race, it's 4 players, so 4 times the death possibility or something.
Yeah, Ray did say 20. I think 20 is realistic because, you know, like tomorrow we have some powerful runs, but who knows, you know?
I believe it. Okay, this is usually a real pain point. Oh, we've got one of those inactive phalanx enemies. Normally you have, you know, the Anorlando archers, notoriously difficult spot. I think we'll be fine. I need to just not fall. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, they suck. Not having them here makes this a lot easier.
Oh yeah. But now we'll get this bonfire here, and there is a mother lode that we can loot. 4 chests in the basement, along with a mimic, which the mimic is replaced, but the enemy will still guaranteed drop something. So we have 5 checks here for potentially upgrade materials. There are many rings in this game that are very valuable. Namely, especially if we get Havel's ring or the ring of favor and protection. Those are and just increase your stats tremendously. Or oh, I'm sorry.
I might have missed it. Did the giant not have the Titanite that you need?
We have not been to the giant yet.
Oh, you haven't.
He is right after this. Soul of a Lost Undead. Great. Soul of a Proud Knight. All right, we found the soul dispensary. Silver Knight leggings and spider shield. It's a good shield. I'm going to dupe this homeward bone as we warp away. And so coming up, we're going to have another double fight. So it is another point in this run that is just very dangerous. Fingers crossed for good RNG, enemies that can damage each other, or just a really early game boss or something that we can kill, take advantage. We only need to kill 1 of the 2, and then it'll go to phase 2, at which point it's a completely separate 3rd boss that is the phase 2. And what's kind of cool is if you kill 1 boss, and just like in the original game, if you kill Ornstein, you'll get Big Smo. If you kill Smo, you get Big Ornstein. Well, if you kill boss number 1, for example, the follow-up boss will be different depending on the order you kill them in, or which one you kill first. Sorry, I don't want to hit the... Now, this gargoyle can hit the blacksmith and cause some problems for us. I'm trying to be as safe as possible to not get attacks. Okay. Kind of aimed his way, but we're good. Let's see what you got. No twinkling titanite. He has a firekeeper soul. I will buy that. We don't need homeward bones. He does sell a ring, rusted iron ring that can help with running through poison, but that's about it. We can also, I am going to upgrade. I need to upgrade the repair box out of this chest, and then I will reinforce. How much do we need? We need 2,000 to level this. So I will pop a soul. Oops. Pop a soul of a hero. Let's go. And reinforce. Not the Black Knight Greatsword, as much as I want to use you, buddy. And then I'm just gonna dupe Homeward Bone again. It's a little bit longer of a run than if we just continued over to the boss. But what I'm gonna do is pop some souls. I want to increase my kind of marathon strats. I do want to have some more levels, some more vitality, maybe some more endurance, so we can wear more. I'll pop this Soul of Priscilla. I'll just improve our stats a little bit before this fight. It may not matter at all. Wow, I got 3 endurance out of that. Great. But let's see what we can put on. Hey, we can fast roll with the Black Knight armor now. Never mind, I lied. game just takes a moment to update. So we'll do that, and maybe this. Sure, a couple pieces of armor. Anything really light to put on the pants. A skirt, a beautiful, beautiful dress. Let's do that. All right, now we're gonna do this little jump skip. Classic. Oh, it's mid-roll. Take off the gloves. I want the skirt. Okay, good. Hey, we have 2024 as the soul count. Shout outs to 2024 for being a year that I've lived in.
Me
Woohoo.
too.
Yeah.
I've lived there too.
Yeah, you
One of the
too?
chat,
Nice.
You've lived there.
Yeah. Sweet. All right, let's see what our boss is. Smile face, not despair at all. Okay, we got a king and a gargoyle, and I love this. This is great. No problem. I think the king is even stuck. We got Havel's leggings from the gargoyle tail. That will be useful very later. No, the poor king is not stuck, but he's very inactive. Second boss being Iron Golem. Hello, Iron Golem. No probies. This will do excellently on him. I believe he doesn't stagger in randomizer. And I'll talk a little bit more about this in a second, once he's dead. But randomizer bosses are not quite the same as bosses as you would face them in the base game. Let me go ahead and... Certain properties do not carry over correctly or at all because there's scripts or whatever in the arenas. Praise the sun, we got this ONS kill in the bag. Goodbye. All right.
Bam. Do you even have to go back to Gwen? Like, do you even have to ring the second bell since you're already down here?
Thinking the only way to do it without killing Gwen would require a wrong warp, and a wrong warp that I am not familiar with.
Okay.
So we will have to go back and kill him eventually. But it's okay because we're going to have so many more stats. We're going to find a vendor that sells Twinkling Titanite for sure. Actually, what we can do now is we can keep in mind, are there any spots where there is a bonfire near one of those Ulasil residents? Because we could farm him for Twinkling Titanite. An absolutely worst case scenario, I can dupe souls just to kind of over level to get us through where we need to go. She gave us giant armor. I'm going to enter the Covenant. You know what? I'm feeling good about her Covenant. Let's see. She's going to give us an item when we enter. Okay, well, wasn't amazing, but sometimes you got to gamba. Yeah, give up a few seconds just to see if the RNG is in your favor entirely. Okay, so yeah, our pace right now is solid. It is solid for what I'm used to based off of my runs. No problem. And these runs can range anywhere from, I have to place the Lord Vessel. Okay, here's one of those really cool, interesting things about what we have done. We skipped Sen's Fortress. That means we did not ring the second bell. That means that Frampt is not there at Firelink. So, what I'm going to... I gotta back up. I gotta backtrack. What we're gonna do is now we're gonna kill Sif. And I apologize to all the dog lovers, the Sif lovers. We're going to go kill Sif. We're going to collect the Covenant of Artorias, and we're going to kill the Four Kings. Why? Well, if you did not know, if you kill the Four Kings before placing the Lord Vessel, a second primordial serpent named Kathy. Hold on, let me think about what I was doing. What am I doing? Oh, Sif, yes. A second primordial serpent, I can warp, will appear named Kath, and you can form an agreement with him, and he will take you to the Lord Vessel room, which will then allow us to place the Lord Vessel. So, and I'm so glad this happened on this run, because this is one of those interesting things that you just have to start on the fly routing in your brain, like, okay, well, we did this, so that means we can't do this, but can we do this? And then figure it out and such. Where is my Gwen soul? I'm going to dupe that now. And by the way, you can dupe these infinitely. But again, I do not want to be super OP. But I do need 20k souls right now, or killing Andre, but I'm not going to do that, in order to buy this key to gain access to Sif. So Sif, oh, that's true. Sif won't necessarily be the real Sif. However, there is a chance that it is the real Sif. Now to go back to... What's that?
Are you going past Moth?
We will not fight the Moonlight Butterfly, no. There's nothing required back there. But you know, it is randomized in something else. Honestly, what's kind of funny is if you're doing a casual randomizer and you're doing like all the bosses, you go to Butterfly, a lot of the times, whatever it replaces with immediately just kind of falls off the bridge and dies. So you could say that it's like some free souls there, or like a free item check. But right now, it's not worth the time to go see what we get out of that. Now, to go back to what I was saying before, a randomized boss, even if it's in the same room, is not quite the same, hold on, as a regular base game boss or whatnot. Because I think that, from what I understand, I'm just making an educated guess here, is that certain abilities are disabled so that the boss does not, say, fly out of the arena and fall to its death. Bosses that this affects very noticeably are the Sanctuary Guardian, DLC boss, or Calamite. Any boss that has an extensive flying move that, like, you know, they swoop and go kind of far. The gargoyles will still do a flying up slam attack, but in any case, that can be a good thing or it can be a bad thing. In the case of Sanctuary Guardian, I hate it because it limits his moveset and really makes him much more melee aggressive. And he will just come up to you and just start spamming melees at you. And sometimes that can be a real problem, especially when, like I've had before, you have something like double Sanctuary Guardian in place of gargoyles. That was actually where I decided to have the option to just send skip and then do what we're doing here. And I came back later and I smashed those Sanctuary Guardians after I grew up a little. But in any case, what I did right now is I entered the Forest Covenant. That makes all of the NPCs friendly to me, which is just nice for running through the area. And B, it allows us to talk to Shiva of the East, who is our nice friend, who will become a vendor, a merchant down in Blighttown, which we will need to travel back through in order to head to Bed of Chaos. A common question is, Lobos, streamer, when you go down and kill Quelag, why don't you sit at a bonfire down there? And the answer is because it's faster to warp out of there. Because in either case, if you sit at the bonfire, you are checkpointed at that bonfire, which means you would have to run and backtrack your way up out of Blighttown. And that is a pain, especially in randomized when you don't know what those enemies are going to be. Oh, look, it's Ornstein again. Look at him. Whoa. And Dark Souls is not a game where you can simply light the bonfire and then be able to warp to it. You have to sit, so it sets your checkpoint. Now, Ornstein, he's a very common boss in randomizers because there's two versions of him, the small and the big. This is the small. We fought the big earlier, but sometimes he likes to just take over, steal the spotlight. Luckily, with this even unupgraded weapon, 2 hits, as you can see, stagger him. So I can pretty easily control the fight and keep the DPS high. Yeah, don't charge away, buddy.
One day you'll be able to upgrade the hammer.
One day I'll be able to upgrade the hammer. You said it. I think we did once. So it's +1 right now, which is great. So now we got the Covenant of Artorias. It is, without glitches, a required item to beat the game. It is a required item in order to fight the 4 kings. Otherwise, you cannot survive in their arena. Now, Four Kings is another multi-fight. If you're unfamiliar, it is a fight where a king will spawn, and then after a set duration, maybe about 30 seconds, a second king will spawn. And then 30 seconds later, a third king. All of those kings are individually randomized, so we could get a lot of really bad bosses, a lot of really good bosses. However, the way the fight works is you can kill them individually, but that damage just contributes to a separate overall health bar. Well, in Randomizer, that health bar is also randomly assigned like a different bosses, a fifth boss, if you want to say that, health amount. So you could jump down there and see, oh my gosh, I got Calamite as my first king. This is going to be horrible. But then you hit Calamite and realize, oh, the health bar was randomized to say Pinwheel's health bar. And I only need to hit Calamite like 4 times and the Four Kings fight will be done. So a lot of, oh boy, this is a rough, I don't like this.
Lots of T-posing.
Lots of T-posing. There's a lot of idle enemies in this area, and if the enemies that are in here do not have an idle animation, I'm going to clear this up here, then there will be T-posing galore. I'm going to save and quit just to make sure none of those enemies chase me up here, because this ghost house is it's a real mess sometimes. All of these ghosts are randomized to random enemies that a lot of times will just block your way. This is unfavorable. What is happening here? Can't a man simply R2 in peace and quiet? Thank you. I'm waiting for that albino gargoyle to throw more. So the gargoyle is actively blocking my path. So I need to actually clear these out. We've got Boulder Boy and we've got Skelly Dog. Skelly Dog is no fun. He is no fun. Okay. He's going to...
Made it.
This is fine. The gargoyle has decided to throw things at me again. There he goes. Oh. What's the fire from? Who's throwing fire? Okay. I really need to kill this bone boy. Oh my gosh. He iframed that. What a god. Please die. Okay, he's dead. Thank goodness. Now I can kill this gargoyle in peace and quiet, because otherwise I can't like run past him. He's absolutely blocking my path. He's dead. We're through. Once we're through once, we're in good shape because we can hit the ladder here and get a little checkpoint. So we don't have to go through that again. Now I could die to whatever this is. A troll? Unlikely. Unlikely, he says. But now we kick ladder. And we're Gucci. Roll, please. Roll's behind me. Yeah, I know. I'm saving and quitting because getting out of the grab and doing this is going to be faster. Sort of. Maybe. Probably. I don't know who threw Fireball, honestly. I don't care either. They're gone, and I'm gone. So we move on. This is another problematic room coming up. A lot of rooms where... Miyazaki, the director of Dark Souls, was just like, let's throw a bunch of enemies that, in the base game, it's not so bad. They're ghosts. These are, okay. All right, but I think we're safe. We need to get up here once just to acquire the key to the seal, which will allow us to drain New Londo Ruins and, get us access to the Four Kings. Key to the seal. And there's a small chance he is a small merchant. Now, he sold Dark Bead, which is one of the best spells in the game, and absolutely destroy every boss. But I have not had a run where I got it early enough, along with a spellcasting implement. Excuse me. There we go. Oh, just need to get past these enemies. Thank you. Okay. I've really been looking out. I would love a run where I can get like an early, amazing spellcasting catalyst and then Dark Bead and then just obliterate all the bosses. But hasn't happened. That's what I like to see. Havel's Ring, baby. Increases our equip load dramatically. Now we can wear a lot more armor, which is good. In some of the later fights, the option may be to tank damage and just mash our way through the boss. Dark Souls 1 is a game where you can do that. It has a value called poise, and that will just allow you to hyper armor or ignore any sort of knockback from enemies attacking you to a certain degree. All right, I need to make sure we have our ring on. I did not, but now I do. If you do not have this ring, when you drop into the Four Kings Arena, the Abyss, you will die. Well, let's drop down and let's pray for a good Four Kings.
I believe.
I hope. Oh, I'm out of Estus, but that's okay. I have 19 full heal humanity. I see, okay, there's a gargoyle. That's a very good sign. At least this guy will be easy to kill quickly. Let's see what the health bar is like. Oh, okay, it's a beefy health bar. It's a beefy health bar. But one gargoyle is down, and that's almost half the health. So now we actually have to wait. Imagine.
That's your fourth gargoyle this run, I think.
Fourth gargoyle. Sometimes you get, oops, all this, oops, all that. There's bosses everywhere. Okay, the next boss could be a toughie, so we need to be ready. It's another gargoyle.
Let's go.
I swear. Look, this one doesn't have a tail. It's the second one in the fight. I swear they're randomized between each other, and they're not copied. If we get another gargoyle, I might have to second guess, but I've 100% had many different bosses for the first and second spawn. So yeah. Oh, we wait.
Number 5.
Number 5. Keep that counter up.
Will Lobos run into more gargoyles than times we've died today during the show? That's the question. Right now you have to be 8.
Let's see. It's another gargoyle. Wait, hold on. Does it have a tail? I don't know how. It doesn't have a tail. Okay, so it is the same one again. I don't know how it functions. There could be something that, if it's a gargoyle, it decides. I don't know. Put it back. Anyways, doesn't matter. It's dead. But oh no. Did I get the save and quit off? I didn't. Okay, I have to run back there. It's okay. No big deal. I forgot the entire reason that I headed down there was to talk to Kath, so I could place the Lord Vessel. It's not often at all that I need to do this, so forgive me for having that fault. Sometimes you can save and quit before the homeward bone goes off, but unfortunately I did not. So Jiggy, this is, I don't know if you've ever done or seen rando run of Dark Souls 1. What are your impressions of this so far?
It seems pretty chaotic. I love Dark Souls 1. I think it's one of those games that every streamer should play at least once. I think that it's a game that, like, yeah, it's hard, but it's like a worth it hard. I've never done Dark Souls 2 or 3 really, but I know that this one is like a worth it hard. But the rando's pretty crazy so far. Like this is insane.
Like I said, I just started doing like one a day for practice on every stream, and this is number 22, I think. And the amount of just the variety in what you might have to do for a run just to like do the normal progression path can sometimes just be all over the place. And it's a lot of fun. That's why I like the randomizer runs so much. For all the games have randomizers, so they can all have some really exciting things. But Dark Souls 1 is 100% my most played Souls game. Namely for the reason that it was out and I was already, doing runs of it before a lot of the newer ones. But ignore that guy. I just did that so I could get this item. Sure, streamer. We're still on good pace. We're We're very good.
Yeah, you're cooking.
We're cooking. But yeah, the pace with this run can be so volatile. My PB so far, which honestly can be pretty vastly improved, is an hour 32. And it started out just like this run with the blacksmith giant hammer. However, I think the first or like second vendor right away had unlimited Twinkling Titanite. So I could immediately get fully upgraded weapon, and it just let us absolutely blast through the game. Okay, if I had said no there, Kath would not have showed up anymore, and we could not have placed the Lord Vessel like this, which could have been bad. Oops, I guess I'm offering the soul, but that could have put us in a position where we had to go kill Gwyn and his buddy in order to proceed. But I didn't, so we're good.
So now you don't have to, right?
Now we don't have to, yes.
Yeah, now and we're not going back to the roof.
Correct. There's actually an entire covenant with that primordial serpent there. It's a PvP covenant, and you can do invasions to get a covenant item, turn them into him, and you get some cool gear from that. But we're not doing that because that we're not PvPing, and oh gosh, worst enemy in the game. Oh gosh, okay, it's fine,
DLC dog.
DLC dog and DLC guardian. It's okay. Okay, nice. Now, while we haven't been able to upgrade our weapon, we have been able to improve our damage ever so slightly because this does scale in strength. B, I believe? Oh, never mind, D. Maybe it's better when you upgrade. But leveling more strength will add more damage to this blacksmith giant hammer. And
it is true, though. I will read this from chat. It is true, and I remembered it. The Gwen is guarding the edgelord, the edge guy, and he could be selling the Twinkling Titanite.
You're very right about that. Sometimes I would say a lot of times the randomizer is cruel in that sort of fashion. I've had one run where I got a really good weapon, but it didn't use Twinkling Titanite, for example. And then on that run, I just got like 12 Twinkling Titanite just handed to me. And I was like, wow, this would be really nice if I had a different weapon. But, it'd be that way sometimes. I
do think you're gonna get lucky. I think I can feel the Titanite in here. I'm feeling it.
I hope so. That would be nice. The reason that I kill these two guys, you don't have to, but it does let us sit at this bonfire, and that lets us be a little more. It gives us a little bit of a backup in case the upcoming rooms are full of trash. Coming up is a notorious skip called the Duke's Skip. And it's called that because this area is the Duke's archives. And how many bone dogs are you going to slap in here? These are one of the worst enemies. They are just... Please let me by, thank you. They will just plow right through you, and they do so much damage. And they will ignore a lot. They'll just shrug off a lot of your hits and just absolutely destroy you. But luckily, we got past them. If you do not do this Duke skip, you otherwise have to do a scripted death fight against Seath the Scaleless, who is kind of the next boss we're going to. I mean, in my rando run today, he was actually replaced by himself, so that it was Seath the Scaleless. And now here's the Duke skip. It is a fun little skip that just lets you avoid all of the... hold on, I'm going to focus. Yes, first try, baby. And that's a skip that... Oh my gosh, cat.
Hello, cat.
Cat. Do not... He's trying to backstab me. No, I'm backstab you. Now, cats are one of those enemies that are... They're not non-functional, but all they do is they bulldoze, right? He's being a little passive now, but usually the first time you see them, they will just sprint and push you. And I've had them on like very narrow bridges. I've had them in sections that it kind of became like a Kaizo game where you just have to figure out how to get around the cat. But luckily, it wasn't in too bad of a spot here. This guy always falls because, I don't know.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, whatever. In any case, I will touch this bonfire. It's a little safety thing. There's a lot of safety touches in here, but, with the randomizer, you can only plan to a certain extent. And then I'm remembering now the first time I had a real issue with the bulldozer cat. Actually, it was a rat, but it functioned very similarly. Is in the Crystal Caves coming up. Because there's a very narrow path, and I spent, I don't know, quite a good amount of deaths just trying to figure out how to not get pushed off of a ledge when the thing purely sprints past you and it takes up the entire width of the platform. But we made it past, so. Even if we get that rat here, we'll be okay. I've got strats, I think. I hope.
Rat strats?
Rat
Some
strats.
rat strats? Yeah.
Rat or cat strats. I haven't seen a cat in this
rat.
position, so it could be. There's a boss dying right now. I don't know where. Here's a regular rat. There are in this. Another part of the randomizer, you can have it such that regular enemies can be replaced by bosses, and that is absolute chaos and a lot of fun in casual runs. Unfortunately, it causes the game to be a little bit too unstable for doing some sort of event run like this. So I opted to turn that off. But if I'm doing a casual run, absolutely. I'll put 10%, 15% chance for bosses to replace regular enemies. However, in this Crystal Caves, there's normally 3 moonlight butterflies, which are considered bosses, even though they're not in arenas and such. Okay, hold on.
You're in a corner right now. You're fine.
No. This is good because these 3 enemies are all in the game. They're what they're known as crystal lizards, and they will drop upgrade materials. I very rarely get Twinkling Titanite off of them. And none. I didn't get any this time either. Man, the odds are just not in our favor, but it's fine. It's fine. So let's see.
Lobos is playing Dark Souls 2 right now.
I am.
Yeah, you were running over an invisible floor. Dark Souls 2 is there's no floor. It doesn't matter.
There's no floor.
Yeah,
there is no floor.
It was crazy this morning. Like they just ran over like the entire game.
Were they doing like an any percent like with glitches?
Yeah, they were doing like a glitch showcase, and you would basically parry a guy, jump into him, and then you could just float over.
Oh yes, parry walking. It's a lovely glitch. Okay, so this is Seath normally. Seath the Scaleless. It's a gargoyle, of course.
Let's go. That's 6.
Let's go. Gargoyle counter. Okay, I'm gonna save and quit because something came into the arena with me, and I don't like that. But this functions the same as Seath the Scaleless in the sense that if you do not break the crystal in the arena, spoilers, that's fine that he hit me. The boss will basically infinitely heal and will not be killable. This is the lightning gargoyle from Anor Londo, and he is teaching me a lesson, isn't he? I'm gonna pop some heals real quick. I don't care if he hits me here. It's fine. All right. Whoop. So yeah, if I hadn't broken that crystal, this boss would be infinite. He's doing these flying attacks. I mentioned how the randomizer will disable a lot of flying attacks, and Gargoyle did not like that. I guess here's the reason. There are both the first and second gargoyle in the gargoyle fight. And then in Anor Londo, there are 2 gargoyle spawns. And so those are part of the randomized boss pool. So there is a lot of opportunity for there to be gargoyles swapped in for bosses. That's probably why we're seeing so many gargoyles. And we don't need any Twinkling Titanite if you have gargoyles.
Yeah.
What's up?
I like gargoyles. We're good.
You like gargoyles?
We like them.
We like them.
Gwen took their spots, so they took every other spot in the game.
Yeah. He dispersed the gargoyles and said, "Go forth. Give this streamer an easy run until he faces me." Which, again, we don't have a lot of damage against Gwen with this weapon. He is actually resistant to lightning, and you would normally, in the speedrun, you would pick up the Crystal Halberd, which is a pure physical weapon, and use that on Gwen, because that, even unupgraded, will do more damage than your max level blacksmith. blacksmithing hammer. I'm just going to pick up this item on a whim because it's over here. And then we need to remember that I did talk to Shiva of the East in the forest. Oh, 3 humanity. Okay. So he will be in Blighttown as a merchant and could either give us Twinkling Titanite or have a weapon that we could use for Gwen that might deal some more damage. There are some that even at base, like I said, Crystal Halberd is one of those. There could be some other options we could use. But if not, we may just have to go with the Blacksmith Giant Hammer. But we'll see. So again, we did not touch the bonfire. That's why we have to run down through Blighttown again, but it is faster. As you can see, dropping down is much faster than climbing a ladder. Whee! And I'm not doing it just because, I don't know, I wasn't doing it recently. There is a Blighttown drop. It requires 30 FPS. And, excuse me. And, it's raining monsters. With the Blighttown drop, you go even faster. Does anybody, where did I get that? Oh, there's Shiva. I'm gonna save and quit really quickly just to unaggro anything. I don't like them messing with my vendors. Shiva, can you save this run? I mean, it's not bad, but dragon scales. Okay. What about weapons? Moonlight Greatsword. Okay. 20,000 for a large soul Greatward. Nope. All right. Well, we don't get that. That's fine. We push on. We push on. We do our best. There are other vendors. I forgot about you. I'm gonna actually take care of you. Oh, I think this guy's jumping towards me. Thanks, Mr. Stone Guardian. Oh, do not twop me. Okay, the Stone Guardians have an ability called Tranquil Walk of Peace. That is an AoE. You are extremely slow and can't roll. It's an aura. So if I was close to him and he cast that, I would have been in real trouble. But luckily we were far enough away, so we're good. 20 humanity, man. Just run.
Lots of human.
So much human. So much human. These guys are still on lookout duty for who knows what. Eggs? They're watching for the eggs to hatch or something. But yeah, we're retracing our steps and going on. Again, if anybody is interested in trying this, you might try the randomizer with Dark Souls Remastered. I am on Prepare to Die Edition because on Remastered, a lot of times I would have AI just break and the enemy would just kind of stand there, and that's not quite so interesting. But you can get these mods off Nexus Mods and do some randomizer runs yourself. They're a lot of fun, even if you're not, speed running or whatever. Just a lot of fun to kind of figure out how you're going to build. All right, I'm going to talk to Eggman. Oh gosh, well I'm going to kill Eggman. I told him no. Oh, he drops a rare ring of sacrifice. All right. You know what? I'm getting a little desperate at this point for some Twinkling Titanite, so let's enter a Covenant here. Do I have I do have a Firekeeper Soul to boost my Estus, so that's +1 on the heal. We're going to enter this Covenant, see if she gives us anything useful. The Pendant, which is the least useful item in the game. So I kill her. I'm sorry. And we get silver coins to use in the Dark Souls arcade machine. I don't know. That's... Sorry. Yeah, we upgraded Estus, yeah. All right. So now we continue our way. We're heading to the Bed of Chaos, which is one of the Lord Soul bosses. As with most of these games, you hit a central point and then you need to go kill the 3 or 4 big bads. And so we are doing that before we can access the final boss, which is somewhere you've likely been early in the game. We just need to open the path to. And all of these enemies are usually idle. Some of them are not. But they're idle. Even that slime, that's its idle animation, is hanging from the ceiling. So that's why sometimes enemies are floating in the air or climbing nothing in the air because they've got interesting spawn points. But yeah, Thinking about that Gwyn fight, we can definitely do it. It's just going to be so much slower if we don't find any upgrade materials for it, and we don't need a whole lot.
I mean, you don't need to, right? You don't need to do it, right?
I do need to ring that bell. Oh wait, no, technically you're right. You're right. I actually don't have to.
The serpent.
Yeah, you're right. We did the calf path, which we belovedly call Kathy, because I don't know, the name's kind of spelled like that. But Kathy got us our path to the Lord Vessel. So I would like to, if we've still got time in the estimate, or oh gosh, it's gonna knock me off the ledge. I would like to go give Gwyn the business, but
again, there's a
sometimes it'd be like that after you save and quit, but luckily
9.
we touched a bonfire. Number 9.
Number 9.
Oh wait, number 9 overall or number 9 for my run?
Oh no, overall. You're only at 3.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
you're only at
really
3
good.
deaths.
3's really good for a rando run. Usually those absolutely packed rooms are just they're death traps, and you get all sorts of horrible enemy combinations that are absolutely not balanced to deal with. But hey, I'll take only 3 so far. Pretty good.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, and gravity is a lot of times what ends up killing me, even though I've played this game for like 15,000 hours. Gravity is still the champion, and always will be. I think it's just distraction is the weapon of gravity, and it's easy to fall off here or there. In any case.
Absolutely. I just want to say, if you are just joining us here, or if you joined in the last couple of minutes, this is Oops, You Died Weekend. We are celebrating the Soulsbourne games. We have all kinds of FromSoft video games today and tomorrow. This is the last run of today. There will be a replay after this if you missed Dark Souls 2. I actually did it in a funny way where we started with 2 and went into 3. So then if you wanted to watch Lobos' run, you could watch Dark Souls 1, then watch Dark Souls 2, then watch Dark Souls 3 all in a row if you watch the replay.
Wow.
Which is, pretty cool. And then tomorrow, we actually have Lies of P, which is not a FromSoft game, but we're excited about that. We have Elden Ring, any percent glitchless, plus the DLC. So it's actually going to be the any percent run of the base game, but then also the any percent run of the DLC on top of that.
Nice.
So that's going to be a lot of fun. We have Demon Souls, Sekiro, and then we're ending it off tomorrow night with Star Chris, Captain Domo, Little Aggie, and Adef with the Elden Ring rando race, the quad rando. So please come by. I hope that you will stop by tomorrow as well. Cool.
I love all the randos. I love Elden Ring randomizer. I haven't done the randomizer with the DLC yet, so that's going to be a lot of fun when I do eventually get to that. There's some fun things in that DLC. No spoilers.
Yeah. Aren't you on New Game Plus 7?
I did complete the DLC. NG Plus. We got Gwenna here again, by the way. Yeah. So
there he is.
Let's see. We're gonna see how long it'll take to do Gwen with this weapon setup as it is. Oh, that's lovely.
Wow, 49 damage.
Hold on. We haven't done the parry yet. Oops. Oh, that was bad. I did bad. It's okay. I'm a gamer. We'll bring it back. Don't worry. Notoriously, I've had a run of this where so many bosses were Gwen. The run was dubbed Oops All Gwens. And it became a whole thing. Hold on. Okay, got our healing. No problem. Oh, gosh. No problem. We're topped off. I have actually killed Gwen fist only. That was one of my very first challenge runs a long time ago. It takes an hour and 45 minutes of perfect parrying and such, with little bits of leeway here and there, because you cannot scale fist damage in this game. I don't have the Hornet Ring, do I? No, okay. So I think I'm pretty set on parrying Gwen. Even in the worst damage case scenarios. The only reason that I kind of get concerned with him being in the gargoyles room is I have to deal with the second boss while also doing this. Or kill the second boss real quick. That's a stagger. Let's see what we got here. I don't really like being against the wall like this, but well. I'm gonna enjoy some of the fine music. I'm gonna need to heal again. I would like to, anyways. Nice. Now, there is a thing with Gwen that a lot of the times, if you parry him like this, and immediately as you recover your ability to control the character, you use an item, really any item, it will very likely prompt Gwen to do his two-handed attack, which is the easiest to parry, and you don't have to block, which means you can have damage-boosting items that leave you at low health or whatever. I'm not doing that really here, but it's because I'm toggling between one-hand and two-hand mode and getting extra hits in here, but you can use any item and kind of bait out the two-handed attack. The tough thing with parrying Gwen is that if you just stand there and hold your shield up, then a lot of the times he'll do this kick ability that just completely zaps all of your stamina, and then he'll swing fast enough that you can't recover in time. So it becomes this thing where you have to kind of muscle memory or feel when he's about to start doing the next attack, and then just instinctively pull up the shield as that attack begins. If it's the fast attack, you can block and then parry the follow-up. Or if he does the slow attack, you can just wait for it to come in and parry that one. And that's a lot of people kind of see it as a negative that you can parry Gwen. They think it makes him too easy and this and that. And it does make him easy for sure, but it's also, you're fighting Gwen as a husk of his former self. He's all burnt out. Oh yeah, this fight. The Centipede Arena is largely filled with lava. There is a small percentage chance that we actually get a boss that's immune to lava. The other large majority chance is, well, Ornstein, but also that the boss is basically just going to die to lava. Oh, he's out of it. He's out of it. Jump back. Oh, not up. No. But he did most of the damage anyways.
It was pretty close.
It was pretty close. A lot of the times you walk in and then the boss dies within 3 seconds and you're like, well, that was easy. As aforementioned, we do not randomize key items, and the orange charred ring is one of those key items that allows us to traverse through the lava with little harm. Also, all of the dragon butt enemies are randomized to something else, and again, most of the time they cannot survive the lava, so we get a bunch of free souls here. That's always a good thing to have. Now we just absolutely
say huge level up.
Yeah, huge level up. And we just have a beefy health bar now. I don't need any more health bar. As this is Prepare to Die edition, I apologize for the absolutely blinding lava bloom that this game has. Please avert your eyes if you are sensitive to bright yellow lights or orange lights. It could be nighttime at my house, and if I'm running through Lost Izalith, it's like it's day. Just immediately turn on the light. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else regarding key items, I think, but I kind of forgot, so it's no big deal. One thing that I think I remembered, is this true, is that the, yes. So the spider shield that I put on to parry Gwen has a 72% fire absorption defense rating, which is why I swapped to it, because when you parry Gwen, this is also a 100% physical block shield. And that means that when you're blocking him, waiting for follow-ups or whatever, it's going to reduce a lot of that damage. So very handy to have picked up that shield. And it's just one of the things that, you know, so many hours of experience playing this game can kind of help guide your build strategy. And especially in a speedrun setting, the quicker on the draw you are with that sort of gear info, the better. Okay, so this is the Lost Izalith Many people are not a big fan of this area, saying it was kind of rushed and stuff. They just dropped a bunch of dragon butts and lava. There's a toxic man spitting stuff at me. This area is usually not too bad. The boss, we've had some fun times with the bosses on Bed of Chaos. Usually it's just a regular boss. Oh gosh, almost all the time. It's a boss that's just dropped right in front of Bed of Chaos. I got toxic here and that's no fun. Do I have anything to cure that? I don't, so I'm just gonna have to deal with it. No big deal though.
Today it's gonna be a gargoyle.
Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, I would put money on that. The odds are probably highest for, let's see, gargoyle or maybe Taurus demon. I'm not sure.
We haven't seen Taurus. We haven't seen Cabra demon. There's a lot we haven't seen.
Yeah. Well, let's find out. So we've done a lot of science because you can kind of do Bed of Chaos like normal. You can go break the sides of Bed of Chaos, and that will allow for some of the floor to break out. Oh, good, it's Sanctuary Guardian, my favorite. How am I immune to that? What's happening? Well, let's see how this damage is, though. So here's what I talk about is he can't do his flying attacks, and that really limits his moveset, which means he's gonna just absolutely be in our face so much. I'm toxic with this. I might make the executive call to drop out the floor in order to attempt an instant kill. And this is risky, but I think the risk will pay off here because he's not too big of a boss. Bosses can get stuck and then not fall, but we're gonna go for it. And I tell chat every time, this is this is not recommended. And then we try it, and then things go terribly. Well, let's see if that. Hello, how are you? Could you let me, okay, all right. Let's just do this. Hey, friend. Wouldn't it be a shame if you ran directly at me? You see he's stuck? This is what we get. Oh, please don't actually shoot at me. So we could either utilize this for cheese because he can't aim up and just wait.
Ooh.
Wait. Oh! Okay. The other option is we save and quit and we respawn him and try a different hole to get him to fall into. Luckily, I've got the save and quit reflexes of a 5-year-old, whatever that means. I don't think 5-year-olds have really good motor function yet, but we'll take it as a compliment that we gave to ourselves. And try to, bring him over here. Hold on. Wait. Let's drop out some of the floor, buddy. You know what? I'm going to drop out the other part of the floor, which, never mind. He died. We got it. Nice. See?
Hey.
All part of the plan. And you see, overall, that was faster than fighting him normally with this weapon that he's very resistant to, right? So good for us. Now, if we're not doing the gargoyles, what's our time looking at? 138, 139-ish. Yeah, no problem. There's technically only 2 bosses that we would have to do left.
Cool.
Cramped is still awake. This next one could be a doozy, but we'll see. We also could collect some really good items along the way, so I'm going to be checking that. Maybe a Twinkling Titanite or 2. Ha ha ha. That would be great.
What was your PB was 130?
135. That was my PB. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Which again, I got the same weapon. However, we did get that merchant luck and we're able to get this to +5, which is the maximum. This is +1. So we would smash things so much faster. And then you need good RNG on the boss fights, getting very weak early game enemies to go as fast as possible, or enemies that just, insta-kill themselves in that scenario. But we've had some tough boys. We had 2, I think, big Ornsteins that were not fast fights. So there's plenty of things that can add time to a run. But overall, this has been pretty good. It's been pretty good. Hello. Oh, hello. Look at this. We have this man who we know drops Twinkling Titanite. Give me. Okay, and he's right next to a bonfire. I might actually, depending on how consistently he drops it, he didn't drop one there. So we've got 1 out of 3 kills. He's dropped Twinkling Titanite. I wonder if that was a different, like if the one that we killed had replaced a guaranteed item dropper. Let's see here. Because look at that. We can just R2 him, and if we could get drops, I'm going to kill him 2 more times. 2 more times. If he doesn't drop anything, we'll just move on. Because honestly, this would save time if we got weapon upgrades. Okay, I don't know what happened with that other one. We either got...
a fluke.
What's that?
He might have been a fluke.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. But it looks like, unfortunately, we're not going to get it from him. So... we'll move on. That would have been really nice. Oh gosh, this is Big Rat. Okay, Big Rat let us by.
Huge rat.
Huge rat. Huge Rat gave us permission. Hello, you're gonna explode. I don't like that. I'm gonna heal up to full as we do these drops. Check this item. It's 7 humanity. This is by far the most humanity I've ever gotten in a run. I'm gonna loot this because I think that it's the corpse. It's corpse of bro, and he had a Twinkling Titan. Where was he? I don't know where he was. All right, I got really flustered by that one dropping a Twinkling Titanite, but in any case, this is usually the easiest boss in the game. It could instead be the hardest boss in the game in an absolutely tiny room. Let's find out. No, it's not. Thank goodness. But it is a boss that can absolutely just fill the room full of lava, and that's not ideal.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I was worried, is she gonna just fill the entire room with unwalkable space?
Yeah, she's doing that a little bit. Oh, she's gonna jump and do that too? I'm gonna try and run past.
But you have the anti-lava
I do have that ring equipped even. It doesn't help with this lava. It's special lava or something. She ate some bad food, and now that's the lava that hurts. And okay. Luckily, it doesn't deal that much damage. Okay, she's gonna blow up, and I can't run anywhere, so I gotta block. Ow! And then we got knocked into this. She's almost dead. She's almost dead. It's fine. That's what we like to see, some traditional melees. I'm just gonna safe play this block again. That wasn't the melee, that was the lava. And she's dead, okay. Oh, I forgot to do a glitch there that'll actually save you 1 second in climbing that ladder. I'm going to go 30 FPS again. We're gonna do this little skip after I heal up. Actually, Jiggy, if you don't mind, could I speedrun a pee break real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
I plan
that's fine by me. I'll talk to chat.
I will speedrun pee break. Be right back.
We can actually take a quick break here, Ray, if you want. We could take a quick break. Welcome back, everybody, to Oops, You Died Weekend. Lobos finishing up this randomizer. Welcome back.
It's good to be back. It's a nice break. Are we ready for the timer to start again, or is it already start?
I think we're good to go. Whenever you want to, whenever you're good.
Sure. 3, 2, 1, timer go.
All right. So what are we looking here for? You're heading down to the.
We're heading down to what would normally be Gravelord Nito. We've got one little skip here. I needed to flip to 30 FPS. It's a fun little jump. Normally in this game, you have some sort of implement that will allow. Actually, we have a skull lantern. and that will let you light your path through here so you can see where you're going. But if you've played this game dozens of times and you just run through it, you kind of just know where you're going. The only dangerous thing is now I don't know what enemies are going to be there. But there's usually some pretty rough enemies, the big bone dogs, and those are some of the worst to try and deal with. So most of the time, it's actually easier enemies to run past. I say most of the time. But I'm going to hop down. We're going to grab the safety bonfire. There's a big clam. He's clambering around.
And I'm in your way.
He's in my way. We're going to grab this safety bonfire. Usually somebody will chase me, so I'll save and quit just so we can sit. Unless... Yeah, there he is. There's a dark wraith. Save and quit just so we can get the seat. And then Nito is... So we've got the randomizer on, right? And you might think that Nito's skeletons will all get randomized into different things. Kind of luckily, that's not the case, but kind of unluckily, it's not the case. So we actually still have to kind of plan to either tank all of the skeletons. We need to find something along the way that has divine damage so we can permanently kill them, or whatever else we can think of to work. I usually take the approach of getting a whole bunch of Estus flasks like this and putting on some heavy armor and hoping we can just tank our way through the fight. Because let's be real, that's kind of how I do Nito anyways. I'm going to check this item. Demon Great Machete, no thanks. Clams. So many clams. And now we're going to run. And this way, if we happen to have a really bad attempt and we die, we've still got 20 Estus every time we respawn at this bonfire that can really help us power through the fight. Of course, there's a dog behind me. It wouldn't be a randomizer if there was no dog chasing me. No twinkling titanite from that crystal lizard either. Cursed. It always seems like whatever I'm looking for, you're climbing, dude. All right.
There he goes.
Yeah, it's, he does what he wants to do. We got a T-posing toxic dart spewer here. We got a T-posing dark wraith. Okay. Celestial Ivory Catalyst. That's a spellcasting catalyst. Hello. Lots of dark wraiths down here. They kind of fit. They kind of fit the vibes. Now I'm going to quickly go through my inventory. We're going to piece together a very heavy armor set real quick. We may not need it. But it's best to be prepared. Look at this. Can I even roll? Oh, I can mid-roll with this. Thanks to Havels. Do I have something else that would be better for us? Probably, I guess, Blue Tear Stone Ring. I'm going to top off. We're going to fall down. I'm going to heal up. And then we're going to see... Who's that? Sif! I like Sif. He says, while almost dead. This is fine. Sif, like I said before at the beginning of the run-through, will hurt other enemies. Maybe his hitboxes are too high for the skeletons. I'm not sure. But either way, he doesn't do too much damage, and we can kind of like try and kill the skellies ourselves while also bashing Sif. And we have, oh my, I shouldn't have done that. We've got Poise, which I described before is something that allows us to kind of power our way through damage and still get our heals or attacks off. Oops. Unless it's big attacks like that, and that was my bad. There is kind of a safe spot. You can stand directly in front and not get hit by the spin, but that was not it. Again, I said it before. Oh, he's flipping back to where the big skellies are, and that is not very nice because now, the big skellies can get hit by him. All I have to do is, where did Sif go? Oh, okay.
He's helping.
There we go. Sif defeated.
He's helping.
Let's go. We're gonna warp out of here. I just instinctively went to split, but we don't need to do that. Level up strength for this last run, and I can't warp to the abyss. I didn't touch. The original plan was to kill Gwen. We're just going to rush to the final boss. And who wants to guess that it's going to be a gargoyle?
Me.
Jiggy, of course. Because so when it rains, it pours. And it has sure rained gargoyles all over the place.
It's only 6 right now. It's only triple the amount that you normally fight.
Yeah. I mean, there's 4 in the base game that you could fight.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought there was only 2.
That's okay. But remember, there's different types of gargoyles. There's 2 that show up in Enerlondo that will fire lightning. I think we can actually survive down in the abyss now that the kings are dead. But just in case, you never know with randomizer stuff. I'm going to put the safety ring on, and we'll make sure we survive that. But we have to go back to the abyss, and
We do actually have a poll too in the chat right now. Will the final boss be a gargoyle? Get it in here. Vote right now.
Get your votes in. It could be Gwen himself, like somebody else is guessing. It could be. There's a lot of bosses I've seen there. Could be a Civ. Could be. Oh boy. Could be any of the demons. I've seen I want to say Stray Demon or Demon Fire Sage there a lot. That's probably just a coincidence, but don't fall this time. Thank you. Now, with 30 FPS, there is a consistent way to just drop from the very top of this, but I don't trust myself, honestly, with 60 FPS. It's easy to fall and land on a platform, and then you died, and that stinks. But let's see here. We've got Kathy here. Kathy, oops, somebody followed us. Please warp me.
Very well.
52% of people think it's going to be yes, and 48% think it's not going to be. That's pretty split.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see.
People are 50% of people or 48% of people don't like memes.
The funny part in the randomizer is there's normally ghosts that are walking around this little chamber, and they get replaced with regular enemies who just immediately fall to your death, as you saw that Dark Wraith falling and some other things. There's some pretty memey things that happen. But here we are in the kiln of the first flame. Ironically, going to be the kiln of the last flame. If I choose the dark ending, we'll see how that goes. There is a harpy here, no problem. And this is our final run here. Again, if we weren't as tight on time, I would try and kill that Gwen. I don't remember what the second boss there was, but we already had our Gwen fight already, so he got his comeuppance. Let's see. I'm going to make my guess for this boss. I'm going to guess Sif again. Just, I don't know, an inkling. And no, I don't know this seed ahead of time. This wasn't a planned seed. It was all right. Doing a set seed is probably the way to do this, more event safe. But you lose that risk. You lose that risk of what could
Where's
be.
the fun in that?
Where's the fun in that? There's no live routing. There's no absolute dread that the run possibly may not finish. What is life without a little spice, huh? Here we go. Let's see. It's a demon fire sage. So
okay.
It is something kind of new. I think we had another demon at some point, but man, Demon Fire Sage sure loves his explosion spam. Ideally, we just get up against a corner. There we go, and hurry up. Tears in the eyes as we witness the end of Gwen, Lord of Cinder, who's really let himself go, huh? But that's all right. It's been a rough time for him. Oh boy. Oof. Double oof. But this just goes to show how good of a weapon the Blacksmith Giant Hammer is to carry this whole run only at +1 upgrade. Imagine at +5. Whew. Boy, that boy slaps. Yeah, easy mode.
It is pretty crazy though that you did not find any, like really any glittering Titanite.
Yeah. Luckily, there wasn't anything that was too tough that we really could have, it would have saved it. Besides that Gwen combo, but again, we had backup strats, and I'm really glad that we got to show off some alternate route strats, because I think that's what really makes the randomizer run super interesting. Time will be as soon as it fades out. Right now, time. There we go.
GG.
GG.
All right, I'm waiting to see final time here.
Oh, you want to save quit time or?
No. I'm seeing the final time from. I'm waiting
Understood.
on the stream. Grand total or time is 1:54:45. Not bad.
154. That's 20 minutes faster than estimates. So, honestly, we had some good luck with that run. I mean, starting with the blacksmith giant hammer already saves like probably 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah. No. Absolutely.
Now let's see what the end game time is. Just because some people are curious. 1:55. Sub 2 hours. Again, I'm not any sort of super accomplished speedrunner, but I speedrun things for fun, and randomizer is right up my alley when it comes to just playing Dark Souls quickly and interestingly. So thank you guys so much for having me, and I hope that you all enjoyed the run in chat, and you too, Jiggy.
I did. It was a lot of fun. So thank you, Lobos, for an incredible run, and definitely tell the audience just a little bit about what you do on your channel, because everyone who's watching, if you're new, you don't know who Lobos is, go over the title of the stream, hover over his name, and you can click the follow button right there. But yeah, give a little pitch on what you're up to, because I know you're not just doing Dark Souls.
Yeah, you're very right about that. Thanks so much. For the foreseeable future, I do plan to continue doing like one of these runs a day, because I think it's really fun. A lot of people are enjoying it, so we're just going to keep counting up the randomizer runs. But I also play retro RPGs. I play other Souls-likes. I play roguelikes. I play all sorts of difficult games and fun games. And right now we're working our way through some dungeon crawlers and old school open world RPGs. Right now we're playing Elder Scrolls Arena, the very first one. Boy, is it a little different than Skyrim, but it's been a lot of fun. So come on over if you want to join for some RPG madness.
Yeah, Lobos is a great watch. So Lobos is a great watch. So definitely give him a follow. Thank you again. Seriously, this was an absolutely incredible run, and a great way to wrap up day one of Oops, You Died weekend. Speaking of that, thank you very much, so much, everybody who's watching at home. All of you guys are absolutely incredible. My name is Jiggy. I do these shows here on GDQ once a month, where we play. We have like basically a whole showcase of different communities. This month being Dark Souls. Next month, a little bit more Zelda. So I'm pretty excited about that. But tomorrow, we got more Souls coming at you. So I hope that you will all be here. 1 p.m., we got Liza Pie. We got Elden Ring any percent glitchless with Mitch. We got Demon Souls. We got Sakura with Park and Harbor. And we're wrapping it up tomorrow night with Elden Ring Rando Race. It's going to be absolutely incredible. So, hey, can I get a 1 in the chat if you're going to come back? Will you guys come back and hang out with us? Because I think you should. Did I say Liza Pie? I meant lie of P. I actually put it on the schedule as Liza Pie, and I had to fix it. But yeah, definitely excited. Once again, thank you very much for hanging out with me today. Thank you for hanging out with all of us. I appreciate all the ones in the chat. My name is Jiggy, and we will be back. Don't go anywhere, because right after this, we actually have a rerun of the beginning run, and you get to see a Dark Souls 2 run. Dark Souls 2 run coming up on the rerun right after this. Bye, everybody. See you soon. Thanks again, Lobos.
Yeah.